Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to day number 2 here of Fang Draft number 3. We started with 12 teams yesterday in the group stage. We're now down to our final 4 teams. TJ here, Fang alongside me, my partner in crime. And also we've got a whole host of awesome talent to bring you all of the action from the final day here of Fang Draft number 3. We had a great day yesterday, Tang. I can't wait to do this event.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Yesterday, 12 teams came in. Today, we're down to our final 4, so 72 players. Now down to the last, let me do quick math, 24, I believe. And yeah, yesterday was definitely a banger of a game, of a day. We do see the standings right here. We actually had a bunch of tiebreakers towards the end of it. Useless Naft and Time's Up, both of them 4 wins. Was the tiebreaker between the average winning time and TJ. I think the difference in terms of the winning time was actually only 3 seconds between them. Yeah. So that's why Useless Naft actually came up on top.
I know, it was absolutely crazy to see that 3 seconds. And of course, Useless Naft beating Time's Up in round 4 as well. Put them into the number 1 seed. And a similar situation between Voidwalkers and Obscure in Group B. But because Voidwalkers did beat Obscure in round 1 of the tournaments, they were the ones who secured the spots in today. But honestly, just looking at the stats, especially in like the middle of the teams, like there were moments yesterday where we were like, oh my word, we might have so many tiebreakers. It seems that we had just a really good competitive event really between all of these teams.
Yeah, I think 120 ping, the only team that did not edge out a win, but honestly, on a different day, it could have gone differently as well. So definitely was a blast to watch. We did catch onto every single team yesterday, I believe, in the cast. Today, we're going to do the same, obviously, with the remaining ones, because there's only going to be 4 teams remaining, and all of them are going to be a banger to watch. The first one is going to be Useless Naft versus the Voidwalkers, both the winners of their respective tiebreakers. And then the second matchup is going to be Bad Stew versus Time's Up.
Honestly, I'm really looking forward to seeing how these 2 teams clash across both these semi-finals. You know, with Useless Naft versus Voidwalkers, that is going to be our first event today. We get to see the reigning champions, that is Team Neft. He's once again only gone and done it. He's got himself to the semi-finals once again, once another trophy in his Ameda.City profile. It's actually getting ridiculous right now. But, you know, he's got some tough competition. Voidwalkers as well. They look like a pretty decent team, honestly. You know what? It's difficult to call, man, and that's great. I'm all here for it.
It is difficult to call, especially for, like, honestly, for this Voidwalkers team. Like, if we remember back to the player draft, we had a bit of a straw poll there. And I think Lederlappen, the captain, I think he had like less than 1% people believe in him actually winning this. And suddenly he comes out completely swinging. I believe he won the first 3 games yesterday. He and his team, of course, that we see here below me. Secret, Easy Peasy, Crazy Legend, Akers, and the gank hotline for Voidwalkers. They were absolutely smurfing those first few games. Then they had a bit of a slowdown, and I think they won their last game again in the 5th round.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting tale. There are some parallels between these 2 teams. So both Useless Naft and Voidwalkers, of course, did not have perfect games. Useless Naft lost their last game in the groups. They lost that to, I believe it was Catastrophe, I think, for their only second win. So Useless Naft's team is mortal, that's for sure. And Voidwalkers, as you say, absolutely smurfed the opening rounds, but they fell in the final 2 blocks as well. So they could have made it to that first seed and tie broken on 4 wins. But honestly, you know, it was a really entertaining clash with both of these teams in their respective groups, and want to see how they play against each other, because, you know, these are names that are familiar to absolutely everyone here in the EU scene, honestly. Like, they've got some absolute demon teams that they've drafted.
I mean, definitely. Neft going for his first round jungler there in Conte from Immune. Definitely a smart pickup there. The synergy is there, and we saw that yesterday, of course, as well. Dan also, Drakika Dan, if you know him, he loves to play in the offlane. Was not drafted by Proper this time around. Usually that's a duo we see all over the place. Tutan, Toucan Man, Elements, honestly, all of them really well-known, respected names in the EU community. So Useless Neft, definitely... Yeah, definitely a strong team, and whether or not Neft will actually be useless in these games, that we are gonna have to find out in the Sanctuary.
I mean, we have got some stats about Neft going against his team, but for now, we're going to look at the player spotlight, the head head-to-head. And we're going to go down to the supporting role here, of course. Like, the only reason that these two ADCs shine is because of their supports here. Tutankhamun for Useless Neft and Secret for the Void Walkers squad as well. And honestly, both of these players have been putting on a fantastic show this event.
Yeah, definitely. Both German supports, both did phenomenal yesterday, but honestly, who really impressed me was Secret, and especially like that one Bellica game he had. He was just roaming all over the map, just making sure that his team is not only ahead in the dual lane, but also in mid, also in the jungle role, really helping facilitate a lot of that. Tutan also really strong. Tutan more is more of a supporting support, if that makes sense. Yeah, obviously, right? But he's more for setup. Yeah, I associate him more with something like an Arbash. Meanwhile, for Secret, he's known for his Richter, for example. Like he loves to be the playmaker for his teams.
Absolutely, and we did see that in their on their choices for their hero selection in the last game as well. I think I looked back at the match history. So for Useless Neft and Tutankhamun, they were absolutely loving Kira and a Narbash. I think Tutan was on Narbash near enough every single game. I think he was only denied it once, and I can't remember off the top of my head what that other hero was, but you can see a priority towards those two lanes. As you say, Tutankhamun is the supporting support. Narbash, Tawny Day Narbash is a thing that is absolutely crazy. It's wild to see the Narbash with a drum kit just turn up on tournament days. It's fantastic. But also, you mentioned about Secret playing the Playmakers, his Bellica game. You know, I think it was the round 4 match. I think he got like 214 player score on Omega City for that game. So from a supporting role, fantastic. Yeah, loving that Bellica. So we've got definitely some interesting heroes to watch for the rest of the team. And that's just a dual lane. Like, we got storylines all across the board here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think dual lane is going to be sort of the focal point with the only 2 captains, I believe, in this draft that are actually ADC mains facing off against each other, Leda Lappen and Neft, of course. I think every other captain, correct me if I'm wrong, I think everybody else was a jungle main, actually.
There was a high amount, yes.
A very high amount, yeah. So, I mean, Conte is pretty lucky at the same time that he got picked up by Neft, because yeah, as we said, right, with so many jungle mains, like it's hard being a jungler in this sort of Fang Draft 3. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be bangers all around. I think in the draft we're already gonna see sort of what you indicated, TJ. How high is that Narbash prior actually gonna be? Is Useless Neft gonna be able to ban this one away? Are they gonna pick it? Void Walker's gonna ban it away? Those are the big questions, I think, in this one, because no matter the patch, it feels like no matter the tournament, Narbash on Tiny Day, as you said, TJ, is always a sight to behold.
Absolutely, there's just something so beautiful about watching Narbash just dominate in games, especially if we have some kind of interesting builds. Thinking back to like previous events, I think with the PCC, it was Wangle who was kind of playing. I think it was Frosted Law on the Narbash and absolutely hard carried from the roll. But anyway, that's in the past here. We're going to focus on the here and now. Useless Neft versus Void Walkers draft is underway below our screens. And just a reminder, of course, this is being used with Omega.City, our friends over there. Shout outs to all the devs over there. So this is a live draft with the live timings as well. So they are picked as they were picked at the time of writing it. So the bans coming through. Of course, target bans towards the respective ADCs. Wraith's off the board. Scarlet's off the board. Howie Greybash taken. Howie Greybash? Sorry, Greystone taken off. I don't know. Maybe that's going to be a combination. But the Wukong, one of the newest heroes on the hero roster, will be playing in our first semi-final game.
Yeah, Wukong immediately locked in, as you said, right? Like, it's draft begins, Wukong picked. Like, that was not even that was not even a thought process. Gonna be interesting to see where it actually goes. I think Dan or Conte, both of them, are gonna be able to pilot him. Kwang and Bellica being picked up on that right hand side. We did talk about Secret's Bellica beforehand that can be flexed into the support role. Kwang was also matched into the Wukong yesterday in the offlane, so that could be like an idea. Didn't went too well there, to be honest. I think Surt was having a bit of a rough time when he played into it. But I think at least there is some thought process going in, because Bellica can't reflect any stuns, right? That Seismic Assault is gonna hit the Wukong if it comes down to it. That Cycle Slash is not useful against that, right? So maybe there is an idea coming in. And then Useless Neft going for the Gideon, going for the Sevrog as well. 2 mainstay picks in the Pred competitive scene as well.
Absolutely here. You could definitely just see a bit of comfort coming through for the teams as well. Severog, getting a little bit of priority. I swear Bondred had just one game yesterday when he absolutely just ran the show. And it's like, oh my word, Severog is still a thing, by the way, guys. Going to be locked in. Gideon, very classic, safe mid lane. Most likely, of course, Toucan, Man, and Elements. We can see that both these players are in their respective VCs in the ForTheCore. So we don't actually know which player is going to be playing this one for now here, but it's a safe pick for both of them. Voidwalkers could have taken off the Twin Blast as well. Leader Leppen had some pretty good games yesterday on the Twin Blast as well. So this dual lane already, mission accomplished for Voidwalkers. What Useless Neft has got to do, because they've saved it all the way through to 4th and 5th pick.
Yeah, everything's still open. We have some bans coming in now as well. Sinks being banned away, just sort of denying a bit of the survivability. That leaves the Narvish open still, though, for a pickup. Useless Neft has a 1 ban remaining themselves as well. We're going to see what they pick. But I think for Voidwalkers, picking the TB together with the Bellica, if the Bellica actually goes into the support role, it tells me that the TB, he wants to stay back. Meanwhile, the Bellica is allowed to free roam. CB usually has a good time still getting that farm, just playing a bit from the distance, use those vortex grenades to pick up any CS he can. Meanwhile, Secret on that Bellica is allowed to make those rotations in the mid lane. Gadget being banned away is still considered one of the best matchups into the Gideon, just able to neutralize his impact he has in those team fights. The Black Hole just countered by the microwave on top of it, and in lane it's a good matchup as well.
Yeah, and I think also just a big target pick as well, because Easy Peasy has been basically running Gadget and Howitzer this entire tournament as well. So he's already lost 2 of his signature picks here. The Aurora going to be taken away. We have seen a bit of a mixed response, I got to say, from the Aurora. We've seen the Auroras absolutely pop off, but also just be completely absent from the games. I guess Voidwalkers going to be hoping for the former part there as they get their secure. I'm very interested to see what sort of dual lane we are going to get. The Narbash is still open, and we're going to get to see the Narbash. I think if this is Kira, possibly for the Neft, I think this would complete their composition. And I think they'd all be pretty happy with what they've got.
I mean, it could be the Kira, it could also be the Revenant, I think, if he wants to. The matchup into the TB wouldn't be all that bad, but it is going to be that Kira. So that is already a good matchup. And now for Voidwalkers, I'm a bit scared for them, because I'm looking at this composition. They have AP in the jungle, AP in the offlane. They have AP, obviously, they're most likely going to have it in the mid lane and in the supports as well. So it's all going to be on the TB that you actually don't want to be the hard carry. And usually it wouldn't be a big problem, but looking at this Useless Neft team, they have the Zavrok, they have the Narvish, right? They have really tanky characters. So if you're just not able to kill them effectively because they just itemize so well into your team, might be a bit of a problem. Voidwalkers with their last pick, that is going to be either support or mid lane. We're going to see where that Bellica is going. It's going to be a support Bellica. Iggy going to be in the mid lane, sort of just to scale. Not really a pick to write home about, but I think it's going to make those team fights really hard to play for Useless Neft, because with that cryo system together with the Iggy, it's really hard to dive into this Voidwalkers team.
And I think maybe that's going to be the game plan. I get the sense that Voidwalkers kind of realized that they'd fallen into a little bit of a trap. As you say, just a lot of EP heavily in at this composition. So maybe thinking, okay, let's disrupt, let's control zones, let's isolate members so that we can either focus down this Sevarog, focus down this Narbash, or even just take it down the squishiness of the Kira and the Gideon. I'm going to be really interested to see how Voidwalkers actually play in this first game from kind of a gameplay perspective and also from the game plan as well. But that is going to be the draft secured. Of course, Tang, we are on the desk for the draft. I have to kind of throw you the obvious question here. On paper, which side are you going to give this one to?
I mean, honestly, I like this Useless Neft draft more. I think if Voidwalkers keep the game even, if they don't drop too many early objectives, if they can pick some of them even up with the Digi in the mid lane, I think they can still win the game. But for Useless Neft, I think the barrier of execution is just so low compared. The Sevarog just needs to go in. Wukong, yeah, he's pretty complicated to play, but if you can just isolate those targets, if you can just keep the split push going on the offlane, I think it's just an easier time for them to play into this Voidwalkers comp that is a bit more reliant on actually surviving the early game and then actually finding those isolated team fights, as you said before, TJ.
Absolutely, so much to look forward to, and let us know in the Twitch chat as well which team you are going to be rooting for. I believe you have got the game ready. We're going to be dropping down to Sanctuary any moment now with the transition, and I'm just looking forward to getting today started. I say it's been an awesome event day yesterday. cannot wait to see what the top 4 teams on the event are going to be clashing down on the map. So much to look forward to, and I think we have got the heads up. We are dropping down to the Sanctuary map. It's Voidwalkers versus Useless Neft, semi-final number 1, with the Voidwalkers going to be taking your side on Dawn, Useless Neft over on that right-hand side. And Tang, you know, we talked about kind of some win conditions for both of these teams. So talk me through maybe the opening exchange of this game. What do you think the game plan is going to be for the junglers, or maybe just for the first 5 minutes?
I mean, it's pretty interesting. I was still not completely sure where the Wukong is going to go. It is going to be in the jungle. So I think for Conte, he wants to get as much farm himself as possible. So he is on the Wukong. He's usually Conte also kind of known to be one of those enabling junglers. But as the Wukong, I think he wants to get as much farm as possible. Yesterday, we did see a lot of sort of help on those first clears. So we see it right here. Gideon helping out Kira as well. For our side on Dawn, though, that Aurora is going to be on her own. So she is going to be a bit slower than the Wukong on the first clear. We're going to have to see whether Conte wants to use this to go for a bit of a cheeky invade or use that timing on one of these lanes.
As you could probably imagine, that the call has gone down a line to say that, yeah, I think there has been a leash. So there is a very small window of opportunity on that left-hand side. And also, what does Conte decide? What does Akers decide to do for the Voidwalkers, as you said, on that Aurora pick here? So, I mean, if there's going to be one lane to focus on, Tang, you know, if you are looking at this from a jungle perspective, where should they put all their eggs? Or rather, what basket should these eggs go into?
I mean, I'm just looking at the trading happening, right? And Crazy Legend getting such a good trade onto Dan just sort of indicates that this is the lane that needs to be focused. Saffron is able to step out. We see Crazy Legend, though, controlling this wave, not giving any space to Dan. And that should be the indication that Aurora could look towards the right-hand side. He could look for an invade. Instead, it is going to be that Aurora pathing over towards the left-hand side. Conte still standing around the right side. So Crazy Legend, he could be under pressure of an early Wukong gank, but with a big wave like this, Conte might think twice of engaging this full HP quad.
I think maybe Dan just wants to wait a little bit more, make sure he's a little bit healthy, ticks over to level 3 at about the same time as Crazy Legend. It looks like both junglers committing to their full clear. The ward down for Crazy Legend, knowing that Conte is going to be on this right-hand side. So I'm not really sure if there's going to be much over here on the right-hand side for Conte to find. So I think it might have to be a bit of a misplay, because as you say, mini waves really stacked for both of these teams.
Yeah, I wish we could look at the rest of the map. I don't think this is gonna be much more interesting. We see Conte go inside of the prime pit, though. He wants to dodge that ward that he knows is on the 3 camp. He's gonna finally make the rotation over towards the right-hand side.
Yeah, he's going to go for that gank here. He's easy going to take down that river camp over on the right-hand side. You can see Crazy Legend in a 1 versus 2, and the minion waves are helping out as much as they can. Dan goes low, but it's the Crazy Legend who drops lower than that first blood, and it's that man Conte who gets the kill.
Yeah, so smart. Such a smart pathing there by him. Dropping into the prime pits, going around that ward on the 3 camp and lulling this Quang into a full sense of security. First blood secured for Useless Neft and the boys, and that is gonna be so great. I think it's also something that we were expecting from the draft on the get-go, but not on that right-hand side. That was supposed to be the strong side. Akers on the left-hand side, though.
Going for it. Gonna go for that wall, but he's not gonna throw the curtain up. Tutankhamun still has to use the blink, respects the damage coming out from Secret, wanting to make sure he doesn't get hit by that seismic assault. But junglers making their first moves on the left and the right-hand side. Conte one with the kill. At least the resources have been burned in his left-hand side.
Definitely have been. That Narbash could be a high priority target now. Is a low HP, low mana as well. So that could be one of the avenues for Voidwalkers to get the pick back. They see the Wukong on the 2 camp as well. So they should be aware that this left-hand side needs to play a bit more careful now with the Wukong in the area. Is going to force the reset. Smart game plan coming out of them. 4.5 minutes in. So far, this game has not delivered in terms of the action compared to yesterday. But honestly, TJ just allows us to look at the game a bit more as well.
Absolutely. You kind of get the sense that with the games yesterday, such high kill action games. Honestly, I felt a little bit bad for our awesome, talented casters as well, bringing the games of just action everywhere. But of course, Me and Tang get the slower pace, the 1 kill in 5 minutes, the EU special, as we like to call it here. But of course, neutral objectives are on the way over on that left-hand side. Mini Prime also going to be a target here. Easy peasy, currently in the river right now. Got Aegis with him. No level 5, no crisis available for Aegis right now. It might be enough to try and maybe look for something. Ton Space gets over the wall here at least, and no one can be caught inside of that river. But it's getting a little bit tetchy right now in the mid lane jungle matchup.
Definitely is. I think we are sort of having a bit of a slower game, but at the same time, TJ, we see that every single tier 1 is already down because, of course, the spectator system doesn't like us as contact. He just gets the exploded blink away, followed by Akers, just secures the kill. Good catch onto the left-hand side, just a bit too deep. And now once more, Tutan, low HP on the left-hand side. Akers close by, does not have the crisis quite yet. He's not going to be able to get the kill, but the Fang Draft is the target after all.
And this is what we were expecting from Voidwalkers if they did have that Iggy and Scorch get first move to these objectives, lay down these turrets, and make it so difficult to fight into for useless Neft. Kira and the Gideon. Neft is on the way open. Elements goes in for the black hole. It's going to be secured though by the Voidwalkers, and everyone going to make them way up the ice wall that just runs out to get everyone out to safety. We don't have a ton space, but we have the next best thing.
We have the next best thing, yeah. We see one blink over the wall, and then we just see the other one just walk over. Secret though, finally in a bad spot, caught out. Ladder Lappen as well. Fighting ensues, but they just all make it to safety.
Frost is going to be on to 2. Aegis trying to keep this fight going. Still doesn't have a criticism, mind you, for this one. Conte still fighting. Secret blinks the wall. Aegis double jumps over. Gets to safety. The rest of useless Neft pour in towards the blue side of the jungle, but Voidwalkers keep themselves at arm's length. But Conte will at least take away this blue buff. It's not a complete waste of time for the useless Neft squad.
Yeah, it's not a complete waste, but the blue buff, yes, it's good. Getting the blinks also fine, but Conte really wants to get those frags. Finally takes over to level 6 though with that important blue buff steal, so that is gonna feel at least pretty good for him. Secret though, so annoying on that Bellica. We talked about it in draft. Just takes everything away from Conte. That has to feel that this is a 3D MOBA, right? Jumping over terrain, walking over the pit on that glacial charge. It's just so annoying playing into this Voidwalkers team.
And Secret is absolutely here for it. With this Seismic Assault, it's not going to find a knock-up this time, but I think in that last play as well, did hit the double Seismic Assault. That might have just been enough to buy that time and help secure that first objective for the Voidwalker squad. So we're getting clashes, not a kill-heavy game, but I gotta say though, Tang, it's not for lack of trying.
Definitely not. So I think we might have another sort of situation on that right-hand side after Wukong finishes that blue side clear. Drakiga Dan gets a good trade. Subject get under the turret. It's just going to poke him out a tiny bit. There's no kill threats here, but it could be a preparation for something to come. Aurora, though, into that Prime Pit. Secret with the reset as well is going to help out with that Iggy. This is going to be an early Prime take with Wukong on the left-hand side.
Wukong's on the left-hand side. There's no mana for Drakiga down on the right side either, so I don't think Steph can really contest this right now. Glacial Charge is used just to stop the Blast Flower entrance, and Mini Prime is going to be taken. I believe it has gone on to Acus as well, so both neutral objectives falling to the side of the Dawn squad here. Very solid start here in game 1 of the semi-finals.
Really not something I was expecting, to be honest. This useless Neft team, on paper, I would give the advantage in that early game, especially looking at this mid-jungle duo that they have drafted for themselves, that Wukong Gideon should run circles around the Iggy and the Aurora, but just feels like they are not ever in time to actually catch it. Conte has the level lead on that Wukong, but has not been able to transition that into anything. Mid lane looks like the Monkey wants to catch onto that Iggy that is just able to walk out to safety instead.
So our Cycle Breaker Stun not going to land. Aegis going to get away and keeps that Mini Prime alive. Would be the first time that we've seen the Mini Prime buff being lost early. Remember being caught out. So we're going to enter maybe a little bit of a lull state right now. Conte just he's got no objectives to take, so he kind of wants to take some lives with a bit of aggression. But Voidwalkers, I can't say I really hate this approach right now. They got an advantage. They don't really need to force anything.
Yeah, that's so smart by them as well. I really like the way they're approaching this game. They're playing this very slow because they can actually afford to, right? They have the tools in their heroes kit to actually win this game in the late game. And if they stack up those objectives early, it's going to pay off dividends. 210 going really low. Does have to blink up again, but it's just going to be all for the trade. Tier 1 still remaining on the left-hand side. Remember, this is just an observer bug. They are not super out of position, but Aurora still might be looking for something. It's going to go for a tiny bitty invade towards that right-hand side. Might be looking for the wraparound.
Potentially here, just want to take the camps, get some knowledge here, but can't overstay its weapon too long, as that Gideon is going to be on the way. Elements hovering into the field of vision right now. Akers does hit that Hoarfrost from around the corner, gets a fairly decent trade there, but Akers has got to be careful. Rest of the team does arrive on the scene. FangDraft has spawned there, so we have been focusing a lot on what Akers has been doing on the left-hand side, but right side off camera, Conte did go for another gank on the right-hand side, wasn't able to get the kill, wasn't able to take a blink down either though, so it looks like we're going to have all 10 members of this game going to be converging for this second FangDraft contest.
Akers low HP, but so is the enemy team.
Oh, wow. Crazy Legend hits that tether. And a really good surge. Double knock up. But not going to be the full collapse right now. Starting to move in. Double Sludge Gate comes in from Decker Gadan. Akers, the Glacial Charge, walls off 3 members. But what can the Voidwalkers do with it right now? Members aren't dropping just yet. They can't focus fire. So they're going to be a good knock onto Conte. Conte has to blink away, and Elements goes in with the black hole, immediately interrupted though. But Secret's way out of position and down. He falls. Neff finds the killing blow, and now 2 members, now 3 members of the Voidwalker squad are down. As Useless finally decides to get some focus fire. Neff repositions with the blink. Procs to dust, gets a double, gets himself a triple, I believe, in that play. But 5 members of the Voidwalkers fall. It's Useless Neff with the ace.
We talked about the patience coming out of this Voidwalker squad, but just when we said it, they overstep a bit, and Useless Neft, they are a team that can punish those situations. That Iggy has not fully scaled up yet. Aurora not finding that a big cryosystem that they would need to win a team fight at this stage of the game. Useless Neft now with that gold lead. Neft himself 3 pickups in this extended fight, 2 assists. He is feeling very good about this fight, and it also gives them this first Fangtooth for themselves that is gonna stop the objective stacking on the side of Voidwalkers as well. Gonna reset the XP lead that they have accrued for themselves, and now it's a Useless Neft in the dominant position going into this mid game.
Dominant position from the stats, but also from the team play as well. It's taken them 12 minutes. It feels, I already get the sense that Useless Death have just been kind of poking, kind of prodding, trying to find a weakness here. Maybe looking for Voidwalkers to maybe just walk in, make a mistake. And ultimately, yes, bit of over-aggression immediately punished though, and a bit of aggression on his left-hand side as Tutankhamun hit that Funk. Ventilate is going to come out. Moving forward here, Conte goes for the gank. Blink away from both Leader Weapon and Secret. Also having to blink away from that one. Iggy making that rotation from the mid lane. Drops down the turrets, but Conte, Tutun, and Neff don't want absolutely anything to do with this right now. Will concede right now. It's the rotation and a few blinks, but no one's going to drop just yet.
Nobody's gonna drop, but importantly, 2 blinks being used on the left-hand side for our team on Dawn. Mid lane being pushed in by Elements, while we saw easy peasy on the rotation over. So small advantages still gained for Useless Neft. A bit of an over-aggression coming in from Secret, not respecting the fact that this Narbash is still scary if he misses his Seismic Assault. Luckily, no ultimate up there in time, as more trading on the left-hand side. Neft goes 1 HP, so does the Narbash. Not gonna be a pickup though.
No, the Narbash is also got no mana to really top it up. That's a full reset coming in. That does allow Leader Weapon to get a lot of damage down onto this invisible tower on the left-hand side. There's no plates at the moment, but if you can get a good significant chunk, half HP on the tier 1 tower on the left-hand side. Mini Prime has spawned. We've seen both Akers and Conte hovering over here as well, with this action tank hovering from left to right to left to right here. Get the sense of this game starting to open up a little bit more.
Definitely looks this way. I'm just looking at the minimap right now. Lederlappen on the left-hand side. I thought he was going to reset, maybe join this fight for the mini prime. As it stands, though, it's just going to be a 4 versus 4 posturing all around the place. Neft still on the left-hand side. Looking what's happening in the mid lane as well. Secret, no blink. Could be one of the viable targets for this useless Neft squad.
Horfrost's going to go down, catches down inside of that Phantom Glide. No Secret looking to try and get that Seismic Assault though, but that leaves easy peasy at the moment to be caught out, and Conte takes down the mid laner for the Voidwalker squad, and uses Neft immediately go on the aggression here, trying to chase down members here. They are going to lose elements though in the melee, in the mid lane. A bit of repositioning. Crazy Legend trying to get away. Neft though on the hunt, sees a low health bar. That seems to take that one a bit personally though. Secret down towards Strikinger Dan, and now with Crazy Legend might be falling as the rest of the squad look to collapse just again. Just swap the side of the map, but the result remains the same. 3 members drop, useless Neft, take the team fight win, and will take a neutral objective.
Yeah, again, just so many question marks coming out, because TB was taking the tier 1 turret on the left-hand side while this was going on. So you know you're in a 4 versus 5, but the Iggy just a bit too close to the enemy team for comfort, gets collapsed on, forces this team fight, and in the 4v4 they're already losing. When Neft joins the fight, it's just a death blow. Akers is going to be able to get a bit of an invade off, at least a tiny bit of a respawn, signs of life coming out of Voidwalkers, but it's definitely looking more and more dire. These last 2 objectives secured by useless Neft, those team fights going handedly in their favor as well. Just gotta feel really badly. Secret mid lane is not gonna connect with this Seismic Assault. Wukong just behind the Gideon, just looking if anybody overextends. Conte so fast to punish as well when it comes to these fights.
I'm just having a look, Tang, at the top of our screens right now, just looking at the levels, look at the resources right now, and useless Neft with 2 teamfight wins, starting to get pushed a little bit ahead. It's a level lead in the duo lane, a level lead in the mid lane, a level lead on that right-hand side. You have to imagine that Conte likes to have a bit more of an advantage over Akers as well, but useless Neft with 2 teamfight wins, starting to inch ahead in this game. Crucial next rotation of neutrals objectives coming up. Both teams want to fight for their free Fangtooth Monty points.
This is gonna be so important, TJ. We see this entire Neft squad already channeling them into the pit.
And gonna go for that colossal blow. Dan finds the Eye of the Needle, throws him in, but then crashes him onto 3 members. Elements throws down the black hole, tries to keep everyone off the backline, and has done enough. Crazy Legend dives in, but Neft dives even faster and dives even harder. Down he goes with the Purge, finding the mark here. As Quang will fall, you step pull in towards the pit. Voidwalker still around though, Tang.
Still around, but is it gonna be enough? This Aurora needs to go for the hero play, but as it looks, there's not gonna be any opportunity for Akers to make it back into the pit. Lederlappen is gonna try his best with another Vaporate. Is Vaporize is not gonna get it though. Secret caught out though.
Yeah, Secret is gonna be isolated, taken down just with the lockdown from the useless Neft squad here. It was looking so good for the Voidwalkers, especially early on, but right now, I mean, useless Neft may not be on Team Immune, but right now the squad on Dust side are definitely cosplaying that team right now. This mid game has been unstoppable for this team.
Definitely has been. One thing I really want to know to focus on though as well, TJ, is outside of this game, if you guys are confused why we are having some issues with those tier 1 turrets disappearing, with the spectating maybe not being up to par. Toka is trying his best, just the replay is broken for the record to everybody, so there is not going to be any opportunity to use anything apart from locked player camps. That's why we're looking at the players like this. That's why those team fights look a bit weird sometimes, but I promise you guys, we're trying our best, just as Easy Peasy is trying his best in the mid lane, but there's an Orc in his lane.
It's going to be the Orc thrown up, though. There's a lot of damage. Secret just so much with an Aura Disruptor. And the burn from Easy Peasy. Down goes the Narbash. Epoch comes out. Might just delay the inevitable, though. Akers walls Easy Peasy, but not to his own safety as Elements pulls the trigger. Black Hole forces Akers to reposition, try to get it away. Hey, Conte, how are you doing? What about the fight, though, in the mid lane? Because Elements does eventually drop, though. Akers able to get the kill. They've been crazy there, but Voidwalkers are going to take that, though. Unforced errors coming out from useless Neft squad.
Yeah, definitely is. Voidwalkers, they get the fight. Importantly, we also know that Conte is doing great in the jungle on that Wukong. Was not able to participate in that fight though. That is sort of the big difference compared to the previous games. Getting that kill onto the Gideon must feel good, but is it good enough? I don't think so quite yet. Mid lane, again, Several.
Dan is going to hit that colossal blow. Secret back towards Neff. Will use the blink, but Subjugate not going to connect those. Secret trying to run, trying to escape, but cannot escape the Grim Reaper as Dan collects another soul on the Severog pick there. You can get picks in the mid lane, but so can we. Useless Neff still keeping ahead in this game.
Keeping ahead, also getting the tier 1 on the right hand side, so they're playing the fights better, they're getting the macro play down as well. Gotta feel great to be this Useless Neft squad at the moment. Drakkiga Dan still in the mid lane. It looks to me like they want to open up this map, but against this Iggy, just with infinite sort of damage to those waves, is gonna be able to deny this no problem at all. Conte, again, shadowing this in mid lane, 2 levels ahead of this Aurora, just trying to take away as much farm as he can.
Want to keep that lead firmly in control of the jungle and also for the rest of Useless Neft, even though it's only going to be taking one of those jungle minions away, still keeping ahead 2 levels. As you highlighted, Tang, there, the difference between Conte and Acus right now with Voidwalkers. Outside from that, just a little bit of craziness in the mid lane. Still haven't been able to replicate their success in the early game right now, and it's up to them now to try and think of how they're going to answer what Useless Neft are bringing to these semi-final games.
And it's definitely going to be important. 20 minutes in, big objectives are going to spawn now. Prime already there. FangDraft as well in a second. I'm looking at the left lane though. This TB caught out of position. Conte, so much ability to catch up onto a later Leopard that is still trying his best to run away.
Leopard definitely feeling some pressure right now. Conte with the cudgel drops down. Leopard actually outplays Conte though. Fends him down the road for a hot dog. Here comes the rest of the team. Conte blinks up, drops down. How dare you take that? Leopard will fall. Neft gets the killing blow. Credit there. Also hopping over towards Dan on that right hand side. But in the blue buff there, Acus walks into his own jungle. Not sure what happened there, my friend. But Neft is happy to add another kill to his tally. Double kill for Useless Neft. Definitely not useless this game.
Definitely for his advertisement there. Might get a competitive ban for this one, but yeah, this Useless Neft squad immediately transitioning into this Prime Pit. And while Voidwalker's really good at actually doing those objectives themselves, they're really bad at walking into these pits. What can the Iggy do? What can the Quang do? They have to do everything.
Well, let's see what they can. Maybe a hero play, a steal, a stun, anything as Crazy Legend dives with the fury of the heavens onto the backline. A lot of damage elements, throws down a black hole, trying to keep his backline intact. So, but can't say the same about the Voidwalker squad. Those who walk in do not make it out alive. Your Prime will be dropped for now and eventually secured by Useless Neft, but it's the Voidwalkers who had to walk in to their own demise.
They just absolutely stood no chance against this Useless Neft squad in this pit, because my standout player of this fight was, TJ, you're not going to believe this, Denabish. Pressing that E ability, he just absolutely smurfed it, made sure that his team stays alive, no problem at all for Tutan, keeping that Song of the People active. And now later Leopard once more might be caught out. Dan catching him one more time, catching him into the pit, and that is not where he wants to be.
That's a home run right there, straight into the FangDraft pit. I think I might have broke a record right now for the longest colossal blow that we have seen on broadcast. Useless Neft, though, wanting to make sure that they take this primal FangDraft. I can't keep that one together. That was great from Drakkiga Dan, and he is just zoning off the rest of the Voidwalker squad, who cannot get anywhere near that neutral objective.
Definitely can't. Kira is gonna look for another pick. Blink forced out of this Iggy. They should be able to make it back to their base. But TJ, I'm looking at this. How much longer are they gonna have a base? Because they are gonna have double bubble buff enemy team pushing in. Tier 1 is gonna be invisible, but it's gonna be even more invisible now as it gets exploded. Tier 2 is gonna be the next thing on the platter. Iggy would be the only one able to defend this, but he is busy on that left hand side, so this one is gonna fall to no contest as well. 4 members pushing down the mid lane. They want this inhib as well. Are they gonna get it? Useless Neft still on the push.
Well, with this siege, these towers inhibitors may as well be invisible. They just cannot withstand the siege coming out from useless Neft. Voidwalker's looking for the defense as Dracula Dan is chasing Secret around the map. Secret has to take the gateway. They will not be without that Bellica for the siege, though, as the rest of the useless F squad just waiting for another amount of minions. You know, playing into an Iggy, though, the turrets are down. They can at least hold on these inhibitors for now, but as you say, Tang, I'm not sure for how long.
There definitely a big question in it. Falling now, we're looking at the dive. If Two-Turn gets one good thunk off, this could spell the doom as we're just having a bit of a break and suddenly it all starts.
And Elements goes straight back in. His black hole immediately interrupted. Actually, torn spaces back to reposition, but Voidwalkers cannot capitalize. Who's coming? Once again, blinks away, throws down the heel, but there is Akers, hits free with his Hoarfrost. But the rest of the team just can't follow up on the lockdown, and UCF have to reposition, have to get themselves ready, but with easy peasy down, that is a lot of their wave clear going down, and I think Useless Neft will now go for the core and go for the jugular and end this first game.
It's only gonna be 3 members remaining. Dracula Dan is hitting the core, so is Neft. But they may just not have it in their pockets. Neft actually just going for every frag he can. Triple kill in his pocket. It's just gonna be Akers in his face. Gonna try his best to trade Neft out, but he is not one to fall. The core, though, that is a different story. Useless Neft can't get the first game. They're gonna go 1-0 up in the series.
Absolutely there, and Neft, they wanted that pentakill, but it was his man Conte who got the kill onto Secret, so it will only stay as a quadra. I mean, not for the first time in this tournament, and Neft has actually walked away with a quadra kill at the end there, but what a performance there, and honestly, a very interesting match as a whole, Tang. We have got a bit of the post-game stats to look over here as well, but it was such a slow pace and methodical game until it wasn't, because that mid-game, it just blew wide open.
Nah, I think like the first 2 objectives being claimed without a team fight sort of made it seem like, okay, this is gonna be another snooze fest, right? Like this is gonna be super slow. It definitely wasn't. Like the useless Neft, they just came back. They're like, okay, we have the comp that should be strong in the early game. Let's just roll over them, and that's exactly what they did. Second Fang fight was not even a fight. That was just a pure domination out of this useless Neft squad. From then on out, it was pretty much smooth sailing for them. Some small signs of life for Lederlappen and the gang, but it just was not enough against this useless Neft squad that just knew exactly what they wanted going into this game.
Absolutely, and they really showed that as well, especially in those mid fights. I think, completely agree. Like, no, the first ace at that third Fangtooth, or might have been second Fangtooth.
Second one.
I'm for sure. Second one, yeah, that was the one. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't feel like a fight. That was just an unanswered perfect ace there. And really, from that moment on, this game, only one way that was going. But of course, still, USF had to close out this game. We did have some really fun moments in that one. We're going to go to a break. But when we come back, game number 2, and kind of Voidwalkers, man, to respond, because USF team, they're on fire right now. See you in a few moments. And welcome back, everyone, to Fang Draft number 3. If you're just joining us, first of all, where on earth have you been? But second of all, you just missed Useless Neft taking game number 1 in our first semi-final matchup of the day. TJ here, Tang alongside me for this series. It got, for the Voidwalker squad. I think we have to start with them, though, Tang, a little bit of the post-game discussion right now. Is such a strong start. We thought we were in for a slow-paced game, but hey, since the fight's happened, Useless Neft look pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely do. I think the first 5 minutes were not an indicator whatsoever to what is to come for Useless Neft. Because, yeah, at the beginning, we actually had Voidwalker get the first Fang Draft, get the first Mini Prime, get the first sort of every play they made sense, worked out. They had those Iggy rotations on point. That's why we picked this hero, not only for the late game, but also for that objective secure if you can. I was not expecting them to be able to do this with the Aurora in the jungle against the Wukong, but they managed to. And then Useless Neft were like, you want the second Fang Tooth? No, 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 no. I actually want to contest this. And they just absolutely wiped the floor with them.
It was pretty clean cut, honestly, as soon as Useless Neft found their stride in this game. And I think we mentioned it on the cast as well. If we were to do an individual game MVP, I think Decent Common probably in for a shout there. Just the Narbash was so obnoxious, because we will leave MVP until the end of this series. Voidwalkers, we want to make sure their series carries on into game number 3 as we're getting ready for that draft. Tang, I mean, what are the problems? Obviously, Voidwalkers have no core at the end of game 1, so obviously there were some problems there, but could they solve this in draft? I know you did mention that they were drafted heavily into AP for this one, with especially with the Quang and the Aurora there, so maybe is that something you'd start with?
I mean, it's definitely something you could look at. You could look at. I think at the same time, like with the Narbash and that enemy team providing the healing, it just makes the problem even worse, right? Because suddenly everybody just gets so much more effective HP against that if they just itemize against AP in particular. But I think the problems are mostly out of draft, because I think they actually just survived sort of the hardest part of the game for themselves. I think it was just not recognizing sort of those big breakpoints where they're actually weaker than the enemies. Because I think if they're like, okay, we got the first Fang Tooth, that was a steal, we got the first Mini Prime, let's just give something up in order to get the lead somewhere else. I think if they just recognize, okay, we're weaker at this point, maybe we're just gonna wait one objective and then fight the next one. I think that would have been the smarter move. I think contesting every single objective just because you can is going to eventually put you behind, and that's exactly what Useless Neft recognized as well. They punished them on the second Fang Tooth take, as we said so many times, and yeah, it just all ended that way, right? Suddenly they just snowballed, and suddenly we got this big baseball moment as well, with Drakika then getting this big what is it called? Home run.
Colossal blow.
Colossal. Yeah. I mean, sure. Whatever.
Oh,
we say.
yeah. One of the two. And some legend says that Leopard is still in the air to this day right now. I don't think it ever landed down here, but we have a draft below us here. Voidwalker's going to be choosing to have the first pick and the first ban as well. So maybe when we go to the banning phase, a lot of target bans. I think we lost a Wraith, we lost Skylar, we lost the Howitzer as well. So a lot of target bans here. Do we change anything in the bans? Because I don't think there was anything necessarily that broken in game number 1.
Yeah, I think we keep it, especially for Useless Neft. Yeah, I was about to say, just keep the Howitzer banned. I think that is by far Easy Peasy's best hero. So I think just making sure that one can't be picked up is pretty smart. I think we saw the Wraith ban coming out of Useless Neft for that first game. I'm not sure if they are gonna opt to ban this one again, or if they want to go for the Aurora ban maybe instead. Seraph gonna be banned away by Voidwalkers, has not made an appearance in the first game, but it at least leaves one more pick open for this first pick for Voidwalkers.
I mean, that was something that did actually stick out to me. Of course, the Greystone was the other ban, and Voidwalkers are going to take this. Crazy Legend has had some games on it as well, so they are going to be pretty happy with that one at least. But yeah, Seraph and the Countess were just near enough like permabanned throughout this event, and the one draft that we see that they're both available, now the team actually takes them here. So we do still have Countess on the board, but we also still have a Wukong on the board. Conte does a pretty decent job on that Wukong. He's handled it pretty well, feeling pretty warmed up as well. So I can't really argue with this one.
I think Conte showed off the 6 abilities that the Wukong has pretty well. I think that was a pleasure to watch. It can of course still go into the offlane role. We are gonna see Neft pick up the TB himself. Could still be flexed into the mid role. I do not believe that to be the case though. Voidwalkers gonna have 2 more of their picks. One big pickup that they could take here is that Bellica once more. I think Secret was actually one of the sort of shining lights for Voidwalkers in that previous game. I think he did his best on the dual lane with Lederlappen. That is not going to be on the TB this time around. Maybe we are going to see that Bellica, I think it pairs pretty well with that Kira as well, because I think both of them, if you pair them together, they have quite the high kill priority as we see both of them being locked in.
And that's why we have Tang on the broadcast, my friends. Perfectly calls that. The Kira and the Bellica locked in, though. And I can say, if one of these were not taken in this rotation, it's just an instant ban away from useless Neft, just to target that dual lane here. I am wondering, though, about the fate of this Narbash, though. You know, could they still look to take that away, possibly in their 3rd ban in the middle of the draft? Users Neft can have options right now. I don't really think they've had anything really necessarily, air quotes, pinched away from them. They pretty much have free reign and secure themselves the Gideon for themselves this time. And I believe if this is still elements, could be there. But yeah, Gadget also taken away, easy peasy. Just ain't getting his signature picks.
Please just ban the Narbash. Just take the ban. Yeah, just take the ban. Like honestly, like it's the ego play to say, okay, we're playing Bellica, we're gonna shit stomp that lane. It doesn't matter. Like the Narbash can be 3 levels down, still gonna be fine. They are not listening to me. It's fine. I can take it. It's whatever. That leaves the Narbash still up. I don't think they need to take it, because for Voidwalkers, I think you want that Bellica in the mid lane, actually. Because if you give it to Secret, I think you're going to have a worse time. So they are going to go for the Quang. They're going to rely onto the fact that either they don't need the Narbash, or that the Narbash is not going to be picked up by this Voidwalker squad. That is most likely still going to look for the jungler and that mid lane role.
I mean, I have got the option, and also I like this, just to wait out a little bit, right? I guess the Quang is just such a safe pick as well. No point picking in that support, because you still leave the ball firmly in the Voidwalker's camp to make that decision. And, you know, for useless Neft, for Tutankhamun, probably looking at how this draft's playing out, it's like, hey, is this still an Narbash angle? Let's just wait for the last 2 picks here. So looking at it, probably could still be off-lane jungle to be taken here. And with the Fae being locked in, means that Secret will once again be put onto the Bellica support, though. Last pick to round out this composition, off-lane or the jungle pick. I think what I'm going to take here, Tang.
Sarah's Crunch, Rampage, all of these are opportunities that they could take. I think the Rampage with the Bellica, usually we see that's being paired quite well. The Fae in the mid lane, though, does not really rely on the lockdown as much, does not have a hard CC in her base kit, apart from her ultimate, of course. It's going to be the Richter, so it's going to be interesting. I usually like Richters together with a lot of hard CC in the other lanes. We don't see that out of the Fae, the Greystone, or the Kira. It's going to be all relying onto Secret to get those knockups, to make sure to make the life of Acres on that Richter as easy as possible. Useless Neft, they're not going to go with that Narbash. They realize, or they think that the lane matchup against the Kira Bellica is going to be a bit too hard. They're going to go for something a bit simpler for themselves. That Muriel pairs really well with the passive, with the TB as well. So I think they are going to feel pretty happy with this pickup as well.
Hey, I maybe just wanted to take something with maybe a slightly smaller hitbox as well. I mean, Seismic Assault riplashes as well onto a Narbash. It's near of a walking target.
That is true.
But still, taking up the Muriel, you got the shielding, Reversal of Fortune can change games. Maybe impact a little bit more on that right-hand side. We didn't really see much of Tutankhamun getting involved because he's a Narbash. He's basically permanently tied to Neft for the entire game. So maybe we get to see what Tutankhamun can do when he has the shackles taken off him, so to speak, when he is allowed to roam free. See where he goes with the Seismic Assault here. But once again, Tang, another draft is completed. I'll throw you that question, man. Is this the draft that takes you steps to the grand finals? Or have we got a game 3 on our hands?
Okay, wait. Let me look at this.
I asked the good questions.
Only the best questions. I think Voidwalkers, if they're gonna go to 3 games, I think this is the draft to do it. I'm not the biggest fan of the Richter with no setup in the mid lane, with no setup in the off lane. But honestly, Secret has shown us that he can make it work. And Akers was able to secure those first 2 objectives in that first game. I think his pathing is pretty smart for the most part. So I think if they win a game, I think it could be with this one. Faye, though, at the moment, I'm like she has to snowball hard, in my opinion, to actually get a lead. But I think if they get the early lead, I think Voidwalkers have a really good shot at dethroning Useless Neft, at least have the potential to dethrone them, right? If they win the next game after this one as well.
Yeah, I say, you know, right before this draft happened, it was like, hey, the problems that Voidwalkers had in that game were not necessarily as a result of the draft, though. So maybe he just ties up the playstyle. We could definitely have a much more interesting game on our hands. I mean, Voidwalkers got an early lead in game number 1. They got that pretty cleanly as well. Useless Neft weren't actually feeling a little bit more useless, really, in the first 12 minutes, but until that next Fangtooth game is ready, we're going to drop down to the Sanctuary once again for game number 2 here in the semi-finals. Voidwalkers are once again going to be your side on Dawn, and it looks like we also are going to be blessed with some lingering spectator issues as well. We do apologize for that, my friends, but yeah, we have all the turrets are still there, I assure you, at least. But yeah, so apologies for that there. I know that Toka is you know, must be having the time of his life right now, but he's still doing a stellar job. Welcome everyone to game number 2 here in the Sanctuary map. Greystone looks like going to be in the jungle though, Tangs. It's going to be a Richter off lane for the Voidwalkers.
Okay, I take it back. I put all my eggs into this Useless Neft basket after all. I don't think the Richter has the easiest time into the Quang, but I also think that Richter is just left alone because the Bellica, the only person that really has anything to help him landing those hooks, is going to be stuck on the other side of the map. The Greystone is not going to be able to help him out too much, setting up those kills on that right-hand side either. So not the biggest fan of the draft out of Voidwalkers. So that is something to keep in mind now. I think Conte also has like a really obvious choice which lane he wants to impact in this game. As the Wukong, it's so easy to get behind this Richter, then just push him into the Quang and make sure that this off lane is going to snowball out of control.
And Conte on that red side as well. Basically got eyes for this right-hand side. The Crazy Legend and Drekugadan making sure they're not wasting any time right now to start heavy trading, holding down to less than half HP for both of them here. For level 2's Crazy Legend, actually going to take the level 2 first, and Dan just gets it back though, but Dan's going a little bit low. Crazy Legend, how are you feeling about the Riplash, buddy? I'm not sure about that one, as it looks like Dan might just respect it though.
Does not have the hook available, but does have the electrocute with that movement speed. Drekugadan is not gonna fall to this, but he's gonna take a bit more damage with this one. Tether disengaging, but the jungle matchup once more. Faye getting dropped in the mid lane. Gideon still on the run.
And Akers on the hunt, trying to get a kill on towards Elements, but Conte is there. Those rocks get dropped down though. Elements actually throws himself back into melee range, and he will get wailed on. Elements drops. Now Akers needs to try and get away. Cycle break, stun connects from Conte though, fighting inside the minion waves. He does die, but he also loses to the minions. 2 for 2, as this early game is not gonna be a snooze fest, Tang.
It's not gonna be at all, but what is this Gideon doing, TJ? Like, what was that? Like, he forced that to the Greystone. He wants to trade out his life for that Greystone frag, but what it enables is that level 3 out of the Greystone just jumps out of danger, and suddenly Wukong is forced to use the Cycle Slash in the middle of the wave, and that causes all of these minions to target him. Conte able to trade 1 for 1, but even that was a bit too close for comfort for me. So a play that looked so good at the beginning turned out a bit bad for Useless Neft, as both of these junglers fall in the end. It's just gonna be a 2 for 2 in the mid lane.
And so with both junglers there though, I'm wondering what effect that might have though. Of course, there is a little bit of a loss of the tempo though. We are still about a minute and a half away from those first objectives right now, so we might not feel it right now, but does that change much, Tang?
It's good. I think the Greystone got both kills. I didn't see who actually got that Gideon frag. Actually, not Gideon, but the Faye frag beforehand. So it might be a bit harder now for that Wukong to fight into the Greystone. It's also that Faye actually fell earlier, so she was able to get more XP that way. So she should have small XP lead coming into this mid lane, since the Gideon was fighting a bit longer against the Greystone. Continental immediately going for this invade towards that red side. A bit scary with the Richter on the map already, but Wukong is usually elusive enough to make it out of danger with no problem. Conte with a successful invade onto that 5 camp.
And Akers, you know, he is playing the Greystone, not the most flashy of characters, still takes the Blast Flower for the superhero landing. No, Conte, though, looking to be a superhero in this mid lane right now. Cycle Breaker lands and the follow through. Got easy once again, falls pretty easy peasy, I must say, for Conte. Has to try and get away. Akers looking to stack the slows, but this Wukong a little bit too elusive right now, and it's going to follow through. Akers still jumping on towards Conte. Elements walks the wrong way. Conte will escape with his life. No further kills there. But things looking a few question marks from my side, Tang.
A few question marks, but at the same time, Akers, it looks a bit funky, but Akers is actually half HP now, and he can't really invade this 2 camp because the mural is here as well. Still gonna attempt to, it's gonna be the the flower popped, but should be able to just jump over it. The camper was started, but that one is being secured by Muriel at the back end of it. So all in all, just a bit of an invade coming back, but Bay still was the one falling in that engagement.
Sure here as well. Crazy Legend ticking over towards level 6. Impale on the line. Dan respects it immediately to back away. And of course, Crazy Legend does also have Riplash available. Could be a bit of an interesting mark if he can find a hook, but I don't think Dan will give him the opportunity. But going back, Tang, what we were saying, 3 kills though, and all of them are on the jungle. It's Conte who got that first blood on the Fae before, and it's Conte who once again gets the kill credit. So certainly the eggs are all in the Conte basket right now, and I'm looking at Easy Peasy trying to flutter away as quickly as they can. Another stun connects, this time with the black hole and the root coming in from the passive. One more shot should do the trick though. The tower is getting involved. Conte has to get away though. Dive has to fall. Akers still around. Look at Easy Peasy's health down to 80%, 80 HP right now, but still a little bit more than 0.
Yeah, definitely. Just a really close call there, but Faye made it work, interrupting that black hole with that fly trap, making sure that not another kill is given over to this mid lane. But that is sort of telling us the story of how Conte likes to play jungle, right? Like, he finds a lane to punish, he gets the blink, and then he's just going to be there on a timer every minute or so. And that is
like
just
2 or
so
3
hard
times already.
Yeah, 2 or 3 at least, right? And the Fae just does not have any avenues to escape from there, so it's just so hard for him to do anything against it. And now once more, right, no blink up, no ultimate up, and I'm just looking until Conte makes his way back. Now though, on that right hand side, might just finally look towards that Richter instead.
Maybe look to try and solve the problem in the right hand lane, but really it's not so much of a problem right now. I think Conte has got a bunch of options available, but maybe a gank just to help out his off lane might be good though. Secret looking for a shot with that Neural Disruptor though. There's the gank though. Conte pushing the Richter underneath the tower, and that's going to get down out to safety. Crazy Legend drops. Conte is once again getting yet another kill for the useless Neff squad though. But on the left hand side, looks like Elements falls as Akers is able to finally pin down that very pesky mid laner.
Okay, good fragger. Really important as well that we get this, as this replay finally does not want to have us look at it any longer. We had those invisible tier 1s for a while. We had those issues with our beautiful observer token not able to swap in between perspectives. So I promise you guys, we are doing our best. We are not intentionally sabotaging this replay ourselves, but we are just gonna have to wait until we can reconnect, and hopefully we're getting some other spectator bugs out of the way that way as well.
Well, we are definitely hoping so. Maybe about as effective as Conte trying to get some bugs out of the mid lane, honestly, there. But maybe not exactly fair against fair. I mean, it kind of, when you think about it, Tang, it kind of does fall apart. But, you know, hey-ho, it is what it is. We're just along for the ride.
We're practical.
Do not...
But
That's it. Now you're sounding like my teammates there. Anyway, but... Anyway, but we do get this really interesting points in the game, right? So we'll use this to our advantage to talk about the game state right now. Conte has been just on a tear, literally pitching a tent right now in that mid lane. Easy Peasy is probably just not having a fun time right now. But Conte also has a lot of the kills there, and he's only just started impacting the right-hand side. So really, what's the state of the game for you looking at this right now as you try and just buy some time before the spectator gets back up?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about those objectives that are gonna come up, right? Like, so far, once more, useless Neft Conter has not shown any indication that he cares about those objectives in the early game. We've seen them flip the script at the 12-minute mark, I think, in the previous game. Maybe we can expect something similar this time, I think. With that Richter, though, in that isolated 1v1, we saw him almost get the pick onto this Quang. I think if Conter wasn't there in time, that would have been just with the second tick of that Skewer ultimate, that would have been the frag for the Richter for Crazy Legend. But as it stands, right, the Richter is strong in that 1v1, but the second the jungler shows up, that is going to be a different story. So Conte needs to be aware of that, and we saw him react to that in time. Now it's going to be, okay, you have the lead, hopefully in the off lane, you have the lead in the mid lane with the Fae just getting ganked over and over again, you have the lead in the jungle role as well. Let's convert that into the objective. Let's convert that into that Fang Draft, into that mini prime, and let's not give Voidwalkers a chance to pick those up once more as we saw in that first game.
Yeah, just denying them from taking the first Fang Draft, first mini prime off the board here. We've not actually had any movements towards any of the objectives at all. It has been all about the kills. It's been all about the fighting right now. As I say, Conte has given his team the lead. It's time to convert as well. I'm wondering about that dual lane though, because we've literally not had to go over there at all, really. It's just been a very isolated kind of farm fest right now. We've not had any ganks. Akers has been near enough just trying to follow Conte around on this Wukong. Hasn't actually been able to make any plays himself, though. So I'm wondering what is going to be in store for us on the left-hand side, Tang.
I mean, we did see some indications of a low HP bars, but as you said, right, no kills happening there quite yet, which gotta feel really happy, really good for our side on useless Neft, because they are the ones fighting into this Bellic Akira that are supposed to win out this matchup, have a lot of kill priority themselves, as we just get a quick glimpse into the Sanctuary before we can see TJ's beautiful face and mine as well. Again, to continue the breakdown, I suppose, because the replay system, it really does not like us.
The replay system really wants us to talk more about the game here, at least. So we kind of covered a lot of different okay, so just getting some word from production, and we are going to be doing a little bit of time warp right now, essentially, you know, for our wonderful viewers watching as well, just give you a bit of an insight there. It seems that sometimes on a replay mode that there are certain like time marks that just get, I don't know if they get corrupted, we're not sure on the intricacies like that, but we normally skip ahead about 15 to 30 seconds, get over that little blip, and it seems to be fine right now. So that's a fix we are attempting right now, at least. So I think the timer there was about 7:49. So if we do jump ahead about a minute or two, we'll catch up to make sure that everyone knows what's been taken, because I'm expecting neutrals to have fallen down there, because if not, I'm going to be incredibly surprised if no neutrals have fallen.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard for us to catch that, of course, as well, with objectives not showing on the minimap either in spectator mode. But yeah, of course, we are going to try our best to catch you guys up the second we go back into the replay. That can only take another minute or so, so you just have to bear with us as we're trying to bridge the time as desperately as we can. But yeah, TJ, tell me something about your day now. Now that I was the one talking. Yeah.
Yes, you were the one talking. I mean, what we'll talk about my day? Well, it's been pretty uneventful, I must say. I kind of woke up, watched some Doctor Who, and then hopped on to start running the show, really. It's been a bit uneventful. What about you, Tang? How's your day been so far?
I woke up. I was trying my best to get ready in shape to be able to cast this one. Just fighting the headaches, fighting the migraine, but I think I got over them. So that is. So
we're happy you're here, Tang. We're happy you're here.
I'm always happy to be here myself, of course. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? I think ForTheCore, if you guys are not following, this is the Fang Draft. So this is our player draft tournament. Welcome in, of course. Happy to have you guys here. This is the player draft tournament. This is where our sort of newer players shine. This is where we get teams that are fighting against each other out of non-pre-made teams. We also have the Fang booth where there's going to be pre-made teams. Hopefully we get this spoiler out of the way as soon as possible with that timeline toggle. But we are going to be able to continue this game finally.
Well, and it looks like we're going to get our first move to the first objective as well. 9 minutes, probably one of the latest first Fang Draft takes that we've attempted, though, but with a response coming in from the Voidwalkers. We'll be sure about that one. Conte drops the aggro. Voidwalkers going to keep it going down towards 1k. Gonna be going lower and lower, looking for the secure there, but Conte, it was all a bait, steals the Fang Draft away. What about a fight? A good double stun connects as the useless Nef squad try to get away. Voidwalkers are angry, they've rotated Crazy Legend in, but it can't pull anyone back.
And that is exactly the problem that we were discussing beforehand, right? Like, no setup for this Richter. He's not able to catch on to anybody there on the escape. And just really well played by Conte. Starting the objective up, it looks like it's a bit too eager from him with his team a bit too far away. But utilizing this movement from that monkey to perfection, picking up this Fang Tooth. And now once more looking towards the left-hand side. Secret and Lederlappen on the wrong side of the map.
And the Leopard's just going to face plant in towards that column, as well as Conte uses all the mobility from the pole vault, the double jump, and now rushing forward, pushes Secret back in towards Nef, but he takes the kill for himself. Conte adding yet another to his tally. Looking for the cycle breaker stun, connects, and Nef will finally have a kill credits of his own.
We see on the other side of the map, it is being responded to. At least the mini prime is going to go into Voidwalker's hands, but a big misplay coming in from Voidwalkers, from the dual lane in particular, not respecting the fact that you're gaining something on the other side of the map. Just play it safe, just play under your turret, don't overplay your hands, because that is the only way Useless Neft can really punish that one. And we see it right here, two frags being picked up by Useless Neft and the boys. And on the other side of the map, the mini prime secured. At least the objectives traded out, but a lot of carries now in the hands of this Useless Neft squad once more.
Yep, Neft has finally pulled all 1 kill credits away from Conte. I think when we did see his perspective, he's 5-1 and 1 at the moment. So once again, we're in that situation where all the kills are onto Conte. Of course, he's kind of feeling a bit like the main character right now, but spot armor might not last all that long, though, that he has the freedom of the map right now. But left-hand side, Secrets now start to get a few shots there as level 7's being hit, though. This is the first time the jungler's been over towards the left-hand side of this game.
Indeed, Akers mainly focus on the right-hand side. Also, as we said beforehand in our little bit of an intermission, Akers mainly just there to prevent this Wukong from impacting the map too much himself. He just does not have those angles, right? We see it in the mid lane. He tries to dive onto the Gideon, but hey, torn space, goodbye, that was it. And yeah, there's just no real easy way for him to get any of these ganks off.
No, he just really has been just playing Shadow to Conte right now here. But with the rotation of many objectives down, some rotations coming in, maybe Dan, let's find something on towards Easy Peasy. Does now have the blink available, so I think Easy Peasy should be pretty fine. But if they could burn another blink without Conte being over here, that would be a fantastic result for them. Not going to find it, though. Overloading that left-hand side, though. Conte ganking this dual lane, forcing them back to their free camp.
Yeah, forcing them back. They know there's no blinks available for this dual lane. That is something that they could play for. They could also play for this 3 camp really hard for them to contest this. And TJ, this is with this mini prime onto the Greystone. This is supposed to be the buff that makes you stronger, and suddenly you're getting invaded onto your blue side instead.
Akers really kind of disappointed that the mini prime does not work on jungle camp. Sadly, can't buff them up, though, as maybe Crazy Legend wants to be a bit more buffed up, though, having to blink away as Dan gets a really good trade on towards this Richter. Looking at the red side jungle, though, it looks like we got another scuffle between Akers and Conte. Surprising amount of mobility for a Greystone, I gotta say, as another pole vault does get Conte back over the wall, though, just itching for a fight, but no one gonna drop just yet.
Not quite yet. Akers on the right-hand side is going to show on the wards. This Quang should be aware that there is going to be the rotation potentially happening. So Dan has to respect it. It's going to back off, but the important thing, once more, this dual lane with that earlier 2 frags enabled are able to open up the map with this tier 1 dropping Secret mid lane. Once more, Gideon, torn space under the turret. He gets a bit of damage at the back end of it, but so safe elements on this Gideon. Just makes sense that they picked this the second time in a row for him.
Yeah, Elements throughout this series so far has really shown that utilizing that safety, if he's going to be kind of the anvil that will be striked upon by Voidwalkers, then so be it. Torn Space getting into reposition. And also, I really liked the black holes coming out. It kind of felt a bit reactive black holes as well, trying to make sure that the Voidwalker squad cannot dive on towards the backline here. So I want to see, Elements continue that form. Just use Snap want to see that though. Secrets gonna go for the seismic assault. Not gonna connect it though. Bramble Patch also finds a few slows right now. A bit of poking, but gotta be careful though. Crazy Legend in between 3 members gets pushed back in once again and under pressure. Black Hole come down. Conte gets another kill on towards the Crazy Legend. Akers trying to fight this one out to proc the Stone Forge Soul by a little bit of time. Trying to get away though. Dan having to blink away. Reverse of Fortune looking to be charged and will crash down on towards Conte. Doesn't find a knockup, but easy peasy still gets knocked down as yet another kill. 7-1-1 for Conte on this Wukong.
This FangDraft is theirs to claim as well. Conte on the monkey just everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Voidwalkers don't find a response to it. Crazy with the rotation from the right hand side. Only plays into useless Snaft hands by just getting caught out there. Conte just dashing through him, knocking him into his team. Richter just not having any mobility to fight against this monkey that is just walking circles around this Voidwalker squad. Second FangDraft now secured for useless Naft, and with that first one not even going into Voidwalker's hands, it is the 3 FangDraft Monty that this useless Naft squad is looking at. Getting that third one would give them that permanent power and that permanent armor that we hear so much about in the Predecessor competitive scene. The second one grants them that extra movement speed out of combat. That is already nice, but the real prize is going to be on the third FangDraft. And now with that kill lead as well, with that structure lead, with that objective lead, it looks like there's nothing that Voidwalkers have in their hands to play against this useless Nav squad.
They are once again in danger of running away with this once again, and this would be quite quite a statement really as well, making sure that they remind us that their only loss yesterday in the group stages in the final round was merely just a blip. What has been a very strong team performance, but right now Voidwalkers still have a core standing. This game ain't over just yet. So Gateway taken, will get easy peasy over towards the right hand side. There is a mini prime to contest. All 5 members of the Voidwalkers are here. You sniff though, elements still on the left hand side, might be a bit delayed. There is a window here for the Voidwalkers tag.
They need to link up. Richter and Bellica, they need to be on the same page. They need to get that knockup into this pull. But again, torn space, keeping elements safe. And now the rest of the squad has arrived.
Cycle Breaker lands from Conte, though, straight into a Stone Forge Soul. Gets a lot of damage from the explosion. Able to reposition, health bars low for the Voidwalker squad. They're able to regroup, able to reposition as well. But uses Neff starting to move forward. They have got the confidence to push in towards this red side jungle. Easy peasy just playing on this left hand side. Doesn't have a blink, doesn't have fly trap, can't really get involved much in this fight, and will also take a few shots from Neff to push him back. A lot of posturing here. No one drops, but health bars are low and resets have to be forced.
Have to be forced for sure. Greystone is coming from base, but he is not going to be there in time as the mini prime is just going to be secured by Conte, picked up by the monkey, and now it looks like it's not going to be over quite yet. Crazy Legend, no blink available on the left hand side as the skewer is going to survive, but Secret is going to be the real target after all. Conte still fighting as it's going to be Akers now caught out in a bad spot. Jump away is going to keep him safe, and Conte once more showing Akers how this mini prime is supposed to be used as Crazy Legend on the other side of the map is gonna be the next target.
Oh, 4 players. This is just bullying. Oh my word. Why? Gotta have like a viewer discretion on the start of this screen, honestly, but that is... that
so
just
mean.
wasn't nice. That was horrible.
That was so mean. Like, what is going on is what this Voidwalkers team is thinking right now. Conte just gets the mini prime and just runs over them. 7-1, TJ. This monkey is completely unleashed.
Yeah, he definitely is putting the king in the Monkey King title right now. And I gotta say as well is Conte really showcasing what Predecessor's newest hero through the roster is able to do as well. Wukong has been out for a bit of time, but Conte, you definitely get the sense he knows exactly what he is doing with this more advanced stance-changing kit.
Yeah, definitely is a Hana kit to pick up, but I think if you're good at it, you just make miracles happen. Mid lane though, easy peasy, catches with the rotation. It's not gonna get caught. Fly trip though onto nobody as it gets just cleansed by the Muriel, I believe. That's gonna spell the retreat though for the rest of the members. Rixa making the rotation in, but once more does not have any long range setup for him.
No, he's also not got that Riplash. He threw it out earlier and did not find the mark. Conte just appearing out of nowhere. This mobility from the Monkey King is utterly ridiculous right now, and they're using Mini Prime to get some damage on towards the mid lane tier 1, but they are rotating over. They know the third Fang Tooth is up for grabs shortly. Conte at the moment is, though, currently isolated in a 2 versus 1 right now. He's feeling so confident. Good push out of the Purge as well with that interaction. Cloudwalkers to reposition. Just pole vaulting all over the place. Voidwalkers just can't get a handle on the useless Neft jungle right now.
Okay, so Conte definitely
he's just
feeling
showing
himself
off
right now.
He's
literally just showing off, nothing else, because he's also baiting Neft in. He's also having to reset. He's also forcing out the Muriel ult for his own team. So suddenly now Voidwalkers actually have a real chance to start up this objective. There's not gonna be an ADC available. Useless Neft. Let's see if he's actually useless or if his team is gonna struggle in this fight without the ADC.
Well, Conte's already stolen one objective. Elements froze down the black hole. Fangtooth still going. Fiora Heavens in towards the backline. Reposition from Elements though, but Conte is still in the fight, taking down Leader Leppen, but Voidwalkers still secure. The hunt is still there from Acus to deny the free Fangtooth Monty, but now they need to get out of the fight. They need to get out of the pits as Conte is still claiming names. It's a triple kill for this jungler. Acus finally, once again, pins down Elements, but Conte, eyes on him. Easy peasy going low. Force pushed into the wall, taken down. That is going to be a delayed quadra kill, though. It's not coming up on the ones. If Nef can do it, so can Conte.
Definitely. I think we counted for the stats for sure. Acus now is still going to be on the wrong side of the map. I don't think this frag, if the Monkey King gets it, would count, but Acus is going to be able to make it back to his turrets. Tucson just being so annoying on the Muriel because he knows he can just keep Acus there, and that means that the Prime is on the target for useless Neft. 3 members already starting it, and the Monkey King Conte dishing out so much damage to this that it might actually work out. Muriel also can have that ultimate back up, but Voidwalkers, they don't even know, TJ, what's going on.
Oh, well, they're about to find out when they see the notification, but Crazy Legend walking forward. Not going to be much he can do. Or Prime secured for the Useless Neft squad to ever land. So does that rear flash pulls down, though. Not really the priority target. Leader Leppen and Secret did get a decent chunk down. They do not want to continue this fight. They can't contest. They have to back away. Will be Useless Neft escaping with the purple hue on all 5 members.
Purple hue secure. Third Fang Tooth, as you said in that play-by-play beforehand, was actually picked up by Voidwalker. So that is sort of their second lease to life. You gotta think if that third Fang Tooth Monty was secured by this Voidwalker, by this useless Neft squad beforehand, it would have been even worse now with that Prime objective available to them as well. Mid tier 1 is the only turret still remaining for those Voidwalkers. That one is bound to fall as those useless Neft members congregate around this mid lane. Faye needs to be careful, does not have to blink up, neither does the Bellica. They are gonna make the decision to just walk away, not gonna fall for this tier 1.
And I get the sense now that Voidwalker's just trying to wait out this one, unless, though, still keeping up eyes on the top ropes, though, if Easy Peasy or Acus went too far forward. But honestly, the Voidwalker squad, I don't know if they're just a little bit uneasy about pushing too far ahead. They will just concede a little bit more. Crazy Legend, Riplash goes wide, not able to find a bite with the fishing line. Having to concede pressure. Tier 1 tower drop. The towers are back, by the way, but Useless Neft will take that one personally. This tier 2 tower might be falling shortly.
I think Useless Neft, they really preferred it beforehand when those towers didn't show, as Wukong goes in once more. He's gonna get caught out, though, with a good stun. Now the wave crashing under the tier 2, taking heavy damage. It's gonna be disappeared in a second. If Useless Neft has anything to say about it, Psychic Slash not connecting, but this Useless Neft squad, they are unrelenting. They're still pushing in mid lane. Left one is also being pushed by this Muriel.
And just knowing they have Reversal of Fortune to throw back in. Acus holding on to the Stoneforge Soul, cannot afford to lose that one. That could be a very important cooldown in this inhibitor defense at the 24-minute mark. Useless Neft are just playing this one slow. 1 tower at a time. Muriel split pushing left. Conte on the right-hand side. Who can really challenge the Monkey King on the right-hand side as Voidwalkers are simply ghost and hover between their inhibitor line from mid to right lane as more minion waves start to crash.
Prime is gonna expire at some point though, so Voidwalkers, they just need to buy themselves time. Useless Neft, they got so much gold in their pockets, but they didn't get a reset off to actually spend it. So this Useless Neft squad, they could be vibed here. I'm looking at the mana bar elements, not having any mana. I think if Voidwalkers, if they want to fight, they need to fight now.
Conte looking for another cycle breaker. Secret pushing forward, can't find the cycle. Saw Acres dives in towards that backline, takes a lot of damage, forces out the Stoneforge Soul, and Useless Neft will split. Conte goes left. The rest of the team moving forward, but without Conte, Voidwalkers feel a bit more confident to step forward. But Useless Neft live up to their logo, to be honest, and are just through ghosts here. They just cannot fought by the Voidwalker CC.
They're not getting caught whatsoever, but I feel like this was Voidwalker's time to actually just hard engage. I think they were a bit too hesitant, did not go all in, and with that Useless Neft, they are just able to walk away. And inhibs didn't fall, TJ, but I honestly don't think that was the main objective after all. Tier 1 in the mid lane was claimed. Tier 2 on every single side was claimed. That's so much gold in their pockets. They get the reset off. They don't fall. Nobody of them drops. And suddenly they are in prime position to contest this next primal Fang Tube as well. With such a big gold lead that this Voidwalker squad, they're gonna have to do so much to be able to prevent this.
They're almost forced to contest. They cannot afford the free Fang Tooth Monty to fall into the hands of Useless Neft. Elements controlling this left-hand side of the pits and the blue side. Voidwalkers are at least sticking together. Safety in numbers, though, as there is a diver from Drekadan on towards Easy Peasy, and they are able to split up the fight. Can't seem to focus down a single target. A Secret and Easy Peasy gets tethered by Dan. There's the surge. Knock with the blink away. A lot of damage comes down. Dan will fall, but the black hole claims the life of Secret. 1-for-1 so far as Easy Peasy will regroup back towards their inhibitor line. Acres is still there, has got ultimate, has got blink, takes trip to the fountain, will reset. Neft inside of the base. Conte Cloud walks forward, looking for the cycle breaker stun, not finding kill on towards the left, but still drops down with the rock. How much damage can Conte force out? But he's got to deal with Acres, who jumps into the backline, repositions, resets. Elements is down. This fight might have to be called off, Tang.
And Voidwalker's actually now on the chase. Conte might be caught out in a bad spot. Neft just behind him. Tutan tries his best to get them out of danger. Good pushback by the Monkey King. Might buy them another second or so later. Lappen does not have anything in the tank to chase this. Hook also not connecting, at the disengage coming out of this Useless Neft squad. Those pushbacks by Conte on the Monkey King, those movement speeds that Tutan can actually do is just too much for them to handle. Neft though going a bit too deep. Potentially this Richter taking so much damage.
Gonna try and play around the terrain right now. Looking for the reposition though, as Crazy Legend does at least hit a Riplash himself though, as Easy Peasy going a little bit low, but Crazy Legend does hit that skewer, and Conte has to get out of danger. Down to 200 HP, but he is fine. Stoneforge Soul comes out to Common, finally taken down by Leader Leffen, as the Voidwalker is able to move forward. And Vortex Raid from Neft takes down Leader Leffen, but he will get swiped out to the air by Acres. They find the dual lane for Useless Neft and Co. But what can they do with this numbers advantage?
A bit of a misplay coming in there from the dual lane out of Useless Neft, because while all of this was going on, Dan was just on that left-hand side. He was clearing the blue buff. He was not even close by, and Neft and Tutan, they handshake into this team fight and give Voidwalkers a way back into the game. Trading down in case Fado might be the one getting caught out. Good fly trap, good stasis. It's not good enough.
He's going to be stuck inside, fluttering around, trying to dodge, but cannot get away from Dan, who will claim the life. Elements is back. Black hole onto two members, immediately hit by the Crazy Legend Riplash, and now Elements will use his own blink. Torn Space got him for the ult, but might not be able to get him down to safety. Those Crazy Legend with the movement speed will run him down. No cooldowns available, and that is another pick for the Voidwalker squad. Both mid laners are down, but you gotta say this suits the Voidwalker squad, but Dan is taking down the middle inhibitor.
Dan is like, I have not queued up for Brawl, guys. I want to play a MOBA. I'm going to actually push in waves. Blink Expanded, though, is getting the inhib for it. The Crazy Legend still chasing after him. Has this QR, is not going to connect with the hook. Should just keep running because Greystone is on the way anyways.
He's moving in, moving on over towards the left-hand side. Cycling Assault connects in the wall. And Dan has done so much work taking the mid lane inhibitor. Finally pulled by Crazy Legend. Lands the Riplash. Down goes Dan. And it's a 70-second death timer. But it was all a calculated play. Because if you take 4 members to the left, left-hand side with all Prime available. Conte will just take it for himself.
It looked like they wanted to trade it for that Primal Fangtooth, and they might actually get it in time. 8k useless Neft. They wanted to bait them on the left-hand side, but instead they were the one potentially getting baited.
Oh my word, 4D chess shenanigans going on right now. Conte jumps forward. Primal Fangtooth secured by the Void Walker because he couldn't get the steal. Stun lands on towards Secret, Disgrace Legend. Easy peasy moving in towards that red side jungle. Looking for an option. Stonefall Shoal was proc there. Tutankhamun gets the reverse of fortune. Gets himself down to safety, but not far enough as Leader Leppen gets the kill. Minions though on the core. Void Walkers can't keep pushing. They have to defend their base.
They have to defend the base, but still it's going to be 3 versus 5. This Prime is not going to be able to do anything unless this Fae keeps on getting caught out there. Elements, another rock connects. It's stacking up, but importantly, Void Walkers buy themselves some time. They get the permanent plus temporary buff. They also have that out of combat movement speed now themselves. Useless Neft has been denied this third Fangtooth of the game. With Dan getting this mid inhib secure, goes to the left-hand side, baits the team there. They start up this Prime, but they're just not fast enough to react to this primal take out of this Void Walker squad. So this game is going even longer, TJ.
We're past the 30-minute mark right now, and finally these teams have decided they can have a break from the fighting, at least, with both of the late game objectives taken. Primal Fangtooth and All Prime down. Neither team really wants to fight at the moment here, so we might have maybe a lull state. I'm kind of wanting the Caster Curse right now to keep this game going on a little bit more. As Secret is actually going to jump up in towards Conte on the Shadow Curse. He gets pushed in. Black Hole comes out, but Secret blinks away. Conte follows him down. Secret, what were you doing?
He has a death wish and he got his wish after all. Like, what was that? Now the Fae in the mid lane does not have a tier 2 blink out. Tracker Dan did not connect with the tether. Aka is playing bodyguard.
He'll be using that make way. Conte going low. Dan dives the backline. Throw to heavens. Can't land. Fly trap used by Easy Peasy defensively, but the rest of the team still going. Crazy Legend able to get elements down low. Looking for the rest of the team to follow up. Conte repositions with the Cloud Walker. Everyone gets back to safety, but Void Walkers have done enough. Useless Neft will once again have to reset.
Yeah, have to reset and just... I mean, they have done enough? Question mark, because they actually have the team fighting buff with that primer, and Secret just walks in with no team close by, gets his blink blown, and also forces his team to fight in a 4 versus 5. So Void Walkers, they're not gonna lose the game onto this prime buff, but I'm pretty sure that they were hoping for something better for themselves, because all of these structures still standing for Useless Neft. That's so much latent gold that they're not able to grab. Meanwhile, Useless Neft, they're all on almost full items, so it's just gonna be a big disadvantage in these team fights as Lederlappen once more gets caught by Conte. That's just gonna chunk him out and then jump out once more.
It's a good point that you bring up about the latent gold in the map. Tier 1 left-hand side, Tier 2 tower still standing. If there is a team fight win for the Void Walkers, they're able to knock down these towers. All of a sudden, this game might be pulled back to equal. Useless Neft feeling very strong, but they are soon going to be reaching that cap where they cannot get any stronger full builds, actually full levels right now. With 33 minutes into the game, and Void Walkers have been playing defense, dare I say, for the entirety of this match. But Useless Neft, they can't seem to break through.
They definitely can't, and I think, TJ, like, they can't get any stronger unless they get this Fangtooth. This next Fangtooth is just going to be the break point for both of these teams. Whoever gets this suddenly has the big stats advantage. Even if Void Walkers at the moment is behind in gold, if they manage to secure this third Fangtooth for themselves, this 15% buff on top of everything they already have, is going to be more than enough for themselves to be put in favor in terms of pure stats. At least the base, though, Useless Neft still has it going for them. One lost team fight might not spell doom for them. For Void Walkers, though, with that mid inhibitor now respawning, but still not being able to shoot back, one bad team fight might be all it takes for them to drop this game. 34 minutes in. Conte, the guy on screen right now, has been sort of the catalyst for most of these team fights, always able to catch onto the backline. It's just displaying this absolutely filthy mobility that this Wukong provides.
Oh my word! And you have to imagine if he was able to use the. Okay, Conte, yeah, I know you're showing off right now, so I'm kind of happy you did. Yeah, he tried that one, you know. So Conte is still mortal, by the way, everyone. He's not completely mastered Monkey King just yet. But honestly, with that under pressure doing more damage from how high you jump, if anyone was stuck underneath that, I think they'd just get completely Goomba stomped, honestly, if they were to be the victim of that. Though, but Conte can use that under pressure, get some damage down, fighting inside this corridor, but not able to confirm the kill. A bit of a reset. Damage onto Acus. Don't be too bothered about that, though.
It is kind of important because this Greystone needs to check for these Fang Draft. He's pretty much the only one that can actually walk forward. So any damage onto Acus sticks as well. No healers in any of these squads. It's just going to be now Voidwalkers regrouping on the lookout themselves. They need to find a pick. This Richter has not had any impact with those hooks quite yet. And with Gideon showing on the right-hand side, this might be their time to shine at this Primal Fang.
I really get the sense it might all come down to this one, Tang, as you've highlighted the importance of the free Fangtooth Monty ad infinitum, as we all have this game. But really, it could come down to this one, the fifth Fangtooth of the map. Crazy Legend can't find a Whiplash. Voidwalkers pull away. Crazy Legend diving with Acus. Going to throw down that Impale with the CC and the Stoneforge Soul as well. Frontlining, taking up so much damage. Elements finally rejoins the fight, and Neff was the target but kept alive with the shield, with the cleanse. Cannot get pulled in by the fire trap. As all of these steps starts to reposition around the fighter. Crazy Legend stalking inside the pit though. Thrown down the wall. Conte is down. Jungler has been lost for useless Neff. What do they do with this? Voidwalkers are also bleeding from the fight. What a crazy turn this has been. And Dan might be the next to fall.
Might be the next to fall. Is gonna still go forward, look for something himself, but no jungler available for useless Neff, unable to start up this objective. This could be an indication for Voidwalkers to start it up themselves. Little up and an easy peasy, so much damage onto this Fangtooth Greystone on the way over as well. And useless Neff, they're all resetting. They can't stop this. Conte, as you said, only got his second death of the game, but this one was such an important one as the Voidwalkers finally get this third Fangtooth off the game for themselves, and suddenly this entire game has been flipped.
It has been flipped right now. Voidwalkers just need to control the right-hand side. We're basically back to dead even. Level 18s coming online for useless Neff, but Voidwalkers are not that far behind. Even Secrets on the supporting role actually is level 17, has kept up in levels with the ADCs here. So some important breakpoints being reached across both of these teams at the 37-minute mark. I gotta say though, Tang, you know, we gotta have a banger of a game, right? The 40-minute banger is potentially looming right now as both of these teams almost neck and neck into the late game. I'm loving this, I'm not gonna lie.
This prime buff is like the lights to like for like moths for those two teams that are slowly but surely making their way in. You gotta think that whoever wins this next team fight is just gonna be able to win this game. Heavy advantage though to this Voidwalker squad, and I gotta agree with you, TJ. I'm enjoying this one as well. I gotta think that those teams though, they are under pressure right here. Stakes are high. All it takes is one team fight for useless Neff to make it into the grand finals of this Fang Draft 3 tournament. Waves are being pushed in though. On the left hand side, Bellica has to respond to them. This gives a bit of a timing for Conte to once more find any of these fights.
Moves in towards the red side jungle, bumps into Crazy Legend, trying to play bodyguard. Has got Tutankhamun following him. Elements moving forward as well, but Crazy Legend, even though he was struggling early on, has now reached level 17, can actually be the front line that the Voidwalker squad need. Useless Neff not able to find an opportunity that might have been easy for them at least 12 to 15 minutes earlier now. Powers taken by the minions on the left hand side. Both teams looking to posture, looking to regroup.
It's just so good that they have those turrets on the left-hand side, TJ, because they automatically depush. So useless Neff, they don't even need to care about the wave states whatsoever. They can just monkey fight whenever they want. Dreckiger Dan might be caught out a bit too deep. Should be tanky enough to make it out to safety. Those waves, though, is where we gotta keep our eyes at. Fangtooth also gonna expire at some point. So if Voidwalkers, if they wanna fight, they need to fight soon.
Absolutely here. And maybe with Dan getting away is because for him to have fallen there, Voidwalkers would have had to expend a big cooldown, would have had to be in the fly trap. As we said right in the start of the draft, the Greystone doesn't really have that much CC available to him.
No Primal
PC
Fang.
will have to do it as well. Primal Fang going to expire now, so Useless Neft feel a bit more confident to step forward though. Crazy Legend still feeling confident. Miracle split pushing on the left-hand side to respond to the waves. Reverse the Fortune though. Getting back in right now. It's been a tense dance for now. Wondering when this ends.
Useless Neft, they've weathered the storm. As you said, no Primal Fang Tube available now, and now Muriel is gonna do what she does best, just split push while the rest of the team is fighting. Conte looking at it.
Conte moving forward, has got a reversal of Fortune to follow up. Crazy Legend hit by the knockup. Black hole from Elements as well as Acus just shrugs off all of the damage there. Knockup from Secret. Conte diving that backline as Acus is still inside of the river though. Conte dealing with one side of the fight. Easy peasy hits the fly trap though with two members. Finally swats the Fae in that right hand side. Easy peasy's down. Conte will live, but Acus couldn't frontline for infinity. He has to drop. Dan oh so low. It's two members of the Voidwalker squad down. Useless Neft are still in position as this game passes the 40-minute mark.
Oh, Secret. Is he gonna find Drekkiger Dan? He is. Is gonna get the pick, but Ladle up and goes even lower. Return frag coming in. Neft now catching on to the support player. The tries his best, hitting the seismic assault, but not this time. It's gonna fall. Next up is gonna be the Richter hook connecting, but it's not enough because this Neft is unleashed. One more grenade should do it, and it's not gonna connect. But the basic attack afterwards is TJ. Mid-inhib is fake, and this Voidwalkers team is done.
I am absolutely baffled by that fight. It was so split up. Members dropping either side, but it's a Useless Neft squad that are the ones who stand tallest. Elements and Dan still get picked off, but unfortunately I can't say the same for the core. Voidwalkers held on for oh so long, but with how Neft squad were playing, this seemed inevitable. Useless Neft will go to the grand finals once again.
Dude, it feels like we don't even need to put Useless Neft, or Neft in particular,
it's just a team.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, we don't even need to put him into the groups though. Like, it feels like he's always in the grand finals anyways. Like, why even give him the first day? But nah, except really well played by everybody in the team. Big shout outs to everybody, of course. Conte as well on that Wukong. Like, apparently, Wukong has 7 abilities. One of them is Taunt, and it just causes the jungler and offlane to chase him around every team fight, and then just keep on targeting him instead of Neft, because as the name implies, of course, Neft is the useless one. So yeah, definitely a banger of a game. 40-something minutes. I didn't quite catch it. I think 47 or something.
No, well, no, it might have felt that long to be honest at that point here, but I think it was about 40 minutes and 45 seconds, I think, when we had a look there. But 40-minute banger has been achieved. Absolute cinema in that game. Game 1 felt much more like a MOBA. I don't really know how to describe this one, though, Tang, all of it here. We're going to get some game stats, though, from that last one here. But wow, we have been put through the ringer for that one. Holy.
I mean, when both teams on average have a positive player score, then that tells you everything about the game, I think. Look at all of these numbers. I think Voidwalkers, after this early game, it looked really rough again, but they could have done it. They had the third Fang Tooth, but in those team fights, they were just kind of struggling to perform. So in the end, it is a Useless Neft coming out ahead in this game. See it in the game stats, though. Was a pretty close one.
Was a pretty close one here. We have got an MVP that has been crowned by our production as well, so we should be bringing that up on that screen there. Gotta go for the Monkey King himself, Conte, though. I mean, early game just dominated here. It was 7-1-1. I'm not sure what his final KDA dash was, but really such a crucial player inside of that game. Just allowed Useless Neft to, as you say, not become useless. The global taunts from Conte was quite fun to see.
Yeah, fun to see him pick up that monkey twice, I think, in this series, and performing both times to perfection. I think in the first one he started off a bit slower. In the second one he was like, okay, we are not pressing,
gloves are off.
Stop. Yeah, gloves are off and everything goes, and that is exactly what we saw in the second game. Maybe he should have kept the gloves on a tiny bit in that mid-game. I think when that ARAM was going on a bit too heavily, I think we could have ended the game 10 minutes earlier if we were playing a bit more disciplined. At the same time, that is what the Fang Draft is. That is what we are here for as well. A 40-minute bangers. Just a fun time to cast as well, TJ.
Absolutely. I'm hoping everyone here enjoyed that one as much as we did on the cast, but that is going to do it from myself and Tang for this event here. We're going to throw to a break, but when we come back, semi-final number 2 here as our upcoming squads. Bad Stu will play Time's Up. Calypso versus Ven. So much to look forward to. We'll see you in a few short moments. We'll bring you that semi-finals.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to Predecessor fans all over the world, and welcome to Fang Draft number 3, the second semifinal of the day. This time we have Time's Up, led by Ven, and Bad Stew, led by Calipito. I'm Philly B, and back in the booth with me today is the marvelous medicine man himself, Dr. Shadow. My friend, you were literally just in the EU. How was your trip, and how are you doing?
I am doing better now that I'm recovering from the jet lag, but I'm doing even better now that I get to watch some amazing Pred. I know this is a draft league, so it's not exactly your typical, 5-stack against 5-stack, but it's so exciting seeing these players, some who you don't know about being elevated by those that you do know about, right? Like Team Neft that we just watched, Useless Neft, the way he elevates some of those other players on his team who they might be diamond players, it might be Paragon, you don't know, but it's just so exciting to see that, and I love seeing how competitive these games can be. So I'm super excited to get into this. I also have a slightly personal stake in this game. Calipito, the captain of Bad Stew, he for the last 3 or 4 months, he's been running the name Dr. Shadow 68 in Predecessor games. So yeah, I'm a little biased today. That's all I'm going to say.
So we know your prediction has been submitted. My friend, I feel like it's back in our younger years. I got my breakfast here. We've been watching Pred like our Saturday morning cartoons, and I'm all here for it. For our second semifinal of the day, though, folks, and it will be a best of 3 between these great squads, but only one can move on to face Useless Neft. And as a reminder, folks, the best way to support your favorite squad is to donate to Fang Booth channel now to increase that prize pool given out to the winning team of our EU community event. Doc, we've seen the rise of Revenant and Kira in the carry role. What do you make of all that?
I am very excited to see it. I have been really rooting to see some Revenant kind of come into the scene. I love seeing Reckoning and the impact it can have. Even if you kill the enemy jungler, if they have a Revenant, they still have a chance to make the objective a 50-50, which adds a little extra layer of spice to some of these engagements. Kira, I think for the longest time, she really felt kind of underwhelming compared to some of the other carries, so it's nice to see her at the forefront of people's minds right now. She doesn't do anything flashy, it's just her numbers kind of got pumped up, and she's got that reset on her dash, but it's enough to make her viable and exciting. So I think I'm tired of seeing Twin Blasts, so I'm not expecting to see any Twin Blasts. We haven't seen too many during this tournament. What I mean is just historically, Twin Blast has been one of the safer picks. So he's just kind of boring. I don't know.
Fair enough. And, we'll check out the rosters now, because speaking of Twin Blast, we do have kind of a Twin Blast stand, and that is Sagu on Time's Up has played a lot of Twin Blast throughout this tournament. We were doing our research notes before this, so expect that one to be picked up. But Doc, something about the draft leagues, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday, or Tang and I did, was when you have a specialist on your team, right? Somebody that maybe is really only comfortable at this level of play on 1 or 2 characters, you really try to protect them. And so when I was going through some of the research notes, it's on Time's Up, it's Anjippy, who sticks. Anjip, he sticks to the Zinks as much as possible. So I would expect that to be kind of something they work around in the draft.
Yeah, I saw that he does really like Zinks, but I think he generically would be labeled as an enchantment support player. So I think you should be pretty comfortable if you're able to get him a Muriel or a Decker as well. But Zinks is definitely Zinks is one of my favorite heroes. I think she offers a lot of pressure in the lane, especially with the most recent patch that really forces you to be a heavy lane pressure with bad medicine. And I think that playstyle kind of aligns with what Omeda has been trying to do with Muriel and her Serenity and applying that heavy lane pressure there, but also Decker and just the control she offers in that lane. So I don't think you're too worried. I don't think you're going to really early pick Zinks necessarily, but you're definitely you're keeping your eye, Ven's team or Time's Up is definitely going to be keeping an eye on Zinks in that draft, because if they can get comfort is ideal. However, I don't think it's going to be a game breaker for them as much as the Wraith or the Monkey or Quang probably.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of those characters in this one, so I am excited for the draft. However, we do have a head-to-head highlight, and that will be against our two captains, Kalipito and Ven, both junglers extraordinaires here. We see the Kalari and the Rampage as their player profiles. We're going to take a look at some stats here. The player scores, pretty good. The gold earned going the way of Ven. You know how critical it is to clear those camps quickly and make your statement known. But that damage dealt on the other side by Kalipito can't be understated.
Yeah, Kalipito definitely enjoys some more of those like assassin-style junglers. I don't think we've seen him on the Kalari yet, but I know that Kalari is a staple in his like hero repertoire. But Ven is just the more experienced out of these two players. I know Ven he's played in all the different Fang booths, or at least most of the Fang booth tournaments with various other high-level players. Kalipito, though, he's a little bit newer. He's a little bit more younger-blooded. He hasn't really found his core set of teammates. So I'm not surprised by these stats. He's still holding very closely to Ven's stats. He cannot be understated, but I think I'm not surprised by seeing any of those numbers, since Ven just is more of a veteran player. He's more comfortable in this environment. He has that ability to be more of a leader than Kalipito is, because I know Kalipito can be a little quiet, little unsure sometimes. So I'm curious to see how that impacts the two teams' shot calling in this best of 3.
Absolutely. And for folks who don't know, I mean, Ven was a Fang Booth 4 winner, a PCC 2 winner, so definitely has played at the highest level and has won some cash. On the flip side, Kalipito, he's won the Crunch League. That's a league near and dear to our hearts there, Doc. So that's on his Omega City profile. That can't be understated as well. So definitely some pedigree on both of these squads. And we are now ready for the draft, and I'm excited to get into it, especially because we got the triple ban, and this I think is so great for the scene, because there are some characters that are just absolutely cracked right now, like Skylar. We've beaten that one to death, and the Rampage, especially in his newfound role in the offlane, people have been taking him off the board immediately.
Yeah, I love the 3 bans, because it also allows you to focus not just on one counter pick, or even if you're a 1-trick or maybe a 2-trick, it allows the other team to really cut into you. There's a lot of different strategies in this, so I don't know. It's always exciting, but the first bans coming out here, we see a Rampage, we see a Monkey, 2 really unsurprising bans coming out. Time's Up does realize that Monkey is highly valued by Kalipito, so they're knocking that out, and Narbash and Zarus being the remaining 2 bans in this first round. So Time's Up, they don't want to play against a slow burn team, and Bad Stew, they don't want Ven to be on some of his comfort picks with the Rampage and the Zarus.
And that makes a lot of sense. I mean, Brandonite is on Bad Stew, and we know how proficient their Iggy is. It's almost incredible to watch that. So that slow burn comp with the Iggy Narbash, definitely taking one of those pieces out of the puzzle will do them just fine. But Doc, that leaves open the Skylar, and this character terrifies me. My goodness, the amount of damage and mobility this carry puts out is insane. And then the Greystone, we've seen high prio almost in each and every draft, either getting picked first, banned first, etc. And there it is. The Zinx as well, we called it.
That is definitely a ban pick if I've ever saw one from Time's Up. Zinx is not particularly, super strong right now, but again, as you talked about with Anjip, if you have the opportunity to take away his quote unquote 1-trick, then that leaves him in a spot of discomfort. They do pick up the Morn, though, so maybe this is going to be something different than that Enchanter support that I was expecting coming out from him. Anjip's on Time's Up. My bad. I confused that. That's my bad. So yes, comfort pick is prioritized. Greystone with the 2nd life now has a 3rd life. So that's just kind of psychotic. But coming out from Bad Stew, they do get the Morn, they do get the Countess. And as you mentioned, they have that Skylar. So it's kind of like a ticking time bomb for Time's Up. They have to apply insane pressure, or they're not going to stand a chance against this newly, strangely buffed hypercharge that's coming out from the Skylar.
The Morn is an interesting pick, because going through all of their group stages yesterday, they didn't pick Morn a single time. So I'm curious to see what they do. We've seen Morn in the offlane. We've seen him mainly as support, is where his real role is, but you don't know. On the other side, Kant for Bad Stew has played Countess in the offlane yesterday. So now I'm curious, okay, is the Countess going to be offlane? Is it going to be mid? That's a good little kind of hidden pick there in terms of positioning, whereas on the other side, Time's Up picks Gideon. There's only one way he's going to go. That's straight down mid.
Yeah, I think Countess definitely aligns with Kalipito's jungle style. He does like those kind of assassin type heroes. So I could definitely see it going in the jungle there with the Morn, though, man, Q's Narbash was banned early on in the first round by Time's Up. So Morn might be kind of like a plan B for that. I'm not exactly certain. I don't know Man Q that well. I just know that he has this kind of like, instead of Enchanter support, he really thrives around those kind of big boy, thick boy, frontliner boy supports. And now I'm sad to see this, but there's a Twin Blast.
I was gonna say, but that makes a lot of sense. Like we said, Segu very comfortable on the Twin Blast, and there's a lot of reasons for it. The last hit it's pretty easy, so that way, you know, if you're trying to box in lane, you can just double tap, go to the creep real quick, and keep your farm level. Doc, the draft is moving fast, almost getting ahead of us. There's so much to analyze. Kira has been taken off the board, Iggy as well, so that slow burn comp like we talked about off the board. Kira, the massive poke damage in lane, that's been removed. Now a quick 1-2 punch. The crunch is online. Another kind of hidden pick. Could this go off lane? Could this go jungle? I'm thinking probably in the jungle. And then Argus, one of our favorite characters, my friend, has seen the resurgence here. We'll be battling it out in the mid lane. And to round us out, the Fang Mao, one of my favorite characters in the game. I love him best in the jungle because that facilitates his, him getting his passive as much as possible. That's where I think we might see him here today.
Yeah, I have a feeling this might be Ven trying to be a little spicy here in game one. Really, Feng Mao's not a hero that we've seen too much of in this tournament, at least in the games that I've watched. So I am very interested to see how this plays out. I know with the big 1.4 changes, he's a little less durable. He's higher risk, higher reward. If he gets kills on all the heroes on the enemy team, he does reach like a very strong power spike. But yeah, he's got a mountain to climb here against the Morn, the Countess, and the Argus especially. This is a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, we're definitely ready to go down into the Sanctuary, Doc, as we continue to talk about this Fang Mao pick, because who are you going to be assassinating, right? The Crunch, very slippery. Countess, very slippery. The Dreadnought from the Argus can hit you away if you can shield it right. The Skylar, very tough to track down. So this Fang Mao is going to have a tall order ahead of him. Not much CC on the other side. I love these icons from both of these squads as we have now entered the Sanctuary for our first match here of the semifinals.
Yeah, and heading into this, you called it, right? Kant is going to be on that Countess in the off lane, which means Calapido is going to be on that Crunch. I personally have never seen his Crunch. Part of that's because he's really played on Ping in NA, and that's not really a hero you want to be playing on Ping. But yeah, so I'm interested to see how this plays out. But Brandonite on the Argus, this is one of his staple heroes, along with that Wraith, along with that Iggy. So I think Bad Stew is very happy with their draft. I think ManQ is not mad about getting Morn. Morn is actually quite surprisingly strong right now. They haven't done anything special to him necessarily, but his stats are just good. He heals, he offers a lot of peel, he also shreds and enables that Skylar, who's already shredding defenses with Hypercharge, to further shred even more. So if your time's up, you got to be playing perfectly. You cannot get caught out of position, especially if you're the Twin Blast or the Zinx.
Yeah, Doc, they're definitely Bad Stew playing a more, not necessarily an assassination comp, because where's their team fight, right? There's not much out there. They have the Eclipse and maybe the Atomizer to maybe have some AoE, but that's about it. On the other side, though, the Stoneforge Soul, you have the Black Hole, those can combo nicely. So definitely the objective fights could be interesting. You're going to be looking for Bad Stew to get a couple picks before they go on to an objective.
Hey, I do want to call attention to something here. In the duo lane, we have Anjip is actually on the Twin Blast. Pain Flick, their substitute for Time's Up, is actually on the Zinx. And Sagu, who we were like, oh, he's a Twin Blast, Skylar Enjoyer, he's going to be the ADC. He is actually on the Feng Mao in the offlane against Kant right now. So this is totally unexpected from my perspective. I mean, I've seen Sagu, and he's a Wraith Enjoyer, and Wraith Enjoyers typically enjoy Feng Mao, so I'm not surprised by it. It's just one that I've really not seen him play when I've watched him stream.
Wow. Okay. All right. They switched the rosters up on us, but hey, we're here for it. These teams, they're ready to go, and it's Empty versus Brandonite. These are two legends of the scene playing at some of the highest levels. So this mid lane is going to be one to watch. Doc, maybe a thing or two about this matchup. Who's got the edge?
got to give the edge to Empty, especially with the big 1.4 changes where he has a root. You also can't follow him through that torn space. We do see some pressure coming out here. The Greystone is looking at Brandonite while he drops down. Never mind. They're just going to secure the Riverbug there for Empty. But yeah, I give the edge to Empty, but Brandonite, it's definitely like a solid matchup for the Argus. Argus's wave clear is superior to the Gideon. The Dreadnova does connect, but here comes Ven jumping out, and they're chasing him down. He does get rooted, and that is going to be first blood for Empty, and that is why I gave the edge to the Gideon, because of that root, that just passive. You hit him with a spell, and then you hit him with an auto attack, and then you just stay in range, and he just gets stuck, and there's nothing he can do, especially once he's already tossed his Dreadnova. So the edge going the way of Empty, and he's going to continue to just capitalize on that. But it can't be understated, Brandonite still has his blink.
That's very good discipline there from the mid laner, recognizing, my life's forfeit. I'm giving this one up. Don't give up any more resources if I can. But there's also no vision over there from Brandonite. Where are your wards, brother? He has to, at least if you know you're going left, Bug, put something down on the right just in case. The Greystone lingering just long enough to find that kill and secure the first blood for the mid laner. Doc, we know how important that mid lane tower is to opening up the map, especially for these early Fang teeth. Everybody else, though, kind of just biding their time, getting some farm. The Countess doing really well to put the pressure on here to the Fang Mao, just kind of bullying him under the tower.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually not the most ideal matchup for Kant on the Countess, because Countess really thrives against those bigger, higher HP bruiser heroes. So this Feng Mao is actually like not too threatened at this point in the game, especially early on, because they did nerf the Countess's like ability to heal early on. So Sangu, even though he's getting pushed into his tower, I don't think he's too upset about it. Meanwhile, Calipito trying to invade this 4 camp is going to get pressured pretty heavily from Ven here. Does get 2 of the creeps, but we got the mid laners converging.
Oh man, this might have been an ill-advised invade from the captain. Has to expend the blink as well. The Greystone not going to give this one easily. Assaulted the gates, and there it is, the blink chase, and the whirlwind cuts him down. The robot eliminated, but on the flip side, that created enough space for Argus Brandonite to take down his opposite number. It's 1-1 there in the mid lane still. It commences. It's Pain who has made the rotation here, has left the dual lane to kind of help everybody out. Morn has followed suit and left the carries to their own devices.
There's a Zinx in the red side jungle there, killing Man Q in the red side jungle there. This is both supports were made like waddled all the way over from the dual lane to this engagement here. Yes, Brandonite got a kill, but ultimately it is a 2-for-1 trade here with Calipito having gone down earlier. I did like how Calipito peeled away from Brandonite to really allow that opportunity to get that kill, to equalize that mid lane, because if you're looking at these players on these teams, Brandonite is definitely one of those players on one of those heroes where you need to play around him, enable him, empower him to be just an absolute shredder, or he is going to struggle. Though at the cost of a crunch, it's a little questionable.
They need that Dreadnova to set up some of these engagements, because yes, the crunch, you can forward crunch in, get your combos off, get an uppercut, and try to stun, but he doesn't want to stay in battles very long. He wants to just burst, see if he can get something done, and then run away. So if the Dreadnova can connect, you can burst somebody down maybe just that much more quickly, and then get out of dodge. So very interesting there. So far, Doc, at the 6 and 45-minute mark, nobody's really contested the Fangtooth. There's a couple of wards around it, but no one seems interested in it just yet.
Yeah, Calipito having died in that engagement near mid lane, he did drop back in levels a little bit. It does appear, according to the scoreboard, he is up in farm quite a bit over the Greystone. I think I saw like 46 to 58 or something like that. But now you can see the teams, the 4-on-4 kind of converging with Kant rotating from the off lane to this Fangtooth.
Now they're ready to take this first guy down. It's just who has the resources and the abilities. That's their Dreadnova, and there's the uppercut. That's exactly the engage they were looking for. The Atomizer flies across the field and takes down Empty. No black hole for this one. That particle shredder just doing so much work early on. It's a double kill here for the Brandonite. He's able to get 2 there for him. The Greystone can't find purchase in this. He gets obliterated, but it's Sagu, the assassin. He makes his way into the battle, and it's a triple off the Earth Shatter. My goodness, we're going to see a replay of that. It's a 3-for-3 trade here outside the Fangtooth.
Oh man, that was looking so good for Bad Stew, and then Sagu with his slightly late rotation. Oh, hold that, because Kant's able to find Anjip on the edge of the pit here. He's looking, he's prowling, trying to get the smite off, but he does not get the hunt. It does go the way of Time's Up, but he's looking for the exit kill here, but Sagu pressuring. Sagu does get the kill onto Kant, but not before Kant kills Ven. And honestly, that is a nightmare fight for Bad Stew. And the reason I say that is Sagu got 4 separate individual kills. He only needs to kill Brandonite, and he is going to get that bonus, that insane power spike. Like, that was a dream for a Feng Mao.
Doc, I mean, well, he's got the level 1, he's got the 3. You're right, the 5th is the next level of the power spike, but at 8.5 minutes in, you're already at the 2nd level of your passive. That's insane, especially as they're going to go back to their lanes. And there's still 4 minutes or 3 minutes about to get some more plates online. So that could be really good for the Fang Mao. No hunt coming out from the Countess because they're in the offlane, Doc. We'll be looking at the Crunch to be making those steals. But when all is said and done, that first Fang will go the way of Time's Up. So that extended buff duration, Calipito, he's trying to take on the Guardian of the Realm. He's getting a couple of combos off, but the Reaping Dash will get him to safety.
Great spell shield, though, by Sagu, blocking that uppercut from Calipito, which really allowed him that chance to just dash away, or really walk and then dash away. We do see Kant kind of lingering in that mid lane, but Calipito drops down and just deletes Anjip. That is not the place you want to be if you are an ADC at 9 minutes into the game.
Very squishy is that Twin Blast. He's drinking those coconuts and having a good time, but right now it's the mid lane that we are focusing on. They want to get this mid tower down. They've invested a couple of resources. You can see the ward placement as well to kind of protect that leftward flank from any ganks. Seems maybe now they'll handshake it off and go their separate ways. Ven could be ganking over here on the offlane though, Doc.
Yeah, Brandonite's pretty low in mana. He's going to go ahead and reset. Ven and Empty are actually looking at the mini prime, and Kant does not know that this is happening, so he's just getting this the Cyan buff here. He is going to be mostly full juice to try to contest now that ManQ has spotted out what is happening here. So let's see how this breaks down. It's Calipito. He does get Black Hold, but the pull from ManQ stops it.
Oh, that is huge. The mini prime is able to be stolen away. It's Calipito, but he expends his life for it, and it's Sagu. We've already know how powerful he has become. Gets the elimination there. He's feeling emboldened now. He goes right for Kant on the Countess. The Earthshatter there to just whittle down the health bar. Oh, the second one trying to come through, but Kant with an eventide is able to stem the bleeding, so to speak, but a shutdown here from ManQ. That is huge to get, even though it's on the support.
Oh my god, that's a 4 for 1, and they got the steal on the objective. The last objective fight was a nightmare for Bad Stew, and honestly, that was a nightmare for Time's Up, because Twin Blast over in the left lane, he is barely getting some tower plates. Meanwhile, Vappa was just involved in a, quadra kill basically. I mean, yeah, he didn't get the quadra kill, but he was involved in it, so great group up there from Bad Stew to contest that objective, and all off the back of ManQ's hook onto the Gideon. I think Empty thought he was safe there, but ManQ said, psych, he thought. And as soon as Brandonite joined that engagement, Time's Up just started getting deleted. So Brandonite putting on a show here with the Argus, showing this hero is still valid. This hero is still relevant. He is just particle shreddering, forcing the torn space from Empty, and it is not enough. The third Synaptic Obliterator shot does not connect, but the power of this Argus is undeniable right now.
Holy crap, he just took him basically 100-0. The Greystone says, I can do just that, but a great contagion there from a ManQ to keep his mid laner alive. Now the Blink has to be expended from Ben, and the two beefy boys are giving chase. All right, they're not going to be able to catch up to this shifty knight anytime soon, but the power spike that Brandonite has right now off of the Astral Catalyst and the Wraith legging stock cannot be understated at this point.
Yeah, that's he's quite strong right now, and I love to see that. Kant, though, has made a rotation here, applying a little pressure to Empty. You can tell they just want this mid tower, but Pain Flick on the Zinx, just in the wrong place at the wrong time, brother. He just walks in. I don't know why he pathed that way, but he just dies. He goes back to base.
Ouch. In a whole world of pain was that support. The kitty cat will now be taking a nap, and that opens up the Fang Tooth here for the side of Bad Stew. They need this first one on the board to get that extra buff duration, but a little extra gold and experience to boot. They're looking for exit kills, but everyone is so healthy. It's Ven, expends the Zone Force Soul, crashes down into Earth like a meteor, and that does a ton of damage. The Atomizer expended as well. The Black Hole over the top of it now. It's Anjip, who's ready to get some exit frags, finds one, but they're okay with that. Calipito is just the sacrificial lamb, and it's Brandon Knight who cleans up the rest.
Brandonite just doing so much damage, and there's so little that can be done when Man-Q is just in control of these engagements. I don't even know where Ven just died, but he just got a triple kill, and this could not be a better start at this point, like a mid-game start for Bad Stew, as they're looking to now close the map out, get a couple tier 1 towers here. Sagu does get pulled from underneath the tier 1 and is forced to reaping dash away, but there's a 3-man pressure in the duo. There's Brandonite in the mid lane applying pressure to that tower. Bad Stew is feeling real good right now.
Doc, and that's exactly what we talked about at the top of the program, is that if the Crunch can get in with a good initiation, then follow it up with a Dreadnought, or vice versa, they can win some of those fights because they don't have a huge team fight AoE ultimate like the Black Hole, but it's about getting that initiation first. That's what MOBAs are all about. That's why vision is so important. If you can see the other team before they can see you, and you can get your combo off, you can take somebody out in a flash, then you're in a man-up situation, and you can take it from there. So these engagements, both at the mini prime and at that second Fang Tooth, sublime here from Bad Stew so far.
Yeah, you always ask me which team has the better team fight. Time's Up does. They objectively do with the Black Hole and with the Stoneforge Soul. But we saw in that last Fangtooth fight that as Time's Up was trying to get some exit kills, they basically did their best at doing a wombo combo, quote unquote, and it just wasn't enough. Brandonite walked out on top in that engagement despite the double ultimates coming out. So it's going to take a very heavy lift from Empty to do. I think the pressure's on Empty because he is the damage dealer, right? Ven's job is really be the front line, be a menace, stand in front, cause chaos, and allow Empty and allow Anjip and allow Sagu to capitalize on that chaos. So yeah, the pressure's not on Ven in my opinion there. I think it's really on Empty here.
And Doc, Time's Up. They have to focus the right person in the fights, and I think it's got to be Brandonite. Take him down. Who cares about the robot, right? Do get to the magic dealer. Oh, that combination went awry. The forward crunch missed because of the yoink there, the abduct from Man-Q, but that's okay. I think those two big boys would just waddle away. They're posturing, though, around this second mini prime of the match. They really want it. Maybe give it to Kant to actually push a little bit more in the off lane. They have the vision. They have the team up. It's just about the engage. There's the Dreadnought. Does miss the Ether Crystal, though, to block off the escape. Now it was all just a bait of the little tasty dwarf. It's the rest of the big boys. They follow suit. The Stoneforge Soul expended once again, just in the nick of time to keep the Knight alive.
The abduct.
Just to delay the inevitable. The abduct is huge. Another Dreadnought. The Sagu couldn't safeguard that one with the pick there on the jungler. Mini Prime is free as anything.
Ben started to storm the gates, the jump with Greystone, and the abduct pulls him back into the group. He does not stand a chance to get out of that. And as you saw, there just wasn't enough follow-up from the fact that Ben was tanking all the damage there. Meanwhile, though, in the duo lane, Anjip and Painflick, they do secure that tier 1 tower. I believe that is the first blood for towers across the map. Yes, it is. So they at least get something for that, but they've lost the mini prime to Bad Stew. The mini prime. So I'm looking to Bad Stew now to use this mini prime to kind of get revenge here. I do want to point out, though, the mid tier 1 tower has now fallen as well for the side of Time's Up. So tower equilibrium has been achieved.
And it's all well and good because they were putting a ton of resources into that mid lane fight, right, Doc, to get that tower down. And it's just in time because the third Fang of the match is about to spawn. Calipito here just putting on a little bit more pressure, knowing the tower here in the duo lane is ready to fall. This is going to be a contentious fight here, Doc. I think a couple of the players have reached at least their 2-item power spike here. We can see the augmentation and the Draconum for the side of Calipito. He's going for a little bit of that beef and that on-hit damage.
Yeah, his team kind of needs it. Yeah, they have a Morn, but it's a Morn support. The forward dash, though, does come out onto Painflick, forcing the blink. He is blink. He has used his blink to get to the safety of his tier 1 tower, but he is at half HP. So this means that Bad Stew is in a slightly favorable position heading into this engagement here.
Yeah, the Zinks can't really heal themselves. They're looking at Ven here, but that's exactly who Time's Up wants them to look at. They're just jockeying for position. This is about who gets the better engage. Can it be Man-Q with a nice abduct? Can it be Sagu assassinating somebody in the backline? Now they're split. The discipline, the ranks have been divided here. Kant getting a ton of damage pumped into him. Painflict with the bad medicine there as well, but it's Brandonite shredding Ven once again. He needs to get a Christopolis online ASAP. It's Brandonite, the menace here on the Dwarf Mage, just taking down everybody.
The particle shredder, the hypercharge. I mean, Ven's existence is just misery in this game. Like, he Stoneforge Souls to get back near full HP, and then he just dies again. Like, oh, that was a disaster for Time's Up, and the game is slowly but surely just snowballing out of control here in favor of Bad Stew. Brandonite on the Argus, the damage he's offering, the chaos that Calipito on this crunch is causing in tandem with Morn's Man-Q's Morn. And then Vappa and Brandonite just getting to sit there for free is just criminal.
Doc, it's so difficult here for Time's Up because who do you focus? Brandonite particle shreddering you with almost seems like infinite mana, and then if you're focusing him, then you just have the hypercharge and the Skylar's freaking busted, just blowing you up. So it's like, how do you engage in these fights? It's really difficult for Time's Up right now.
One thing that's really interesting is Kant on the Countess did get Golem's Gift first item, so I know I've kind of been wondering why this Countess feels like she's a wet noodle slapping people during a lot of these team fights, but Kant has opted as well to go more for that kind of like pseudo-tanky frontline job that causes chaos. And it's working out, because again, you have Crunch, who's kind of frontline-y right now. I mean, just in terms of the build, you have Countess, you have Morn, and really, they just want Brandonite and Vappa to do all the work. So I really like that from Kant. I think it's very team-oriented in terms of his thought and approach to this game.
I was going to point out something, this very similar point there is the Countess hasn't been seeming to get too much, right? They're not getting kills and things like that, but it's about the chaos and communication disrupting the Time's Up. Like, who do we focus? Oh, the Countess over here. Well, she just slipped away. Now the Crunch, she's forward. Oh, he forward Crunch, right? The communications are crossed for Time's Up. And in that disarray, in that chaos, Bad Stew just taking them to town. So I really like the way that this side is going. The Badgers feeling very confident here into the mid game. They're going to be looking for the next objective, which will be the big prime right now. Feeling content, though, to farm up to the next objectives. The Entropy online here for Kant. That'll be a nice power spike going into the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense having that bonus to the feast, to the lifesteal. I mean, Kant's definitely getting bleed applied with hitting so many different spells. He's just not bursting in the same way that we typically see a Countess burst people. But I think it's working out. I mean, you're against a Greystone, right, who has a lot of HP, has 2 lives, and the bleed, just applying it and reapplying it to the Greystone. I mean, what more could you ask for? It's pretty straightforward, right? But Calipito is the one that's also surprising me. I mean, usually when a Crunch falls behind, it's a nightmare, but he had a very rough early game, and he's recovered very, very nicely. I really like how he's playing in terms of where he's positioning and how he's committing to some of these fights. It seems like he really, really, you can sense that he trusts his team to follow up when he jumps in using the long Crunch.
And that's not always something you get in these kind of draft leagues, is that sort of trust, because you're not playing together all the time. But when you have a veteran, a legend like Man-Q, I think that instills a lot of trust in the rest of the team. We have a little skirmish here in the blue side jungle, chasing Empty down. He's already used the Torn Space. The sweep comes through the left and right. Crunches here, punching the Cosmic Wizard. Does he expend the Black Hole? It looks like it. The Undertow not saving him there, but it is Kant who gets the solo bolo onto Sagu. And there goes the Cosmic Wizard as well. Disaster in the blue side.
Yeah, I don't even know. The Calipito was like jumping around, like bouncing on people's heads, bouncing on Empty's head there somehow. I don't even know what was happening. But they get 3, they rotate, they get this Orb Prime most likely, but then jumping in Stoneforge Soul, but he's not going to be able to use Hunt while he's doing that. As a result, he's just going to get melted instantaneously from the insane shred coming out from what we talked about, that Contagion and the Hypercharge. Ven is just straight up not having a good time, man.
Yeah, big yikes for him. And I apologize to the chat. It's Overseer that the count has picked up, not Entropy. Different item, but another item pickup is Caustica here for Brandon Knight. Doc, with the minimal amounts of magic armor that the other team has, this Caustica is just going to be devastating anytime they go up against this mage.
And you need it on Argus. It is one of the few kind of high level. we definitely didn't see that one on broadcast there, Brandon Knight. He is gonna fail getting over the cliff there with the blast cone, but you know what? He's just gonna walk. But Caustica is really good on Argus because he needs that mana regeneration, and it's either that or Time Warp. Those are really your 2 options for getting mana regeneration. So you really like it. You can see just how far ahead Bad Stew are right now. They burn that 4th Fang of the game, that primal Fang Tooth, without the help of Brandonite. Instead, he just kind of walks middle, protects his tier 1 tower again, and now he goes back to base, most likely to get Oblivion Crown. And he is now hitting, he just hit an insane power spike right now. If he got the O Crown, I assume he did. But if he gets it, whew, Time's Up does not stand a chance.
Yeah, there's nothing that they're going to be able to do. And they, now, the Bad Stew, have the patented double bubble buff here, Doc. So they're going to be looking to press these remaining outer towers, both in the duo and the off lane. Feels like we have maybe a little skirmish happening in that off lane, or at least 2 members grouping up there against Kant, but he's really slippery, that Countess. Doc, I feel like I haven't been able to call the Eclipse yet from Mancune's Morn. Either they haven't used it, haven't needed it, or I haven't heard it, but still in a very impactful ultimate in some of these team fights. But it seems like they're always on the front foot, that it never seems to be called into action.
Yeah, it's been used a couple times.
Okay.
It's just pretty subtle from the observer standpoint. It could use a little bit more visual flair if you're watching a meta. That would be super helpful. But I mean, the double bubble buff, you can just see they're pressuring in already into the core here. Meanwhile, Ven is getting pressured by Brandonite over in that blue side jungle, and it's just a matter of time before the rest of the Bad Stew boys collapse on Ven here. But I don't know. This is a very strange position for both teams to be in, and yeah, there goes Ven.
That guy cannot catch a break. I mean, even though the Countess went with the Golem's Gift first, they're still pumping out insane magical damage. You feel like you had to build Christian Carius first here just to withstand this magical might from the Bad Stew side. They are now pressuring those outer towers like we talked about. They're looking for the next inhib. It's got to be Time's Up. They need to act now. It is Mancu who dives right in and gets a nice abduct, and there it is. The Neurogenesis has to be expended from Pain, but that is only to delay the inevitable once more easily. The support taken down.
Time is up for Time's Up, baby. Mancu, he gets the abduct on the empty, forcing the torn space into the fountain, but here comes the creep wave into the core.
And they are buffed in purple. They are ready. They're just going to shred this one. The black hole over the top, but it stopped in an instant because the core has been shattered. And in an emphatic statement, Bad Stew takes game number 1.
I mean, that was a game. That was definitely a game of all time, and you know, it was looking so even, so neck and neck for the first, I don't know, like 12, 15 minutes about, and then Brandonite, the dude just did not die, which allowed him to just skyrocket out of control to the point where he was just winning all these fights for his teams. And yeah, that was the Brandonite show, and then Vapa eventually came online, and then it was the Brandonite and Vapa show. But there's just so, I mean, it was just so good from both teams there, in terms of just I mean, especially Bad Stew, the way that they played around their front to back, right? They embraced that, having the chunky boys in the front line and just enabling your damage dealers to do that damage. And you can see Calipito, even though he had a rough start in the beginning, just outstatted Ven in almost all aspects here. I mean, Calipito had a game, which is incredible to see considering, again, how rough that beginning was.
Yeah, and incredible stuff. And it's just, we saw it. Ven just was trying to jump in, do something, but the magic damage was just too strong. I think my MVP for this match, Doc, is gonna be Brandon Knight. Just really facilitated the team, was pumping in so much damage. The cores came online, Doc. You had your ADC, you had your mage. That was basically all you needed from there, and then everybody else was just facilitated after that. That was a really good composition coming out from Bad Stew. I loved to see it. I want to see how they adjust moving forward. Maybe that Fang Mao last pick wasn't enough. Maybe they needed something else there to catch some of those slippery folks, maybe another stun, something like that to help them out. We'll see how they adjust here in game number 2. Doc, was Brandon Knight your MVP?
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't want to influence anybody, but Brandon Knight was definitely my MVP. I mean, early on he did give up that kill very early on, but from that point forward he just started winning the lane, and Calipito was a main contributor to that success. Calipito was throwing his life away just to enable Brandon Knight and to keep Ven off of Brandon Knight. So I really liked how they played around each other there. So Calipito gets like backup MVP there for me.
Excellent. Well, that's any good captain should, lead from the back, right? All right, folks, we will head to just a short break. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. HD Philly B with the marvelous medicine man himself, Dr. Shadow. And we're here for the second semifinals of Fang Draft number 3. In our first game, we've seen Bad Stew versus Times Up, and Bad Stew, with their assassination cop, kind of ran away with it, causing havoc and chaos in the ranks of Times Up. But this is a best of 3, my friend, so we still have at least one more match to go.
Yeah, best of 3s are an opportunity to learn, adapt, and improve your gameplay throughout the series. I think Ben's team, Times Up, definitely has the physical ability to beat Calipito's team, but they have to make some serious changes. I think, just from my own personal opinion, I think the biggest changes need to come from the duo lane. Whatever was happening in that duo lane, they need to do something different, because that did not work for me. It just felt like they were just, again, swinging around wet noodles. I hate using the same analogy, but that's really what it was. Part of it was a twin blast issue. Part of it was just a pressure issue. It just felt like their duo lane, both components of it, never had impact in the game, whereas ManQ on the Morn, he was showing up, he was having impact, and then Vapo, when he joined the game, game was just over for Times Up. So I would like to see something change there, but I don't know what the deal is with the roster, who is available to play today or not. So I don't know if Sagu's going to be off lane again. Maybe they were just trying something, and that could just be part of it, maybe giving a false sense of confidence to Bad Stew. So I'm very interested to see what direction Game 2 goes.
Yeah, normally their offlaner is Times Up. Or Time Up. So I want to see the namesake of the team to play today here in this semifinals. Of course, they're going to be playing useless Neft in the grands after this. So, but they have to get there first. That means they would have to reverse sweep this series. We're going to be looking, I think, for the draft here now. As we get this one started, the bands will come out first. Maybe seeing that Skylar and how lethal they can be. Maybe that'll be the first one to go here, Doc.
You have to get rid of the Skylar. I don't know, man. Like that hero, I don't know why they buffed it, but you got to get rid of it. But at the same time, like, ManQ had such an impact from the supporting role there. I mean, he always does. You could see that they target banned his Narbash in Game 1's draft. So I'm curious to see, do they continue to just keep Narbash out, or do they target the Morn? There's just so many things to target from the way Bad Stew performed last game. It's like, where do you even go from there? And I'm very curious what Time's Up's strategy here is. So we see similar bans, if not the same exact bans, from the same exact teams coming out. Monkey getting banned out by Time's Up. They, again, know that Calipito is very proficient in that hero. So they knock that out. And then Rampage, that's a Ven staple. So they take that out. I mean, Rampage is also just Giga Strong right now, so it just makes sense.
Doc, and it's really tough, because if you target ban Brandonite, I mean, you're giving up you probably ban Argus and Iggy, something like that. But then it's like, okay, then all the other spots are open, and those other people can do good work as well. So it's really tough to try to take some of those things off the board. We're seeing a Countess ban come out here. Maybe there was something that we didn't see that they saw when they were trying to communicate through some of those team fights that this Countess was providing. They removed that one off the board.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting to me. Kant didn't have, like, he wasn't shiny or doing anything super fancy, but he was just there. He was a menace, applying bleed to everybody at all times. It was very difficult to kill him because of the ability to just shadow slip away or blink or both. So maybe they just felt like they wanted to apply more pressure to the offlane and they just weren't able to. I don't know what their logic is, but Bad Stew, they realize they're not first pick, so they take the Skylar out because they don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, it's very tough, and especially with Greystone being very prioritized right now. If you try to assault the gates in onto the Skylar, they're just going to use their assault, Sky Assault, and just fly away, right? And they're just like, okay, well, then I'm stuck, and what am I going to do? So definitely a good call there, and we're seeing the Greystone once again. First prio here from both sides. It's going to Time's Up once again. I think Ben wants to run it back.
Yeah, I think giving the illusion that he wants to run it back could also be part of their strategy. There's a high chance that it could also be an offlane pick. Sure. I think the Feng Mao definitely, it was spicy for sure, but it definitely didn't do what I think they were hoping it would. It looked like the Feng Mao was going to play out early on when they got that quadra kill early on, but then it just kind of petered out like a like a wet fart, basically. And then Bad Stew, they're picking up that Narbash 4-man queue, and then they're getting the Kwang. So this Kwang, again, this is kind of a flex as well, because Calipito does play a little bit of it, but also could be a Kant pickup. So very interested to see where that goes. I know we've seen a lot of Kwang in the off lane, but the flex is there, and I like flex.
Yeah, keeping those options open. Doc, yesterday, Bad Stew in their 4-1 group stage run, there was Kwang being played by Kant in the offlane multiple times. So I think that's safe to say. On Jeep and Jip on the Zinx. I think, like we talked about, if you have a specialist on your team, you're going to try to protect them. The Narbash, Doc, from ManQ, I think we casted it was a Nations League tournament or some high level tournament where there's a vision that lives rent free in my head where he was tower toggling so effectively that him and his carry just took the tower basically by themselves with no creeps. It was insane. So I want to see if the legend himself can run that back. And then we see the Kira picked up here. We know that has been a staple carry so far in this tournament.
Yeah, we talked about how strong Kira's lane pressure is with the poke that it offers in lane. That paired with a Zinx who should be just tossing bad medicine off cooldown in the lane. I'm curious to see who's going to be playing what, though, because Anjip last game was on that Twin Blast and not on the Zinx.
Oh, that's right.
I think I would rather have Anjip on the Zinx because that's like his comfort pick. I would rather him be comfortable. I don't know much about Pain Flick. I have in my notes that might be Skype Hamster, potentially.
Unless there was Skype Hamster did play 4 times up yesterday. It might have been just an emergency sub because Painflict wasn't available. I know.
Gotcha.
I sent you the screenshot of the notes.
Yeah,
and that was in parentheses. I wasn't sure if that was a pseudonym or not, but yeah, good point there. For folks who don't know, in the Fang Draft, your substitute has to play at least 1 game, and that was at least true in the groups. It might be true here in the semifinals as well. So Painflick got his time in the sun out of the way.
Bad Stew, though, with Vapa. Vapa just had a game on Skylar, and now they're giving the Twin Blast to him. I feel like I caster cursed this at the very beginning, saying I didn't want to see any Twin Blast, but here we are. But this is extremely interesting, and I'm not surprised, but the Grim, I do have a strong feeling this is going to be a Brandonite Grim, because most people who like playing Wraith and Argus middle generally like Grim middle as well. It's just a weird stereotype thing, I think. But yeah, it could go either way, honestly, because Twin Blast also is quite proficient in the mid lane.
Very interesting. We have the rest of the bands coming through as well, folks. There's just so much to talk about. This is why the draft is my favorite part. Zara's taken off the board. That's not surprised. Gadget surprisingly taken off the board here. Maybe they don't want Empty to go for that, but now we're seeing the Kalari Doc come through here for Time's Up. So yeah, maybe it was just a little bait and switch here. Ven, very good on some of those assassin junglers, taking up the true assassin themselves. Then we have Gideon to round us out, and then Crunch as well here for Bad Stew. What a draft from both of these squads.
I'm just very surprised to see the Kalari on a team that doesn't have Calipito on it. I know, again, I think it's probably Calipito's like most played or second most played hero. So very interesting to see. I know teams have been messing or experimenting with having Kalari in the off lane. So that is also something we might expect here if Ven is going to run back the Greystone. So again, I still think there's some flex there, but Kalari is more known for that jungle, the ability to apply pressure across the map.
Very interested indeed. And if it's Sagu, again, he was playing Fang Mao, maybe goes for the Kalari, has that kind of assassin sort of offlaners in their kit. It just depends on how the rosters shake out. There is the substitute for Bad Stew, and that is Smart.
We're just calling him Smart. No. He's smart because it's like it's bad. It's like a bad word, so he's smart.
Oh, okay, just smart. See, I don't know German. I know Italian. That's very different languages. So Smart, one of their substitutes, primarily in the off lane, so they might be substituting in for this match. They like to play Aurora, some Kwang as well. Only time will tell. But we need to head into the Sanctuary in order to find out here, Doc.
Yeah, let's get into this. Let's see, can Time's Up, sorry, I almost called them Bad Times. Can Time's Up adapt from that previous game? We do have Ven on the Kalari this game, so that Greystone is now being moved to the off lane. So they are changing up the role, the type of impact that Ven's going to have. And I know Ven has played quite a bit of Kalari, so it's not like this isn't one of his forte heroes. I just know that when I think of Ven, I think of really Rampage Rampage and Zaris are like the two I think of when I think of him. So that's just a personal thing, but Time's Up, or the namesake for the team Time's Up, is now here. He is back. He is in the off lane, which means Sagu is most likely on that Kira. And Empty is going to be operating that Gideon again in the mid lane.
Looks like we have a Twin Blast mid lane, Doc,
Yeah.
which is not totally abnormal. It's like we've never seen it before, but it can be tough. I've actually played this matchup recently, Doc. I know I've been telling you I've been doing the A to Z challenge, and in my stint as Gideon, have played against a Twin Blast middle, and it can be impressive at times, but you definitely have a little bit more of the advantage as you get your 1 or 2 items online.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has strong wave clear with that Vaporize. Definitely high lane pressure and pokeability against the Gideon. Really just comes down to the trades and then the jungle impact. So I think he might not have a great time with Ven applying the same pressure as he did in the last game. But with Empty missing, abilities like that, Brandon Knight's going to be winning a lot of these trades, already half HP to full 100% HP. But I am surprised by this. I was really expecting the Grim mid lane just because it's, again, as I mentioned, it's like a personality type for Wraith mid enjoyers.
Yeah. And just matching up the Grim with the Narbash, right? Narbash basically 0 wave clear ability. And then the Grim, you need a couple items just to start auto-attacking the creeps to get them down, whereas the Twin Blast has really great wave clear. But I think maybe it matches because Kira doesn't have great wave clear on her side as well. So it could kind of level out because of that, Doc.
Yeah, I think it definitely could allow for it. But here, Brandon Knight is in trouble here. Then applying that pressure that we talked about, and First Blood is going to go the way of the Kalari, and that is not a good sign if you are bad, Stu, because Kalari is the last hero on the entire map that you want to get that. But Time's Up also gets a solo bolo in the offlane against Kant. Kant's Quang, and forces the blink out to boot. Whew, Time's Up starting this game with a Fiery Fury.
Oh my gosh, that was the Sacred Oath coming out as that final swing before the blink, and he had a little extra that DOT damage that took down the swordsman. My goodness, well done from him. And then Calpito, just a short sword and a dream, is able to level the sides there in the mid lane, giving Empty a little bit of respite. Now he has free range to get both of these river bugs. That'll help him stay in lane just that much longer.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a way different game than game one, mainly because Time's Up has shifted who is in what lanes, how they're playing the game fundamentally, with Sagu in his comfort role on that Kira, with Anjip on his comfort pick with the Zinks. I just have a feeling Time's Up in game one, they were like, hey, you know what? Let's just try this out. We're missing a player, or we need to put a sub in. I don't know what their situation was, but Time's Up is now here at seemingly 100% power. So if you're bad, Stu, you got to be playing to perfection, or you got to be a little bit worried.
Doc, they took off their training weighted vests and boots, and now they're ready to go Super Saiyan. Time's Up with the Assault Gate in. The tether missing there from the Kwang, but it is Ven sneaking in like any good assassin should. The Shadow Walk there, being invisible. Now under duress here is Kant, and there he goes down. The offlaner once more. Ben already showing his prowess on the assassin.
Yeah, I mean, that Kwang did not have a blink, so just keep applying pressure, pour some salt in that wound for the next 4 more minutes, or 3 more minutes now. I don't know exactly what timestamp that was, but really just great pressure from Ven there, applying salt to the wound, as you would say. But Empty getting just pressured and poked out of lane here by Brandon Knight, really showing the power of this Twin Blast in the mid lane. Very, very surprising to see. Meanwhile, Calpito looking for something to steal from Ven's jungle, but he does not get anything for that.
The jungle battle is going to be very interesting between these two. So far, Calpito, they need to power farm to get to that level 6 spike so they can get the recrunch online. That's when they are very lethal, but you can't fall too far behind as you're clearing those camps. Otherwise, it's kind of a snooze fest over here in the duo lane, Doc. Both of these teams content to just farm as much as possible. Can't under the gun once again. He goes for the surge. Doesn't get far enough. A nice dagger to the back there, and Ben gets another one here in the offlane.
Ven now has 3 kills to his name. He is down in farm, but he doesn't care. He's a Kalari. His job is to kill the enemy, keep them down and out in each of their respective lanes, and allow his team to just get farther ahead wherever they are. So time up in the off lane, 4 times up. Definitely enjoying this this support coming out from his Kalari in the jungle. And the duo lane, yes, it's a snooze fest, but honestly, I mean, we always talk about this. Narbash doesn't really become a hero until about 20 minutes in. Empty might be in danger here, though. Torn space is forward, and it is just going to walk away, but here's the Kant.
He has to expend the blink as well, and now the crunch comes through. The vaporize, though, will be the finishing blow. Empty taken down in the mid lane.
I think Empty misclicked because he torn space directly in front of himself. But Calipito applying some pressure with the help of Kant. They get the shutdown. Kant with a huge shutdown. He is more than happy to get that. Despite being bullied by Ven, he gets something for it. Now he is very much back in this game against Time Up, who has been babysat quite a bit here. So everything looking positive for Bad Stew at this point in the game.
Whew, that was well done there from Kant to get that final hit in on the Kalari. But it was a good combination, right? The tether came through, the vaporize as well, just to burst that squishy Kalari down. So well done to spot them out here this time. But Ben has something to say about it. They're headed back to this red side jungle. Time's Up knows he has a level advantage, so he's putting the hurt on. Another dagger connects here. Well shot there. The light of the heavens expended for a little extra shield, but another dagger connects. It's caught. He's just trying to get back home. Assault the gates in front of him, and it's Ben with the rebuttal immediately back onto the offense.
Empty did pull the black hole in mid lane. Brandonite did blink out of it, and now they're just resetting, poking. Brandonite's going to go back to base most likely, or he's going to look to stick around, get some farm behind his tier 1 tower. It does look like he's going back, but all the meanwhile, Bad Stew, with only 3 of their team members secure the first Fang. They might have to cut their losses here as they're trying to get out. ManQ might fall as a result, but no, they're successfully getting under the safety of their tier 1.
The march can't be understated in the song of the people who probably had max stacks after hitting the Fang Tooth, so that's going to be very proficient, both of those abilities. But that's a great recognition from Bad Stew, recognizing Ben on the opposite side of the map, chasing down kills. They know the objective is open. Let's get that first Fang off on the board here for us. Extended buff, a little extra gold, a little extra XP.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the jungle, though, Brandonite, he's getting pressured / applying pressure. I don't really know what's going on there, but Ven is looking at him. He's looking to hunt. He jumps onto Brandonite. Brandonite just walks away, does a little, hits Ven with a vaporize and walks away just fine. But now the game should be starting to slow down, but we can see ManQ is making a move toward the mini prime, which means the comms right now for his team are, we are getting this mini prime onto somebody, whether it's Calipito, whether it's Kant, and we are going to do something with it. You can see 4 converging onto that mini prime. They're leaving Vappa to his own devices in that duo lane. Ven is on the blue side. He's nowhere near to contest, so this is going to be a free mini prime for Bad Stew.
And Doc, that's just great tracking of the jungler movement. They knew what was available for Ven to take, and they need a little bit of levels on the Kalari. So they're like, okay, we know he's going for blue. We're going to go to the opposite side. It's pure flowchart magic there from the side of Bad Stew. But I want to point out the Malady is now online for Ven. So he's going to be clearing those jungle camps just that much more quickly.
Yeah, but if he doesn't get any more kills, then the Malady will not be as useful. So he needs to continue with the tempo that he had in the early game. You know, he got those 3 or 4 kills very early on. He has to continue doing that in order to just continue to get stronger with those Malady stacks. You can see Ven securing some map pressure here. Calipito, though, coming in with the mini prime onto Empty.
Empty expending the black hole, but it may be just too late. He's immediately blown up by the ventilate. Ven, he says he regrets that decision. The vortex grenade always bounces up those steps. Won't connect this time. Ven might not want to stick around here for this one with a buffed up Calipito. He's painted in purple now.
Did I see? I think I saw a Malady on Brandonite as well. I could be making that up, but when he vaporized the creeps, I thought I saw like the Malady effect happen. But either way, ManQ has walked his way middle, and he is here to support Calipito with that mini prime. And this is what we love to see with that mini prime, especially the first one, is heavy map pressure. They don't get the tower, but they got 3 tower plates, which is so value. And that is exactly what you need to be doing with this buff. This buff allows your creeps to just sit in the tower for days and days and days. And they just got, what, 330 gold or whatever the math is there?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what can't be understated is on the opposite side of the map, we had the Grim just chilling under tower. Didn't go past river, didn't do anything crazy because he knew he needed to stay alive. Vappa very intelligently waiting for the wave to crash under, getting the creeps that he could, getting some of that solo XP, and not extending himself and getting himself killed. That's the most important part as a carry. Keep yourself safe.
Yeah, Vappa, very disciplined. I mean, we saw last game how disciplined he can be. Very quiet, almost, but he knows when to make noise, and he's just waiting until he hits a power spike where he feels confident enough to make that noise. Sagu, a little bit on the noisier end of ADCs. I think he likes to fight a little bit more, but it seems like he is... Anjip is not as... I guess oppressive as Sagu would probably prefer, but empty. Torn space is in, trying to hit Brandonite. The death mark is on him, and Brandonite is going to fall under his tier 1 tower here. Just so much damage. There's nothing you can do, but Calipito looking to get something.
Jab wants to get some rebuttal onto Ven, but this so shifty is this Kalari jumping around, but the left swipe is good, and the tether even better to lock down the assassin and jump over there. Believe that was from the Greystone to get out of dodge. My goodness, Ven might not be French, but the guillotine was sublime to take down the Brandonite. He doesn't have the Malady, Doc. He has Chalice and Solaris, which we've been seeing a lot of TB players run currently, is that Solaris first item. So well done from him, but after those picks in the mid lane, right on cue, here is the Fang team.
Yeah, I must have just seen bad animations or something, or I'm blind, I don't know. But also, mid laner ADCs, they sometimes build those pens, but here comes the Black Hole from Empty over top the Fangtooth, Calipito engaging.
And there's the forward crunch just to get out of there. Empty just not finding purchase in that fight. The Stoneforge Soul, though, expended. That's exactly what they need from Time's Up here. He's assaulting the gates, finding himself into the backline. The Crash Bang Boom, though, could be huge. It allows the repositioning for the squad. The Fangtooth, though, does get taken. Calipito, he said he had one thing on his mind, and that's the Fangtooth. Now he's out for blood. An easy burst down there of the support. Nothing Anjeep could do. Sagu tries to get an exit frag and does, but he will expend his life for it. The turnaround kills here from Bad Stew. They're cooking now.
Bad Stew's definitely cooking. They come out on top 3 for 2 in that engagement. They did lose their mid laner and ADC, but they get the objective. They get the second Fangtooth buff, which means increased movement speed out of combat. And Calipito feeling good. Kant did have to burn his blink, but he survived in that engagement. But it's only 13 minutes in, and we're already seeing the power of this Narbash. He is just sustaining. He's burning all of his mana, but it's working. It's working for their team. Like, they're winning these slower fights.
Oh, the Thunk does connect here on Empty, but it's just the Orc Bard trying to, just say hello here. But Doc, something that's peculiar is that the Orb of Growth here has been selected by Empty, and already being behind, like early on in this contest. It seems like an odd choice, though. He needs that power to engage for his team.
I think he sees his job in the current state of his team. Like, his job is a black hole bot, right? So when objective fights happen, he's really leaning heavily into, I have to survive long enough to get a black hole full duration off onto 3 or 4 heroes. Like, that is our win condition, paired with the Stoneforge Soul. But Time Up is going to get long crunched here.
I don't think he has nothing in the bank. No blink, no Stoneforge Soul. All he's got is just the Ice-Scorn Talons. And there's ManQ with the thump, the uppercut, the tether. A great collapse there from Bad Stew. Their communications are pearl right now.
Oh, but in the mid lane, though, Brandonite does fall to Ven's Kalari, and that is just another stack on that Malady. I think Ven should probably have 2 or 3 stacks at this point. He's slowly getting there, but here comes Time's Up, not giving this mini prime for free.
Ven, he's jumping in, but immediately bursted down as well. The black hole expended and then canceled right away. Empty can't do the one job he's slated to do. The Neural Regenesis, though, to save the Cosmic Wizard just for an instant, but now he gets shoved in a locker once again, just punched and slashed into nothingness. So many kills going the way of Bad Stew. They do lose their duo lane as Sagu. He wasn't focused during that engagement, Doc. He was just pelting them from the back line.
Sagu, full HP, full mana. He is not feeling any pressure right now. Calipito dives in, but Sagu just says, okay, I'll just shoot you with my little hand crossbow. I don't really care, brother. So the Calipito is going to have to go back. So is Khan. Khan has no mana. That second mini prime is still up. So it is most likely going to go toward Time's Up, but Brandonite, he had died and then he rejoined the fray and they're just running him down again. Oh, he does fall. Sad.
Yikes. That Sacred Oath, it gives him that a little bit of extended range on the next basic attack. That's able to cut the mid laner down to size. But Doc, that's kind of what you expect when you run a double ADC composition, is that, you know, your mid laner usually is a mage that can have some self-peel. Brandonite, maybe not so much.
Yeah, and you're definitely lacking a little magic damage in these engagements as well. So in terms of magic damage, but also control, like you have two heroes on your team that just kind of shoot guns. They don't really, you know, Gideon has a root, Gideon has Black Hole, Gideon has Torn Space to like enable movement. Twin Blast doesn't do any of those things. He just shoots his little guns and goes pew 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 pew. So yeah, they're definitely, it's a trade-off, right? Like you trade off having those things for having just insane damage. So Bad Stew, they just need to take a deep breath. They need to reset, calm, cool, collect, and just think about how they're going to re-engage some of these fights that are coming up in the future, so that they're not dying like staggeredly, so that they can have two ADCs alive at the same time to pump the damage.
Doc, it's a very close contest, 12-10. Two Fang Teeths over for Bad Stew, but that's okay. The economy is a little in Bad Stew's favor, but it's not out like enormous, right? Ben has really been keeping the team in it by getting these eliminations for the squad. Now we have almost like an ARAM match here in the middle, all like 4 members, 5 for the side of Bad Stew. They collapse right onto empty. No Black Hole in this fight. That wizard is donezo. They're going to be moving on to the Fang now. The battle will Time's Up contest this one.
That was perfect layering for all the CC, the crunch knock up, the tether, the thunk, just all perfectly onto that Gideon, not allowing him a chance. He's going to be down, but here comes Time's Up trying to contest. They do knock Man Q out early.
Yeah, he went in, I think, for the Crash Bang Boom Dock and was immediately focused. There's the Purge from the side of the Kira, and also the Predecessor to keep him alive, but targeted well by Calipito. He's seeing a bunch of low health folks, and he is at full. A double kill, though, for Ben as they're trying to chase down the remaining members of Time's Up. It's a 3-for-2 trade here outside the Fang Tooth. Calipito, he's always objective-oriented. He's heading right back for that dinosaur.
Yeah, that is 2 Malady stacks onto Ven's Kalari, so Kalari's feeling quite nice right now. And on the back line, though, Kalari has potentially found someone. Meanwhile, Calipito focusing that objective. Black Hole does come out from Empty, who has rejoined the fray, holding Vapa in place, but Brandonite is just pumping. Again, you're focusing one ADC to allow the other ADC to just pump damage into you. Vapa does ultimately fall, though. I don't see... Okay, Ven got the kill, so another Malady stack. So even though they lose the Fang Tooth and they lose the team fight overall, Ven is feeling quite strong, and he definitely has the potential on this Kalari hero to really just win the game for his team. I really think that he has the power to just 1 or 2 shot both ADCs very quickly if they step out of position. So this game is by no means over for Time's Up yet.
Yeah, still the kill advantage the way of Time's Up, but 3 Fang Teeth now in the bank for Bad Stew, Doc. You know what that means. That's increases to offensive and defensive stats for everybody. That's going to help, more tankability, more damage, especially for those ADCs. They're going to be looking for maybe another fight here. We're seeing Time's Up has the augmentation and then the Earthshaker as well for that extra ability damage. Looks like Kant will be taking the teleporter to the other side. He's going to be helping out the duo lane here, but they've left. They've made a rotation elsewhere, Doc.
They have. Brandonite, meanwhile, mid lane getting pressured by Ven, but it looks like Calipito has shown up to apply pressure there, but Kant, who jumped all the way over here, is getting run down by Sagu and Anjib. Force Under's tier 1 tower is not happy with that, but yeah, I mean, there's just fighting happening non-stop all over the map. Calipito forces Ven out of the jungle and is looking to take his red buff. He should be able to get it. I did not see who actually get it. I think Calipito got it. It almost looked like Empty could have got it, though.
I think he has it. There's 2 orbs swirling around him here and now. Folks, welcome to the mid game where it's basically just chaos until somebody, comes out on top, whether you win a fight, assassinate a couple people unexpectedly in the jungle, etc. Now the towers start to fall. The economy's starting to level out a little bit. Bad Stew, though, with still a tiny bit of advantage because of those neutral objectives.
Yeah, I mean, they have three fangs, and they're equal on mini primes. They are two towers and 2 towers, so slight advantage, but meanwhile, Kant getting pressured by Ven and time up. What's new? But Kant this time surviving for now with ManQ here to provide assistance. The Crash Bang Boom comes out.
And that makes time's up to expend the blink, and he takes the blast cone over. Nice little bit of shifty skill, understanding the map very well, but it's Ven. He gets shut down. The captain's fighting it out there. Calipito coming out on top now. He's looking to put in a little bit more punching and crunching. He has to forward dash, though, as it is Sagu on the Kira who has arrived. They are pumping in the damage, and Jip doing really well to keep their Kira
Here's
alive.
Calipito.
Calipito has joined the fray once more. The upper crunch is working here. The Stoneforge Soul to slam back down and do a bunch of AoE damage. The displacement shot, though, finds time's up and sends it to timeout.
Man, they thought Calipito was out of that fight, and then he just forward dashes out of that side patch over by the Cyan buff and just gets on top of Sagu, preventing him from playing the game. The knockups onto Sagu, onto time up. I hate that it's time's up and time up. I hate that. I'm sorry. But just the knockups from Calipito there doing so much work, just so much enabling for his 2 ADCs. A very similar playstyle to what we saw in the last game, right? We saw this conceptual idea of having a front line to allow the mid laner and ADC to just play the game. And in that engagement, they did that perfectly. Vappa wasn't even there. Vappa was walking to that fight until it ended. He just showed up the very end. That was it. So very successful fight coming out from Bad Stew there. And yeah, this is slowly snowballing out of control to the point where I'm now worried that Ven and his 10 or 12 Malady stacks might not be enough.
Yeah, they went for, I believe it's a Perforator there, Doc, to maybe cut through some of that tank ability. They're really trying to focus down Kant so he can't have any purchase in these fights, but he's doing just enough to buy the time, like you said, for his 2 ADCs to really putting the hurting on. So maybe the time's up investing too much resources to stifle this offlaner.
Yeah, and ManQ, it can't be understated. I know support players generally don't get shout-outs, but I mean, his Morton last game, his Narbash this game, just so much sustain, so much peel. He is chaos incarnate. He just runs at you, and you're like, well, I have to react to ManQ, and as you react to ManQ, the rest of his team just shreds you. So a lot of chaos. With this Orb Prime buff, though, they do secure that tier 2 tower mid lane, further solidifying their map advantage here in favor of Bad Stew.
Speaking of shredding, that tower gone in an instant. Now emboldened here is Bad Stew with the purple buff on their backs. They're looking to take down some members, and they find Ven in the jungle. The CC chain, immaculate from them to keep that assassin under wraps. I think they'll be okay with that. They got what they came for. They're moving on to the next objective. I believe the Fang has spawned already for them. This is going to be Empty's time to shine. Will the Orb of Growth into Orb of Enlightenment pay off here as he goes over the top? Time up, though. He's moving in. Too little, too late, though. The Fang 2 goes the way of Bad Stew. Now the battle will actually commence as they're looking for exit frags. It's Brandon Knight with the Ventilate, the Purge dash in, the Shadow Cry, the Neural Regenesis, though, keep the carry alive once again. The medicine not good enough, and Jeep will then fall right after. It's an RGS ace here, Doc, for Bad Stew.
That went about as expected. I mean, they had the Orb Prime buff. They knocked Ben out of that engagement early on before the objective. They hop onto the objective, forcing times up to react, forcing them to make a play and do something to stay in the game. But ultimately, as you said, too little, too late. The Black Hole was not enough. The Stoneforge Soul was not enough. This game has just spiraled out of control because Calipito on this crunch has been cooking everybody and just enabling so much from the rest of his team.
Yeah, my goodness, Calipito leading the squad. And that is it. The core shattered in an instant, and it's Bad Stew making a statement out here, Doc. They win this semifinal match easy, 2-0.
Yeah, Bad Stew coming out, proving that they really are just this kind of like mix and mash of random EU players, and I don't know who's driving their team. I don't know if it's ManQ or Calipito or who's calling the shots, but whoever's doing it is doing a fantastic job. And I had never seen Calipito play Crunch, so I love seeing him on this hero. Like the way he's navigating these fights, which ordinarily would be really challenging, I think. He's making it look easy peasy lemon squeezy. So big fan of him right now. I think he's really, I mean, this is what I love about these draft tournaments, right? These kind of up and coming players, and in my opinion, he's one of them. So I love seeing him on it.
Very confident on the Crunch, because you're right, sometimes you can feel a little bit scared. How do I engage in this fight? Who do I attack? Who's my target here? But maybe it is ManQ that is calling the shots, and that's giving Calipito, he just has to like one track, be like, all right, I'm listening to ManQ, he says this guy, I'm going, and then he goes, he knows the rest of the team will follow him up, and we can go from there. Folks, we have our game stats. Now these are not just these two characters, these are actually the entire teams. We've averaged all their statistics together to give you an overarching view of how well each squad has done. You can see Bad Stew basically doubled the player score of times up, which makes sense in a win-loss situation. But that KDA, Doc, it's the amount of assists from the side of Bad Stew that I think really propelled them forward.
Yeah, I kept talking about Ven having that ability to carry his team, but if you don't have assists on your teammates, they're not getting that assist gold. They're not able to maintain their economy up with, like, keep it on par with the opposing team or with the rest of Ven, for example. So it just unfortunately was not enough. So that 1.2 KDA for their team, the majority of that was the Kalari.
Yeah. And you need that extra gold, especially on your supports. If they can get to that extra item, if you can get to, True Silver Bracelet and Everbloom on ManQ before the 20-minute mark and you're pumping heals, then you can death ball it in and just run down the other side. So yes, that assist gold is very important for every member of your squad. Well, Doc, what a fantastic series that was. Very exciting between these two teams. Remember, folks, you can always donate here to the Fang Booth community to increase that prize pool for this wonderful EU community event. We still have more action for you as we have a grand final match between Useless Neft and Bad Stew. Doc, we'll see everybody on the other side.
Welcome into FTC, and thank you so much for holding on for us as we get into these finals. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Lizadeth, aka Liz, or as the real ones know me, Lizard. And joining me today is the one and only Mr. Wangle. Hi, Wangle. How are you?
I am tired. These tournaments are not made for NA West people, but I'm super hyped, super good, and awake, and I'm ready to watch some Fang Draft finals. Yeah!
Yes, so am I. It's been a fun weekend. A lot of great games, a lot of people putting it all on the line. And you know, today, Wangle, we do have our final teams coming into this. Useless Neft and Bad Stew. Don't let me butcher that now. We did see Useless Neft go 2-0 and Bad Stew go 2-0. So this is going to be a very fun finals as we move into these grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it, it's the classic story of Europe. Neft is in a finals. Is anyone going to stop him? But no, Useless Neft has played super, super well throughout the whole thing. But on the other side, Bad Stew, I think, in my opinion, looking at the roster, it's a very good roster, but the way that they have really stepped up and they're 2-0ing pretty much every single one of their games, or they won pretty much all their games yesterday, they're doing extremely well. And we've seen Useless Neft have lost a game in the group stage yesterday as well. So they are immortal. They can bleed.
Yes, you know, the good old Greek mythology of being like, hey, they still bleed all the same. So let's see. We have these two really compelling teams as we move into this. You know, there are some players that you've seen before, and you did mention it, Wangle. We've seen Neff before. If you go to his Ometa page, you know, he's got the trophies, and we all know him. We know him pretty well, even over here across the pond.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these rosters, having lived in Europe, there's a lot of names that I recognize here, which doesn't surprise me for a Fang Draft finals. You've got Neft, you've got Conte, my old jungler, great guy. You've got Dan, who I think is Drekuger Dan, also very nice guy. Tutankhamun, a support player that's been around the scene for quite some time in Europe. And on the other side, we've got Calipito, we've got Mankey, we've got World Championite in the mid lane, also known as Brandon Knight. Kant in the offlane, very solid offlaner, and Vappa, probably the nicest guy that I met in EU. But all very good players in their own right, and it's what a stacked finals that we have here.
Yes, this is super going to be awesome, especially as we get into this. I want to know, though, Wangle, especially with this new meta and these new drafts, we know comfort players, but especially having access to more people like Forrest, Wukong, things of that nature. Do you expect to see any heroes specifically maybe trying to get picked up off this?
I think where my mind goes to first is we've seen a lot of the Mankey Narbash. Pretty much as any time that it is open, Mankey will take the Narbash. Brandon Knight as well, kind of known for some Iggy here and there, but he's played a bit more characters than just the Narb. And then on the other side, the main person that I'm looking at there is Conte. He loves his Aurora. He loves his, bruisers and tanks and those types of things. And I think it very much is a meta that favors Conte as well recently. I know he's been enjoying playing the game a lot recently, so I think something like probably trying to get Conte onto the Aurora will be a big thing for this Neft team.
Yeah, that's perfect. And you know what? Aurora is a really good hero, so I'm excited to see him pilot that as, or if they ban him, it wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really good players. There's a lot of really good heroes right now. I mean, most of the heroes that you see banned in these matches are tanks, bruisers, those types of things that can play jungle and offlane. Not really as much bans onto other different roles. Not really seeing many mid bans. Maybe we'll see a Narbash ban, something like that, but that I think would be the extent of it. But here we have the head-to-head of the two teams.
Yes, and it's really interesting when they pulled this up and we're looking at it. We see Bad Stew really have the higher player score and the more gold. Of course, not by a large margin, but we do see that Neft's team over here has the higher damage and the higher KD, which I think is interesting, especially to see they're coming out swinging is what I see from this. And they're getting their hands on a lot of kills very, very fast, especially if they're not getting that creep score. They're definitely getting it somewhere else, and it definitely looks like they're getting those kills fairly easily.
Yeah, I think their games have gone a little bit shorter than the Bad Stew games, which is why the stats might be a little bit favored in Bad Stew in some of them. But I think obviously it's Neft's world, and if you can shut him down, that's probably where most of the damage in KDA is coming from on that team, if I were to guess. The KDA, I think they play fights really well. They don't die a lot in the fights, but if you can get on that Neft guy, he's a little bit of a problem sometimes.
To each their own, right?
Maybe.
Definitely get on him. Guard him. Help me, Patrick. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I think it's really interesting, and I'm excited to see what the length of these games are going to be, Wangle, especially considering, like you said, Bad Stew had some longer games and Useless Neft didn't. I do think we might see some longer games, but if Neft is able to get ahead, it kind of looks like they kind of get that motion of really getting kind of that landslide. So I'm really interested to see what kind of length of games we're gonna be having here.
Yeah, I think this matchup against Bad Stew will be a really good test for this Neft side, because they have a player like Mankey who's going to be a big shot caller for the team, and with the way that he likes to play Narb, can really slow down the game if they need to, if they start falling behind, and will look for plays here and there on like smaller opportunities. And I think that of all the rosters, this is probably going to be the most difficult for Neft to play into.
That's awesome. And honestly, no hate to anybody, but I am here for difficult matchups. I love good games, so I love a challenge. But as we move into the draft, I do kind of want to see kind of your thoughts on who you think will be banned. Are we going to see prioritized bans? Are we going to see more of the meta bans that you think are going to be coming out? I know we know our metas, but we also see target bans quite often when it comes to competitive threat.
Yeah, this is right now in this meta. It seems to be mainly tanks and bruisers are getting banned. What those tanks and bruisers are can change. I believe Aurora will probably be one of them. Greystone, I think, is just really good in general. I don't think there's any specialization for any of these teams to enjoy Greystone. I know Calipito had a really good game on the Wukong in one of the games yesterday. But Kwong is really solid. Kant really likes playing the Kwong. Maybe we'll see the Narbash banned for Mankyu. There's a lot of things that can get banned, a lot of things that are very good in this meta, and it's kind of up to these teams to choose which ones they want to focus on, but I guess we'll see.
I am really excited to see this 6 hero ban on this competitive side. I do think it is going to be really fun to see those. And there you said it, Wangle. We do see Bad Stu go ahead and ban out the Wukong, and Useless Neff said, nah, get that Narbash out of here. You called it. They don't want to see them with it. And of course, Useless Neff is going to get rid of Wraith. And Bad Stu's going to follow up with Skylar.
This draft is going very quickly. There's a lot to touch on here. Narbash and Wraith banned on the side of Useless Neft. Wukong and Skylar banned on the side of Bad Stew. The Skylar ban obviously making it so that Neft doesn't have his fly ability to just get away from all the dive that they want to do onto him. Wukong ban is actually, I think, the one that's most interesting. The Narb and Wraith bans make sense to me due to Mankyu and Brandonite really liking those characters. Mankyu also probably would play in support if the opportunity arose. Useless Neft are going to lock the Kwong. That can be flexed both jungle and offlane. Bad Stew are going to lock Morn and Ramp. The Ramp can be flexed both jungle and offlane, and it is very good, I think, into the Kwong if you can force that lane matchup, Kwong versus Rampage in the offlane.
Yes, and I do think it's really cool that Bad Stew went ahead and did pick up the Morn instead. A really strong hero as well right now, and as you were saying, it's a very tanky and bruiser bans going out in this meta nowadays. But being able to get the Morn is going to be a really nice pickup here if they can't get the Narbash. And I do like to see on Neft's side, they did go ahead and also pick up Gadget, who realistically, one of my favorite mid laners. I love Gadget. She's awesome in those team fights over in objectives. A lot of get up, get out, have a hat.
Yeah, and especially in this meta with how tanky these frontliners are, I think the Gadget pick is stronger, as strong as it's ever been. With the magic armor shred, with her synergy with Megacosm, her ability to apply Tainted in a fight. She is one of the best tank shredding mages in the game, and so you see more in Rampage, especially the Rampage, very much a dive-heavy tank.
Yes.
And you just want the Gadget. You want to be able to gate it, ult it, and then your team burst it really quickly. Neft going to pick up the Twin Blast. His Skylar's gone. He wants something that he can make his own space still, wants something with a dash. Kira's not quite the best into the double front line, so the Twin Blast recently buffed. Crit Twin Blast looking pretty good as a build. So very solid pick. And then Countess picked up for Bad Stew. Could go jungle, could go mid, could go offlane.
Yeah, Countess is one of those picks that, it's genuinely kind of a wild straw, so I like seeing her get picked up, unless it's, somebody who is very prominent in playing a Countess. But I like seeing a Countess being picked up. It's kind of fun. But, of course, Bad Stew is going to go ahead and ban a Zinx. I do like Zinx myself, and I think she would be really good in this comp, so I think that's kind of a good call here. Of course, they still left Muriel on the table, which I don't think she's as strong as she was in the past patches. But still viable pick there. And of course, they went ahead on Neft's side and banned the Kira.
Yeah, I think that Kira ban is to make it so Neft has the ability to make things happen in lane and perhaps force a lead through lane. Due to, if you have Kira Twin Blast, you have characters that can match each other's dashes in a box, and Kira has really good poke with her Mercy. But with Kira gone, it means Neft can play out of range of the other ADC pretty easily. And if they get into range, he can dash away. Murdoch, I think, is a very solid pick, is able to run at Neft, run at the TB if he gets the opportunity in the lane. But Neft is going to be wanting to play out of range of this Murdoch, play poke, whittle him down, try and get leads through that. And then Useless Neft are going to pick up the Zarus, locking in that Zarus gadget combo.
Yes, I was just thinking that we have the official big microwave, and they went ahead on the Neft's side and they picked up the Muriel, which I love a Muriel, so I'm excited to see a Muriel come in here. A lot of split push, a lot of great use in the team fights, can really change the tide with her ult. So I'm really excited to see them pick her up to round out their team. And realistically, Neft's side over here, I think they have a lot of good pickups for team comp and kind of what they've been going for this tournament, it seems like. So I'm interested to see who Bad Stew's going to pick up last.
Yeah, they were going to lock in the Argus, meaning the Countess is either offlane or jungle. I believe, looking at this, it's probably going to be a Countess offlane, Rampage jungle, Argus mid. They have a pretty good pick comp here with the Argus stun, with the Ramp Rock, and Countess ult. Countess ult, very good pick ability. And then on the side of Useless Neft, obviously they locked in that Muriel. You know, I like to have a joke about this type of comp. It's, you know, you could put in a lot of effort to figure out how to draft in Predecessor. Or you could lock in Zarus Gadget Muriel and just figure it out from there. So that's what I'm seeing on the side here. There's a lot more to it. They locked in the Zarus late because you have to make sure that there's not a lot of mobility to get people out of the Zarus cage. Otherwise, that character feels really bad right now. But once they saw a pretty immobile team other than the Countess, they were like, we can lock in the silly combo. They've got two frontliners, lock them in the cage, lock them in the gadget ult, and it should be a good fight for us.
Yes, yes. There's a lot of things going on Neft's site that really helps with objectives, really helps with ganks, things of that nature. But Bad Stew, they definitely do have some team comp over there. But ultimately, Wangle, we can sit here and dissect it all day long, but it always comes down to the players, right, chat? So on that note, we're going to go ahead and pass it over to our phenomenal casters, Mr. Falcon and Spooky Mars down in the Sanctuary.
Thank you so much to the desk, and thank you to production for getting those Funko Pops out of my face and off of my eyeballs. Really appreciate you there. So excited to be down in Sanctuary once again. These are two teams that we've seen clash again and again throughout this tournament. Useless Neft and Bad Stew both have phenomenal records here, Falcon. But only one can stand at the top and take the victory at the end of the day.
It's all or nothing now. The loser is just going to walk home. Second place doesn't mean anything in tournaments, unless you get a bit of money, but in this one, that is just not going to happen. It is all about that pride, that victory, maybe that a meta title if you wanted it as well. But I do think both teams have got very good compositions. Both of them are looking to do different things. We obviously have the microwave combo, which we have seen since Zarus has been released years ago, which has always been helpful. But Bad Stew, I love how much pick potential they have. They have so many ways to get onto a target, so many ways to just lock down someone. So it's going to be interesting to see what Lucius Neft's team can do for that.
Absolutely. Now, one thing I want to look at here is one thing we were talking about during the draft behind the scenes there. We were talking about who was going to be off lane. I was expecting to be this Rampage, but in fact, it's the Countess going over into Kant's hands over there. Talk to me. How do you think that matchup is against that Kwang? And do you think that it's more viable or valuable to have that Countess in the off lane rather than in the jungle or the mid lane?
In terms of just a straight-up matchup, Rampage is definitely better. He has that tenacity in his passive. He gains that extra healing whenever he gets knocked up, gets tethered. So it's going to be a pretty good counter into the Krang. Countess is just more of a farmer, just wants to get those levels under her belt, get to the point where she has a few items, and then can start fighting and get that poke going through. But in this early game, this is basically what you're going to be seeing. Dan just pushing in wave after wave. I think the value comes in the fact that Rampage gets unlocked onto the map. He can link up the likes of the Argus Stun, the likes of the Morn Pool, and it has so much better gank potential than the Countess, which I think Bad Stew prefers.
Absolutely. We'll have to see how Bad Stew decides to make use of it. We already saw last game, Calipito kind of run things in the jungle. Maybe a quiet start, didn't really look for too many ganks. In fact, kind of left a lot of his lanes on an island for a little bit. But he's had that farm prioritization, and you saw the value that came out of it. Do you expect a similar playstyle, or do you think with this Rampage, it's a little bit more beneficial to get those ganks started early and start trying to find those picks?
I'd like to see getting those picks going on early on, but realistically, I don't think there's much he can do. The Kerrang is going to be quite hard to gank. You can see that Calipito is going towards the Iron buff. Kant isn't going to get that for himself, which is unfortunate for the Countess. You want all the XP you can in the early game, but at least it gives him something. However, it's going to be a question of where do you want to gank. I would say the dual lane, keep Nef down, which is going to be the best course of scenario for Bad Stu. Make sure that he doesn't get that free farm, doesn't get those free levels with the help of the support. And the fact that you have the Muriel means that there is no real peel, no real CC to stop a dive going on to them. But also the seals are so potent.
Yeah, it's a tough choice to make right now. One thing that is an option is that mid lane. Elements on the gadget. Not a ton of mobility there either. Sure, it does have that warp gate. Gets a little move speed, can reach it down. But aside from that, it's a pretty easy gank to make. And if you find that boulder onto this gadget, there's really not a lot Elements can do to make the space and the CC chain that you were talking about, where you can just toss a boulder into the Ether Crystal, into the bombs. It's pretty easy to take someone down when you combine this Argus and the Rampage.
That is certainly true. Though Elements is hitting that level 6, it's going to make it a bit harder with the Tesla Dome. Just pop it down under yourself. Means that they are going to be taking quite a lot of damage when they do go for the gank. And honestly, Brandlight, I mean, he has been playing really well this tournament. He's got multiple MVPs in these games as well. So I would like Bad. Yeah, I would like. I mean, it's still MVP. It's still a lot of damage. So Argus is still going to be a relatively similar sort of play style with just using that particle shredder to do as much damage as you can over a team fight. And I would like Bad Stu to focus on that, know that he's playing well this tournament, let him carry those games.
And, you know, I'm fighting out. I have so little respect for the characters Brandon Knight likes to play. Man, this guy just picks my least favorite characters in the game. Keep your eyes peeled though. You can see Calipito in that mid lane. Brandon Knight, pretty good job of baiting, but Conte is here as well. Brandon Knight's going to go ahead and drop the Ether Crystal. Not going to find that knockup. Take a look who's also made the rotation. Conte is here as well. Going to run into Conte first. Drops a hat, puts some good damage out. But Elements very low, not enough damage, but it might be Conte who goes down somehow. Just has the health. No, Calipito fires through. Brandon Knight picks up the kill. Nice and easy first blood to Bad Stu.
The long-range sniper gets that final shot. We saw them trying to dance, try and lay as much as you can, dodge that shot, but it landed. It went perfectly. Can't go for the great rotation as well. And that's a perfect timing for the Fang Draft. They have the solo laner over here. There's no reason why they shouldn't go for this. Yes, you have got Dan over here. They get the Fang Draft, but they might lose Calipito.
Good blink. Gets Calipito out of danger for now. Dan, moving on forward, looking to try to find a little bit more here. Neff is right behind. Kant is so low, and he's going to get cut down by the man himself. Dan picks one up, going to steal away a 5 camp for their troubles. Still, pretty good trade for Bad Stu. First, Fang Tooth for only 1 death. You can make that trade any day of the week. And Dan has to make the trip all the way over from that right side of the map in order to do it. So not going to be farming up over there. A little bit of a consolation prize catching that 5 camp.
They get the red buff as well, so at least it's a bit more else. And they get the 2 camp maybe as well. This might be a bit overzealous. You have Calipito back, you have Brandon Knight. Kant is also nearby the mid lane as well, so this could be a bit dangerous, especially the fact that Conte doesn't have level 6.
Ooh. Does get hit by the Ether Crystal. Like you said, Conte not having level 6 means he's not going to be looking for the fight there. Just needs to find a little bit more farm, get himself that ultimate, because once he gets the Colosseum online, that's when Useless Neft really start to come together, I think. You combine the gadget ult with that big Colosseum, lock him in. My eyes still go to Neft here, right? Quiet game over on this left side. No one's really been trying to skirmish. No one's been trying to gank. Been more than happy to just farm up and play a slow game in that dual lane. But we've had some opinions that it's maybe a bit of a mistake on the side of Bad Stu to let it go quiet.
I definitely think so. Just letting Neff just build items on a carry like Twin Blast, who wants couple of those items, wants that Solaris, wants that Predecessor, maybe even an Inferno if he gets those 3 item mark, and then start team fighting, it is going to be an issue. But Bad Stew, they have played the rest of the map well. They've got the first Fang Tooth. They're going to get this first mini prime. There's going to be no contention from the side of Useless Neff. It does look like it's going to be given over to Calipito. Can't maybe. It is given over to Can, so it is going to be in that off lane. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. I imagine they probably could have taken that a bit faster if they wanted to, but there's no contention on the side of Useless Neff. There's no Fang Tooth for them to take either. So overall, a good pickup, a good early game from Bad Stew. It does still feel like a ticking time bomb, though.
Honestly, a little bit of a misstep from Useless Neff there as a whole, because you saw Conte was kind of in that area, but didn't take that step into the river, didn't spot Bad Stew out. And so Bad Stew is able to get another free objective to their name. Doing a very good job on this objective play so far. 2 to their name so far. Only dropped 1 kill, tied on the scoreboard in that regard. They're definitely doing good work in building themselves up a little bit of gold. Sure, they don't have tower platings knocked down just yet. In fact, actually favors Useless Neff a little bit on that portion. But the way they're controlling the map so far has been looked very good for Bad Stew. I feel like it's just a matter of time before they start making more aggressive plays.
I think the real question is going to be the second Fang Tooth. Do they have enough control? Do they have enough farm to actually keep stacking those Fang Tooths up? Because, again, it just feels like you've left Neff on this island. You left Elements to keep farming up as well. He has got 76 farm, not the most in the world in the 9-minute mark, but it is still going to be plenty enough to deal a lot of damage with this ultimate. And once we get to that 5v5 team fight, which I imagine it is for the second Fang Tooth, then are they going to be in the position to do it? Are their front line going to be tanky enough to survive? We can see that Neff is probably going to try and do a reset beforehand. He has that crest available, really probably wants... I don't know, I think Cleanse is going to be a good pickup for him this game, but knowing Neff, he probably wants to pacify for even more dashes. I'll have to see what he picks up later.
I certainly hope he goes for the Liberator, given what kind of CC he's looking at over on the side of Bad Stew. So we've talked about it a couple times. You get hit by one, it's a quick CC chain that can lock you down for a good amount of time. You have to be able to break that and get out of dodge quickly. Now Bad Stew in position to start looking at this Fang Tooth, but it's a reset that comes through. That gives a little bit of leeway to Useless Neff. They can start this one up if they want to right now.
They can at least de-ward the area. They have got the sweeper ward going on from Calipito. There's 2 wards on the side of Bad Stew, 1 in the middle of the river, 1 towards the entrance of the duo lane. Clears 1, not the other one. They're going to go in the mid lane.
Blink comes out from Brandonite already. Missed that stun. Now is the cue for the rest of the team to get active. Morn turns off the lights. That's another ultimate off the board. It's good play to keep Brandonite safe and alive. But it means when we get around this Fang Tooth, Useless Neff have an advantage in the ult department. You're not going to be able to disrupt things quite as easily anymore.
Yeah, all 5 ults still up for Useless Neff. Conte walking in, gets bolded, gets CC, takes out a lot of damage.
Conte in a terrible spot. Behemoth comes through, but Conte is somehow still alive. The health bars getting dropped low for Calipito. The long arm doesn't quite connect. And Dan puts one jungler down. Conte extremely low, but puts Kant in the ground. It's not over till it's over. And if I got a sliver of health, baby, you better be scared. Let's turn our eyes to the Fang Tooth.
I don't know how Conte survived. He got hit by every single CC that Bad Stew had. He hit by Boulder, hit by Root, hit by the Dreadnought. I guess he got missed from the ultimates. Long Law went wide, same with the Synaptic Obliterator. And with the barricade, that extra damage reduction frontaled means that he took a lot less damage than he should have. But still, he had multiple people diving on him. So Useless Neff, a good peel for the jungler, a good playback into that river area where they had to control the Tesla Dome, separating the jungler of Calipito from the rest of his team, as well as Kant, and they're able to clean up. No contention to the Fang Tooth. That's 1-1. No third Fang Tooth going to be up until Primal.
The absolute insanity here is that he still has ultimate and blink available. Like, how did he get out of that without expending a single safety tool to create distance? That's just Neff, Useless Neff as a team coming together and trying to create some space for that jungler, because they knew if he went down, That Fangtooth probably going the way of Bad Stew. So able to take out Calipito. Crucial. Now, things starting to favor Useless Neft a little bit on the kill board. But still, objectives slightly in favor of Bad Stew. Tied up on Fang Teeth. That mini prime did put in some work. It's just a matter of time to see what they do next. And Elements has to burn the blink to try to get out of dodge. But oh my god! A boulder from the sky! Call it a divine axe! It's just gonna drop him down. Con, not long for this world. Dan tries to even that one up.
And still back to that boulder. That was beautiful. That was from the river. Not blind
That was
by
from the heavens.
any means. Yeah, basically, that was perfect. I don't know if Elements would have got out even with the without the boulder, but it definitely secured that kill. They did lose Kant in the other side. Unfortunately, the Kwang is online 2 levels ahead of this Countess, not working whatsoever in that solo lane after that first rotation, just not able to stay alive, even with the mini prime advantage as well. Like, it was just kind of unfortunate that Kant weren't able to use it properly, weren't able to actually activate it. It's
my
gonna go
God.
down.
Ow is about the only word I can say for that one. Brandonite putting in a lot of work right now. Calipito up in the Behemoth, walking into the mini prime. Conte gonna drop the Coliseum, and he's got to jump right back out, but straight into the grave for him. Conte picks up the kill. Leaves Kant in the middle of everything. 2 levels down, not in a great spot there. Trying to find a way back out. Dan, very low, but not falling just yet. But another stun comes through, and Kant's waiting for him. Shut down for the Countess. Newton going all the way over. Drops the reversal of fortune, keeps himself alive.
They're still going. Conte
God.
with the mini prime,
Oh!
gets another kill onto Kant. Spirit of Near used. Brandonite is... Brandonite is
that's a
unfortunately
bad
just
look
like
for
he has
Brandonite.
DC. That is not a good place. There's going to be no mercy from the side of Conte, taking him out as well. Meanwhile, Neft and Vopper still fighting the 1v1. Tower taken down, but Vopper is going to try and get out. Use the box shot. No mana left on the Murdoch.
That's going to be a nice little win for Useless Neft there. Got themselves the mini prime as well. Got everything they were looking for. A shutdown onto Dan is not quite enough to bring Boy Kant back up to parity. It's a good boost to the gold. As it stands, that's a triple kill for Conte, and that is a massive swing of gold for the jungler. Zaris ahead. Already terrifying given how much he's already done in this game.
Just going so well since that first Fang Tooth. Useless Neft double the kills as well. It is unfortunately going to be a DC. Hopefully Brandonite does come back within a short amount of time. But now Neft and Co are pushing down this tier 1. Vontae is going around the side. It is get the stun on the Vopper. Uses the pacifier to get under his tower. Box shot as well. It's going to be used ventilated from downtime. Will hit minions more than Vopper. But they have the mini 5 minions. They can still keep pushing this.
Calipito in the area. Could look for a jump in from the back end. Instead, opts to walk all the way around. Play this one safe. Doesn't want to engage in the 3v2. Now might be a little bit more map going the way. Elements gets pulled in. Gets targeted down by the tower. Oh my god! Get him out of there! No way! Manq just juggles him back into the tower. Puts him down. Tower does most of the work, but hey, you started it.
If he's stuck on the tower, then it's might as well. Meanwhile, the knockup's going to go through Kant. Solo Fury off the heavens. That is just a deleted Countess in the side lane. I mean, good play, Dan. You're quite far ahead, though. So going back to that Manq play. Wow, my God. That Riftwalkers, I don't think that would normally hit. That was probably max range, pulling them back into that tower. But we'll just see how strong the CC is of Morn, able to lock down the target for such a long time. But third Fang did you. Now up, Useless Neft probably going to be able to take this unannounced.
Honestly, Manq doing a good job of putting the CC down. Batstu as a whole has a really good CC chain and is kind of reliant on having Brandonite around as well. He's a big starter for the chains. Without him to help out, things a little bit more grim for Bad Stew right now. Still trying to do what they can admirably, but if Fangtooth goes the way of Useless Neft, that's 2-1 now. Things beginning to rack up in favor of UN right now. And with the mini prime also on the board, I mean, these things just keep on rolling. Bad Stew doesn't have a good way to step into things right now. So what do? Where do they find an answer? Because they haven't been able to find picks. Team fights aren't really going their way right now. what's the change-up they need to do?
It's a real unfortunate situation for Bad Stew. Playing 45 is basically impossible. There's no way we can kind of skirt around it. There's no way we can ignore that. Unfortunately, they do have a DC right now, which is a problem for them. It is just the reality of this game. So until that gets resolved, until Brand Knight does come back from whatever issue he has, they have to just bunker down. They need to farm what they can, need to take what they can. And if they can't look for picks with this composition, which is still possible, they still have a Boulder, they still have this Morn Pool, they still have Long Arbor Law, then that is going to be the best case scenario for them. The problem is, in 2 minutes time, that AWP is going to start. Jesus Neff, they probably don't start it exactly at that 20-minute mark, because that is an opportunity for Bad Stew to come back out, but it's definitely going to be something they look at.
Neft almost gets pulled in by ManQ, and you know what happens when you get pulled by the ManQ himself. Instead, it's going to be the tier 2 tower dropped down, or is picked up by Tootin there. A lot of pressure on the map, but Useless Neff playing this one safe, playing it slow. They're not trying to push for more than they can get right now. Instead, just breaking down these defenses. There's still a tier 2 on that right side. You can see Elements over there making his way back to the rest of the team. Some eyes look over towards the inhibitor, but you can tell that's not really what they're trying to grab here. Instead, a reset. Spend the gold they've got. Probably now look at one of these objectives that are up on the board.
AWP going to be up in a minute. Better time to go back, spend your money, reset your ward on Tootin as well, get those abilities up and going, and then all group up as a 5 pair, in which we can see Conte doing pretty well. 5 kills in this game, has popped off in a few of those team fights. 3 items online already, has quite a lot of HP to deal with the backline if he wants to do dive. And then we still have the microwave as well available. Neff just going for the standard build, has actually built the Aspringer, which is rather interesting to the Vanquisher, just trying to get as many abilities out as we can. And I mean, that's just the state of the game. Obviously, ManQ having to ult to just survive, get away from the rest of his team. Kant is in the offlane. Dan is going to counter it though.
Yeah, Kant in a bad spot here. Blink comes forward. Dan gonna run down this Countess. There's just nowhere for him to go. Tries to get some healing off. It's too little, too late. Maybe not. Dan still has to close some distance. Somehow Kant has created some space. Dash forward. But I don't know that it lasts long enough. No, it does not. Falcon, could you do me a quick favor here? Can you say the name of that item again?
Which one? There's quite a few items I've said in this game so far.
No,
Do you
the
want
most recent one.
Aspringer?
Yeah, say it one more.
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I won't be called to speaking in the next game because I would have killed him. So moving on to this team fight where Calipito is going to die.
Calipito gets absolutely destroyed, decimated, devastated. Any word that you want to use, it applies to Calipito's health bar right now. Instead, look our eyes over to Or Prime. 2 down and 1 not in play. Bad Stew can't really do anything about this Or Prime. It's going to go the way of Useless Neff for free here. It's going to be around the waists of 5 members. And frankly, it is feeling like they're just putting all their pieces in play to begin their walk down towards the base. Inhibitors are exposed, and Bad Stew falling more and more behind.
It's just an unfortunate situation, Spooky. I'll be honest, there's not much you can do in this place. There is going to be the Primal Fang Draft coming up relatively soon as well. That's going to be really the final nail in the coffin for the side of Bad Stew. We can see it has spawned there. They are going for something. They have got a grouping up 4-man in just the alcove trying to hide away, but Neff does spot it. The rest of the team is going to be going around to Dan on the flank.
Dante looking for a little bit, gets a boulder to the face, but Bappa, why have you stepped there? You walked into all of them! Oh no! That's gonna be lights out for him. And now on to ManQ, tries to blink forward, but straight into the enemy. Drop the Coliseum and put them in the ground. Can't fall. Everybody is dead. Only Calipito can stand around these inhibitors to try to defend his core. 1 man against 5. I don't know that he has the odds in his favor. Minions walking in, jumps back to the fountain, gets himself healed up. The core breaks, and Useless Neff take game 1.
Yeah, they just had such a strong showing. I know I hate harking on about this so much, but in a situation like that for Badger, they just have to keep their mental up. They need to hope that Brand does come back, has those issues sorted. That unfortunately wasn't the case in this game, but there is still a game 2, there's still a game 3 if they can win that as well. It's not out, it is a series, of course, so they just need to go back to the drawing board. I think the composition was fine. Maybe play that mid game a bit differently. Maybe don't pick the counters. Maybe you don't need that part of the composition.
Maybe don't disconnect.
But yeah, maybe don't let them pick Krang as well, because Dan seems very comfortable on that character. Was just dominating that side lane every time we did see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, the team looked like it was doing very well with what they had drafted. Obviously, unfortunate thing happened. Wasn't able to continue executing on the game plan. But I don't think they did anything like glaringly wrong in that. Like you mentioned, maybe the Countess doesn't work out super well. Maybe get something with a little bit more pressure in that lane. Because other than that, things were looking pretty good. Let's take a look at the stats of that game here, see how everything was. Oh, wait, we actually don't have stats for this one because of that DC, so don't worry about it. Instead, we're going to send you to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
And we are back, everybody, to the finals. And the first game goes to Neft. Unfortunate series of events there with the Argus DCing over there, but he is back and he's going to be better than ever. very unfortunate thing when it does come to these tournaments. It happens. But the best part is if they can pull this off and pull that win coming into this second game, it's going to make for an awesome comeback story. And I'm hoping that would be the case.
I mean, you're setting it up yourself, you know? If Bad Stew want to take down the king, they'll have to do it in the most exciting fashion possible, which is losing game 1 for free and then having to come back and win 2 more games to win it. Neft's team only need 1 more win in order to lock in that Fang Draft 3 crown. So, very high stakes coming into this game 2 here.
Yes, and as you just mentioned that, Wangle, you're 100% correct going into this game. Honestly, when it's a best of 3, the second game is an all or nothing kind of thing at that point. If you didn't win that first game, you have everything on the line if you want a chance at this championship.
And that's all that Bad Stew are going to have to be able to give, because they don't got anything else to fall back on after that game 1, unfortunately. We do have word that Brandon Knight is back. He had some internet issues, but he will be here for game 2. Here's to hoping that doesn't encounter any more of them in this upcoming game.
Yes, but ultimately, Wangle, I am very curious. They were cooking on Neff's side with the combo wombos. We knew they were going to come. The good old microwave, the gadget, the Muriel. A lot of CC going around out there. Do you think we're going to see maybe some priority pickups or maybe some bans towards some of those heroes over there?
I think the Zarus gadget combo, we might see a ban on like round 2 for like a Zarus or the gadget themselves. I think there's a lot of good stuff in the game at the minute, but maybe like on the third, like you do the first 2 bans, maybe the third ban is where you ban out like the Zarus or something to deny that combo. I do think arguably in that game, something that looked a little bit more dominant was the Kwongs, something that we have seen banned a lot more often than those types of characters. So maybe we will look at not letting the Kwong go through, or taking it on the side of Bad Stew, because it did not look like a fun matchup for that Countess.
100%. Yeah, he was playing that Kwong really well against that Countess. I know a lot of people hate to see a Countess end up in their off lane, but he was able to negate it just fine, and really well done there, honestly. But ultimately, as we get into the draft, I am curious to see if they do go ahead and pick up those heroes, and maybe we see like counter pickups, right? Like you were saying, maybe they'll go ahead and just maybe pick up that Kwong themselves, or maybe that Zarus themselves. Maybe they're like, you know what, since you DC, go ahead and take that gadget. How about that?
Yeah, Bad Stew have reversed the draft order. They are going to be picking first this time, and they're going to start out with a Rampage ban, followed by Useless Neft putting out the Wukong.
Yeah, and they don't want to get domed again. I know that Rampage was throwing a lot of rocks that were connecting in just the right time. So I think they've decided, you know what, we didn't enjoy that. I think we'd have maybe better chances, maybe getting out of some things if we got that out of there. As we were talking about Wangle, Bad Stew, they go ahead and say, no Zarus, not for me, not for you. We're taking them off the table.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing, because Conte is known really for 2 characters more than anything, and those characters are Zarus and Aurora. The Aurora is still up, and I wouldn't be surprised if it gets locked in here. Followed by Useless Neft picking in the Narbash, taking it away from Bad Stew and from Mangq. And then they're also going to lock the Kwong, so they have the Kwong 2 games in a row.
Yes, but on Bad Stew, they did go ahead and pick up that Skylar pickup. So as you were saying, Neft likes to get that Skylar and get the get up and get out. This time Bad Stew is going to go ahead and pilot her and use her, her evading, her oh my goodness, my words, her crowd clearing. And of course, they're going to go ahead and pick up the Belica as well.
Yeah, that Belica pick is a little bit interesting. I don't know if it's support or mid. I'm assuming it's mid, but I don't know why you would pick it into what you're seeing. I don't think the Belica is particularly good into the Kwong or the Narb, unless they're wanting to put it support and try to really force fights in the duo lane. But the Narb doesn't really have to engage with them if he doesn't want to, and it's also very hard to force engages into the Narb with the Bellica support due to actually, now that she has the silence on her ult, it's probably a little bit better because you have the ult to cancel the Narb ult. So now that I think about it, I'm going to take that back. It's probably a pretty good pick into the Narb until a Trucifer gets picked. Bad Stew also going to slam a steal. That character I think is super good right now and is a good flex pick if they want to put the Bellica mid. They can put the steal off lane or support as well. And then Useless Neft are going to pick up the Kira.
Really good pickup over there on F's side to see the Skylar get picked up and see the Kira slip through. Another hero right now that's a really big in the meta. A lot going on with her. And, she's really fun because for a while, Kira was very down on the totem pole. So I'm excited to see her getting kind of some love and some more hype going around. But Neft is going to go ahead and ban the Crunch. And Bad Stew said, never mind, take the Aurora out.
Yeah, I think the Crunch ban is really good into this comp. They don't have a lot of good CC to make this Crunch's life hard. And when you're a Crunch and you're seeing a not super high CC comp, you're like, I am in there like swimwear. And then obviously, as we talked about, Conte's known really well for two champions. Those are Aurora and Zarus, and Bad Stew want neither of them to deal with. So I'm curious as to what Conte will be looking at here to pick. There's a couple options still up, but the weird thing about this meta is, if you notice, there are 5 junglers that are banned out of the 6 bans that we've had today.
Yes.
And Useless Neft are going to pick up the Gadget again.
Yeah, the Gadget, she really does her job well. And especially if you're comfortable piloting a Gadget, I don't see any reason not to pick her up, especially this late into the draft when all you're really seeing is that Bellica pickup and you're not exactly certain where she's going to be yet. I think it is still a valid pick here going forward before we know what's going on.
Yeah, and I think... so Bad Stew are going to pick up the Muriel on the 4th pick. That is going to lock their support. It's a little bit interesting of a Muriel game. I don't hate it. It's not the worst. I'm trying to figure out how they're going to bring this comp together, though, with their last pick, which is probably going to be the jungle. That means that the Bellica is going to be mid and the Greystone is going to get locked. That is why they picked the Muriel here. I'm seeing it now. I can't believe Greystone made it all the way through this draft. I don't know if he has quite the lockdown to be as much of a menace as they want him to be due to Narb movement speed to kite. You have Gadget Gate to get around, Kwang Tether to lock people down, and now a Sevarog that also has a dash. Greystone doesn't exactly have the best sticking potential to this team because it is very mobile, very high movement speed team for Useless Neft. But if they can get a really good engage with a Steel ult, with a Greystone Muriel combo, something like that, if they're able to potentially pick off the Gadget or the Kira early into these fights with the lockdown that they have, especially with the Bellica knockup follow-up, I think they can find a lot of success if they can burst those squishies early.
Yes, 100%. And you said it best. I think if they're able to use their skill set just right going into their fights, I do think they would have the upper hand. But it's one of those things that if we misuse an ability or we have a cooldown at the wrong time, unfortunately, Neft's team could probably get the edge in it pretty quick. But ultimately...
real quick, one other thing. You want to talk about timing? You want to talk about bad timing? The timing is, if this game goes past 30 minutes, it becomes extremely difficult for Bad Stew. You're looking at a Gadget, a Narb, and a Sevarog. Have fun. So Bad Stew are really going to have to come out of the gate swinging on this one.
Yes, 100%. And honestly, a very, very good pickup there, Wangle, because you're absolutely correct. And maybe that is the agenda that they have, maybe to try and get an early game win to go into game 3. But ultimately, we'll go ahead and throw it back down into the sanctuary to our friends, Falcon and Spooky Mars, as we go ahead and see who takes this.
That's right, everybody. One more time onto the map. You heard it from Wangle himself. Useless Neft would love to have this game go 30 plus minutes, which means 30 minutes of not looking at any Funko Pops on the panel. Falcon, what is the plan for Bad Stew to make sure this game doesn't go that long?
They have to be aggressive. That's really the most important part of this. They need to make sure they get these early Fang Drafts going. They need to make sure that Dan doesn't really get to do much in this off lane. We were talking about this whilst Desk was talking, that was it going to be a Krang jungle? Was it going to be a Sephora jungle?
Yep.
I think this is the better option of the two. I mean, obviously Dan did a brilliant job on the Krang in the last game and in previous series as well. But Several jungle is just kind of bad, so I'd much prefer this in terms of where they are. And you get to steal anyway. That lane is basically null and void from both sides. There's just gonna be two tanks slapping each other for a bit, and maybe having a jungle come over now and again. So I think that's fine. But the question is, where does Bad Stew really want to put that emphasis on? Because as much as putting the several down would be good, having a steal ahead isn't that useful. I'd much prefer it on this Skylar, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking at this off-lane matchup, and this might be the most boring thing I could have possibly ever imagined. Steel versus Sevarog. Like, what do we even do in that lane? Hopefully nothing, and we just put all of our attention somewhere else, because I really don't want to watch those two just pad their damage stats against each other for 30 minutes. So instead,
that's what's going to happen, though.
I mean, it is. Hopefully not 30 minutes if you're Bad Stew, but I'll have to see how they decide to approach things. They do have some tools, and I do think this dual lane has a lot of potential to get a little bit active. Obviously, the Skylar can trade, especially you've got that Muriel who does a deceptively large amount of damage, especially early on with her passive. You could try to find some leeway and leverage something into this dual lane.
You got to remember, so it's two Reigns versus one Reigns on the side of Jesus Neff. Teuton is going to be able to at least use the Funk to try and dissuade any sort of damage. But if he mistimes it, or if he misses, then it just gives a free opportunity for this Scholar, this Muriel, to try and poke out as much as he can, waste the mana bar of Teuton to make sure his heals aren't going to be as effective. Saying that, though, look at where the junglers are. Both on this side of the map, they are mirroring each other. Both of them might be looking towards the mid lane. No ward is going to be picking up Conte. He should be able to walk in here.
Conte looking at Vapa. Doesn't quite find that tether. Thunk still a little out of range at this point. So Shield's just going to come through, make sure Vapa's A-okay, give him a little bit of move speed to get away. And that's just fine. I liked what you saw from Useless Neff there. You saw Teuton and Neff trying to hold that wave back at their tower, make their opponent step up a little bit. They're kind of wise to it. Didn't take those steps forward, so didn't really have a good gank opportunity there just yet. Still, shows you that these junglers are aware. They're looking for opportunities. They're not afraid to get active.
Conte did miss Terror, which kind of made the entire gank null and void. Didn't wait for the Fang to come out. And that did mean that Elements did lose both their buffs in the mid lane as well. Doesn't have any mana compared to Brandon Knight in that mid lane, who is on full. Now Dan and Calabito fighting each other. Dan is going to be the first one here.
And looping around, gonna wait to see if Calapito tries to make an escape. Because honestly, Conte's got this one on his own. First blood comes through. Conte picks it up. Calapito gonna be taking a trip to the grayscale.
Spooky, I think Krang might be a bit busted.
No. Perfectly fair character.
Perfectly. That was all skill, honestly. He just pressed left click, sometimes held down right click, and just killed Calapito in the process. I mean, it's all skill, right? All skill.
Listen, if you just press your buttons better than the other guy, that's just you being the better player at that point. That's all it is. Conte certainly happy with the results of this one. More than happy to take a quick trip back over to this left side as well. Fangtooth is up. If they can find another gank here to find themselves some pressure, that could be big. Teuton moving on forward, but not in range for the Thunk, so he's going to have to take a step back. Luckily, Conte does not show himself on the map there.
I think he was spotted by the ward on the free camp, just walking through that area. That's the path that he hit last time, was spotted. Now Fangtooth has spawned. We have got both junglers on this side of the map. Mid lane at the moment has got Brandon Knight in the lead. Level 6 to level 5 has a pretty big wave built up as well, who's going to be able to push that in. Elements did take over to level 6, so it's not going to be the worst in the world, but any first move from these mid laners is going to be Brandon Knight. We can see him already maybe looking for some sort of advantage going towards that duo. Not going to be the off lane, let's be honest, but that is going to be the case. I don't expect much action within the actual mid lane. It is going to be probably from rotations more so. I think we've just got to wait for it, honestly, Spooky, at this point.
Elements has kind of been having a rough time this entire set so far. As a few rotations come onto him there, you saw Calipito just dropped in pretty much just to say hello and then walked back out. Now looking over towards this red buff though, Conte will be stepping back, waiting for an opportunity to get active here, goes on forward, but he's got some company here, so 2v1. Got himself the red buff. The Elements has arrived as well here. Brandon Knight not in a great spot. The Tesla Dome opens, but can you find any lockdown? The damage doesn't quite stick. Dan gets there a little too late. Doesn't find any lockdown.
I did go over to Calipito. He did get actually the red buff there. I don't know if he smite or slayed it, but it did get a steal, which is very successful. Blink for Tesla Dome is going to be a better trade-off for Elements. The sort of cooldown is going to be much more beneficial, but he has to be careful that Van Light doesn't go aggressive himself. Look for that all-in with the Null Disruptor. And with Conte now here in level 6, he can probably look for a bit better gang. Has that Fury to Heavens.
Yep.
This building that attack speed crown going into that prophecy first item. I don't know if he collects it with 500 gold. I'm not entirely sure what the final recipe is at this point in time, but it's definitely not far off either way. Dan, just having a quiet game, same we can. Level 6, level 7 there. So a advantage for Kant, which is a great job for him.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, he's just dashing just to make sure he's still getting farmed. There's so little kill potential here in this lane. He's not too worried about not having that mobility tool. Calipito, though, gonna be over here on the mini prime, taking this one early. Got a little bit of help to make sure no one steps up to him. Small objective goes the way. First objective of the game going the way of Bad Stew. That's weird that we say first objective, right? Because we're 7.5 minutes in now, and there's been 0 eyes looking over at this Fangtooth, which typically we see started up quite early in the game.
It definitely normally dies before mini prime, that is for sure. Especially the fact that now that Badge 2 has got that mini prime, they don't have the elongated buff timers with that first time to ManQ getting caught. The blink is going to be through. Calipito is also here, but there's not really going to be much point fighting from either team. Fangtooth is still available. Field Heaven's going in.
ManQ came back? You can't be doing that. Conte is a monster. He's an animal. He smells blood and he's coming for you. Now still looking for a little bit more. Elements in some trouble. Moved forward by themselves now. Trying to find their way back out by themselves. Gonna be linking back up with the team. No opportunity for the Fangtooth with ManQ coming back already.
But they are starting. They have already begun. They have got Dan here, so it does look like they are going to be able to start this. We've got Patch 2 coming in. They need to make sure that they get this. They can't let Lucius Neft get this Fangtooth.
Dan going to be in the middle of 2, just soaking up some damage here. Elements throws out the warp gate, gets caught on a wall. Brandon Knight coming around, but now he's stuck looking at Dan. Dashes back past him. Neft in a bad spot, but Fappa extremely low, and Conte is going to close the gap. Trade ADC for ADC. It's 2 for 1 so far in favor of Bad Stew. Element's still alive. Dan's still alive. They've lost their opportunity to go for that Fangtooth.
And you hit level 6 as well. Virtual Fortune is available, but doesn't like it is going to be needed. So, I mean, I don't know why Useless Neft went for it. They didn't really have the fighting opportunity. It was still 4 people about to do over here. It's not like it is 20 minutes in the game where the Fangtooth just falls over. It does take a little while to actually kill it. Just a bit of a communication issue, I would say, in terms of that. It does give Badge 2 this first Fangtooth. But saying that, it is such a late Fangtooth. It's nearly 10 minutes on the clock. We'd be expecting the second Fangtooth in the next 2 minutes or so. But that's not going to be for another 5. So this game has been delayed quite significantly. My words are terrible. Significantly for the side of Badge 2 and Useless Neft. And, I mean, Wangle said it best, Spooky. Useless Neft very much likes that.
That's exactly what I was thinking as you were saying that point there. The longer this game goes, the happier Useless Neft is. Sure, they didn't get the first Fangtooth, but the fact that it came so late in the game has got to be something to their credit there. They're more than happy to make this one go long. And that means, you know, they delay the objectives themselves and don't start them early. Well, they're just fine with that. They've been doing a good job of playing the farm game. They're still up in the kill count despite that last, we'll call it a skirmish. It might have been more of a team fight, but it was a little scattered. Bad Stew, certainly happy with what they've gotten so far. I do think they're taking good steps in trying to accelerate the game a little bit, in that they're focusing on these objectives and taking them when Useless Neft is not present. But they gotta do it a little bit faster if they want to get something going.
It's just the tempo which is going to be the main issue. Mini Prime is going to be available as well. It's going to be a second one, but the towers also haven't really been impacted, even with the fact that they got that Mini Prime. Just spent so long fighting on the Fang Tooth meant that the buff had worn out by the time Calipito could have maybe looked towards the lanes more. Now we do see the both junglers are towards the mid lane. The river buffs have just spawned up, but I think it looks like Bad Stew's direction is going to be towards this this of dual lane, sorry, which is again a focal point just because of how volatile it can be. Neft popping off immediately, did get a pentakill yesterday on the Skira, so you want to make sure he does not get that opportunity again.
Calipito taking the long way around, looking for a flank. Conte is here as well. Bappa goes to the sky, looking to laser a target down, and Tootin is the one who pays the price. But Conte is here now, looking to get active. They're still quite outnumbered, so I don't know if he wants this fight too much. Salt the Gates comes through, puts Calipito very far ahead. He's gonna be just fine. Conte takes a ton of damage. Useless Neft slow on the rotation to get back over here. Luckily, don't lose any more than just Tootin. They've still taken a beating. They're not really primed for a fight.
They haven't got the best wave clear either. Neft isn't going to be able to just deal with this wave, but it does look like Bad Stew is going to back up. They don't want to overstay their welcome. They know that Tucson has respawned. They have got that Narbas coming back, so they are just going to back up. Plus the fact that it is 12 minutes on the clock. Those tower plates have fallen. There's not much point unless you can take down the entire tower to actually push at this stage. And I mean, it's a smart decision to get the kill back off and then try and use that gold to continue that momentum.
Absolutely. I think one thing kind of in favor of Bad Stew right now is that Neft doesn't have a lot of wave clear on this Kira right now, and it's allowing these minion waves to push up and kind of keep them in one location. And you can see Calipito constantly looking around, seeing if he can find himself a dive onto that tower. So far, haven't seen a whole lot of aggression come under the tower, but certainly a lot in that dual lane. Now Useless Neft, a little bit on the back foot right now. They still got time to recover their losses here. My eyes go to Brandon Knight here. He's been able to control a lot of this mid lane, kind of keep elements from rotating out by just shoving these waves up. But where do we see him go? Like, what is the plays that he makes here as we see grouping around the mini prime?
It would be towards his mini prime trying to link up with his team to get the control over the objective. But Useless Neft already here first. Tootin is here with his jungler. We've got Neft in the mid lane as well. It does look like we're going to get another 5v5, just the tanks fighting it off in the side. But again, they're not going to be doing damage to each other. They can still be healthy enough to impact these team fights. It might be the case of whoever gets control over that solo lane, whoever gets the lead, which it does look like it's going to be can rotate over to the 4v4 first. And maybe look for the engage.
You know, Falcon, we've talked a lot about mid and the dual lanes, the junglers. It's been a while since we talked about the off lane. With that said, let's go back to the mid lane here, because we're still not seeing them go over to the mini prime just yet. Too many people, too many bodies in the river. It feels like neither team is super comfortable taking those steps forward and trying to initiate something to give themselves a window into these objectives. And again, we've talked about it before. It feels like that's another small win for Useless Neft. They don't do anything, but by not doing anything, they stop Bad Stew from doing anything. And now they're trading Mini Prime for the Fang Tooth.
Yeah, Bad Stew was just delayed such a long time. They get the Mini Prime, but because of that, the Fang Tooth has just respawned. They're not going to be able to get there in time. Basically dies at the exact same time. So Jesus Neft are just playing the map better at the moment. They knew there's no need to fight. We can just trade objectives. We don't actually need this mini prime. They can't do anything with it. And now they get the Fang Tooth. They stop that stacking of those free buffs. And I mean, I love the play from Useless Neft, but Bad Stew, they need to be more proactive. They need to be more aggressive. It's not a case of, let's just wait, let's just play this safe, let's do this 100%, because they can't afford that. They need to make sure that they are going, even if it's a 60% chance, a 70% chance of success, they just need to pull the trigger.
And it really feels like they need to get out of the off lane, right? I think they need to get Kant on the steal, active in fights, because there's nothing happening over on that right side, right? Leaving him there isn't going to do anything for you. The whole reason you pick this steal is so he can group up, he can roam, and he can drop the big shield slam, throw everyone into the air, and disrupt the fight so you can do the work you need to. As long as he's locked into that lane, Useless Neft is feeling absolutely fantastic. And sure, Dan could follow the rotation, but that's time spent that the Sevarog is not farming. It's time he's not getting siphon stacks online, and that's a win if you're Bad Stew.
But the thing is, though, Dan is actually ahead of Count right now. He's about half a level in terms of experience. I don't know in terms of farm, but the later this game goes, the stronger the Sevarog is just becoming. We can just see it go to level 13 there to level 12 of Kant. And there's not much you can really do to stop him. He has 175 CS, over 10 CS a minute. There is nothing that Bad Stew can really do at this point to the Sevarog to slow him down. I would much prefer, like you said, have Kant rotate over. Don't bother over the Sevarog. It's too late. They can't really do anything to try and delay it. So instead, go for these team fights, go for the 5v5s, big shield slams, and see if there's anything you can gain from that way.
As it stands, Bad Stew playing this one passively. And, you know, we've talked about how well Useless Neft scales, but we haven't really talked about what Bad Stew does in the late game, right? So let's take a look at that right now. Obviously, they've got the Skylar. ADCs always scale well. Bellica's a mage, always going to scale well. Oh, man, I don't know if you're going to get to scale, though. Conte's just going to walk straight at you. God, he had no chance whatsoever. Vappa has his wings torn off, thrown down to the ground. That's a quick pickup for Useless Neft.
So fast as well, no Virtual Fortune come out, no real chance for Vopper to even contest anything. That is going to be a big issue coming later in the game with this Krang. If he doesn't even scale brilliantly, it is going to be more the early game Krang, which is going to be the more focal point. But if he keeps doing that like that, even if he just hits like that and just burns the E-Pocket, it's going to be very useful.
Dan taking a ton of damage there. Tesla Dopin just to push away Calipito, who doesn't quite get the message. And Neft puts an arrow right between his eyes. That's going to drop the jungler down. Tower doesn't quite fall here just yet, but Useless Neft have picked up 2 kills very quickly. Might be looking for a third one. Kant makes the rotation over, gets warp gated right into place. Now the Useless Neft going to be stepping forward, looking to siege down this tower. I don't think Bad Stew can hold on to too long, but Shield Slam goes in onto the back. Has to bull rush, immediately back out, but Elements gets dropped as Kant throws some hands. Doesn't quite drop to and gets away. Ante on the back end, still trying to find a way away from Kant, who dives forward, trying to find Toon, but doesn't quite get it. Crash, bang, boom, knocks him up, and Neft doing the work on the back end.
He's
somehow
still
brings
alive?
down Brandonite. Gonna be able to make his way back around to his team. Conte is here, Dan is here, and Bad Stew have found nothing for their troubles. Finally put Neft down. Calipito, this late in the fight, somehow respawns and returns, gives a double kill over to Dan. Looking for one more on Calipito. Got some help on the back end from the support, but not going to be collapsing onto Dan. Instead, they go their separate ways.
Just a long team fight, and that just came from the fact that Useless Neft wanted one more wave, wanted one more opportunity to try and take this tower. Kant had a great engage onto the backline. It did look like Conte was trying to focus out the own Bad Stew's own backline for themselves, and even though that fight went pretty evenly, Bad Stew did keep the tower. That's the main point. Their mind had just died. All of that fighting was for nothing. Minions killed the tower, unfortunately, for the side of Bad Stew, but they still got good shutdowns. They got shutdowns onto Neft, onto Conte. A lot of gold has just come into the pockets of that team. However, the FangDraft has respawned. There is a few members over here. We're still waiting for Useless Nest jungler to get over here. Conte just jumping over the wall now, jump into frame, and with the side of Bad Stew not really looking for an engage. That is going to be the second FangDraft given over to Useless Neft, just waiting for the hunt to finally come through. There it is. And now I mean, we were on a waiting game of what can Bad Stu do in the first 20-25 minutes. It's come to the point where what can Useless Neft do in the next 10?
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Falcon. They've certainly taken momentum of this game, put it fully into their court. Bad Stu trying to find an answer to things, but they're just playing a little bit reactionary right now. The first proactive engagement we saw was from Kant there in the mid lane, and it didn't look bad, but it didn't really go their way either. At the end of things, Useless Neft had the favorable kill count, and they find themselves a Fang Tooth off the back of everything. And Dan right now, he's just been scaling up quietly this entire time. He's got stacks upon stacks, and we've seen what a Sevarog ahead can do. Granted, he's not crazy levels up on his opposition right now, but the tankier he gets, the more difficult it's going to be to make your way into this backline. And Bad Stu are certainly a team that want to play a back-to-front team fight. They want to dive onto Neft. They want to dive onto Elements, take these guys out, and then make their way forward. And if Sevarog's in your face, it's going to be tough to do.
It certainly is, and I mean, with that Colossal Blow, we haven't really talked about it at all. Already has that half reduction on the cooldown. If that gets hit onto the likes of Vop and the likes of Brandon Knight, that is going to be a dead carry within seconds. Just the Colossal Blow into a Terror, into a Funk, let Elements and Neft just shoot them down from afar, and it would turn a team fight. Saying that, Dan is still not max stack, still doesn't have that final augment on the Sevarog, so he can still get a few more stacks going forwards. Probably going to be there within the next minute or two. Bad Stu really need to get a team fight before that happens, but looking at the situation, I don't know if that's possible.
Go in, Subjugate doesn't quite land, Colossal Blow does. That's going to be Kant, completely separated from the rest of the team. Going to be putting down a good shield wall to try to keep himself alive for as long as possible. Bad Stu coming on up. Dan getting knocked around. Should be the first one to drop, but he finds a slither.
How is
on
no one
out.
dead?
He's going to leave a lot back in, though. No one has died so far. Finally, Kant goes down. Elements puts him in the ground. That's Useless Neft trading out 1-for-1. Elements gets dropped. I don't know how that fight goes so long, and it's still going. Calipino finds a double onto Teuton. Neft tries to put some shots down range, doesn't quite find the mark though. That's a nice swing for Bad Stu. Take down the tier 1 tower. Find themselves an opportunity to get a little bit more on the map.
Kant just took so much damage, was able to survive such a long time. Baited out so much well. No Tesla Dome from him. No Mercy, no Purge from the side of Neft either. It just allowed the backline to deal with Dan, who didn't seem to be as tanky, didn't have as many tools to survive for as long as Kant did, and that allowed them to win that team fight. Elements going down the same time as Kant, and then Teuton just being so low on the back end meant that they could pick up that cheeky kill on the tower dive, return back without anyone noticing, and nearly equal up those kills. Another tower has been taken though from the side of Useless Neft. That is going to be all the inner or the outer towers taken from the side of Bad Stu. Meanwhile, Useless Neft still have the offlane tower up for them. So objectives are in still vapor of Useless Neft. And I mean, with Orpine coming up, Primal going to be up soonest as well. We might just be seeing a split of objectives.
Yeah, kind of awkward to talk about how hard it's going to be to get into the backline with a tanky 7 in your face. And then they just kind of melt. Dan, he just kind of goes down, gets CC'd into the air a couple times, and they just kind of walk past. I like the Tesla Dome that Elements put down, trying to separate kind of Kant from the rest of his team, but they just were not able to kill him nearly fast enough. And that's got to be something that's looked at, right? You got to get, I don't know, maybe they need some more pen online, but Kant cannot be allowed to just jump in 1v basically 5 and survive for that long. Maybe the CC wasn't on mark. So just got to change and make sure it doesn't happen again. Colossal Blow knocks him back into some targets. Teuton not quite able to find the thump to lock him down. That's going to be Useless Neft taking a step back. One ultimate down. Bad Stu feeling pretty okay on things right now. Okay.
Still gets knocked
Search
up.
forward.
Still trying to kill Can. Still slams away. Kanku on the other side. Still has reversal of fortune if that so is needed. It doesn't end up with being used. Can able to survive once again. There's not enough damage for the side of Jesus left. As you said, they don't have that penetration. No the monster online. No Caustica online for elements. They can do a lot of damage in terms of HP. But in terms of the actual armor, the magical armor, there isn't really the viability. And considering Steel's new passive, where he gains more armor for building magical armor and vice versa, it means that even just one item makes him incredibly tanky against both types of damage.
Right now, Bad Stew's in a very good position for taking these objective fights. And the fact that Manq's ultimate is still available, the reversal of fortune can come down on top of that shield slam. Double knockups can really change a fight, make things pretty rough. Galapito takes a little bit of damage here, being looked at by Conte. Goes to the Stoneforge Soul, one ultimate expended, but can they get anything off of it? Doesn't look like it. Assault Gates takes him far and away, and they're still trying to chase. Subjugate locks him down. Big shutdown comes through for Useless Neft. That is what they needed. Finally, something for their efforts.
And that's a minute death timer as well. That's going to be a long time. More time is going to be up. Time of Fang Draft is going to be up. Bad Stew, they need to fight this, but they need to make sure they do it before the objective is taken down.
And taking some damage, just looking to try to separate the rest of the team away from this Orb Prime. Has to have a focus on it. Neff, stick around, but keep your eyes on Kant. Coming around the back end, can drop in at any time. Dan, super low, can't do a whole lot here. Good dash from Neff to keep himself from getting knocked around. This fight starting to break out a little bit more. Conte going in aggressive, just drawing all the eyes and letting Neff do the work in the back end. Wow, that's a lot of damage put onto the Kira. Now has to turn around, try to find some shots back into Brandon Knight. Doesn't have a whole lot of space here. Just needs one more shot. Stasis comes through, and it's Conte who comes in and makes sure his carry stays alive.
They lost the team fight badly, but they did stop the Orb Prime. Calipito has respawned. They can't just go for the Orb Prime. At least that is something. That's a silver lining. And they did get one kill as well. They did get the kill onto the Narbas. This feels like I'm trying to get straws here for the side of Bad Stew. What do they gain from this? And it is not much. It is just delaying the side of Useless Neft, but I mean, that's going to be an issue. Neft is now finished his demolish, so he's now going to be able to actually kill the front line of Bad Stew. I imagine that Elements is going to be pretty similar in that. And now they can start the Primal Fang Tooth. We can see on the map, Bad Stew has started the Orb Prime, but you've only got Greystone, you've only got Muriel over there. There's going to be 0 damage being dealt with to that Orb Prime. You can see still there, 12k going down to 11k. You just have to get here before this goes down.
As a case in point right there, and it feels terrible, right? You go in for the fight, and you ask the question, what does Bad Stew get out of it? And the answer is time. And that doesn't feel great, because time is exactly what Useless Neft wants for their team. They're the ones that are scaling harder. They're the ones that are playing for the late game. And now they're the ones on the Orb Prime, melting a whole lot faster than Bad Stew was able to. Kant is in the area, looking for a shield slam over the wall. Doesn't find a way in just yet. Calipito has dropped on in, but the Tesla Dome opens up right on top of him. The Stoneforge Soul will be your death sentence. Neft puts him down, and now it's all 5 strong with the Orb Prime and the Primal Fangtooth. Useless Neft, not feeling so useless.
That is such a bad name for them, because they have been so useful this entire time. Now it's 4v5. Useless Neft having 4 members over here. Elements going to deal with side lane. Just make sure they don't lose any towers in the back end. Have another wave pushed out to allow them to take another hit inhibitor. I mean, at least Bad Stew has got decent wave clear. That Void Bomb is going to do quite a bit of damage. Can't cancel the delay with a shield wall. But if he walks in like this, it might not be possible.
Good shield wall puts him a little bit safer, but he's taking a lot of damage. Thunk comes in. He goes aggressive with the shield slam. He's going to get punished. Bull rush does do some good damage to Neft, who's fallen low, but puts him down anyhow. Swappa tries to take the skies and laser a target, but it's going to be Dan who grabs him from the skies, plucks his wings, and reminds him that you do not step towards Neft or you fall into your own grave. The inhibitor will crack and crumble Elements brings up a wave on the right side, but they don't even need that. Just walk through, walk into the core. Only Calipito stands, and the core cannot last for long. Calipito gonna have to try to put on a defense. Goes aggressive into Neff. He's not able to find too much there. Just buys a little bit of time. Bad Stu, a couple more seconds to respawn. Calipito drops down, cannot stick around for long. With all dead for 30 more seconds, Useless Neff are your ForTheCore champions.
There is only one king in the EU, and that is Neff. It doesn't matter what team he is on, doesn't matter what players he is playing with, he will win every single thing that is laid out in front of him in the European scene. And once again, takes another Fang Draft, 2 in a row given over to his teams. Congratulations, Useless Neff, on taking this 2-0 victory.
It really felt like maybe Bad Stu just needed a little bit more patience on things. I don't know that Kant needed to make that shield slam there. He could have pulled back to the rest of his team, grouped up, and maybe made a defense around the core. But as it stood, they pushed a little too hard, and they came up a little too short. They did not find what they were looking for in that aggressive play. Let's take a look at these post-game stats.
We can see here, just coming through, it is... I mean, there is a sizable amount of stats. That KDA is sickening, honestly.
Yeah.
That's the only word I can use, sickening, because that is such a difference. When you look at it, it's kind of... It is the entire story of this game. You can see it's just across the board. It is just outclassed to outclassed. So, overall, Useless Neff were just a better team, unfortunately, for Bad Stu. They just were playing better as a team, had a better team fights, and from there just won the game.
Yeah, and it's important to note these are the full team stats. These are not the stats for Neff and Calipito. Those are just the captains of the teams, my friends. I mean, you can see the story of the game right there. They were ahead in pretty much every department that they needed to be. And Useless Neff is not a team that takes a lead and then just lets it go. They're going to push it for everything it's worth, and you saw that in practice. Congratulations to Useless Neff and to Bad Stu for making all the way to the finals. An excellent performance from both teams today. But that is going to do it for us here on the cast. So one more time, my apologies for the Funkos. I'll send you right back to the desk.
Thank y'all so much, Spooky and Falcon. Oh my goodness. Everybody hates the Funkos, but I think they're great. Thank y'all so much for having us down in the sanctuary. I really appreciate it. And thank y'all again for being here. And guys, that is it. Useless Neff and his team just really, really came out on top here. Swept it 2-0.
Yeah, and obviously there's always going to be the star next to it after game one, which unfortunate, but I think they put all of those doubts to bed with that game 2 performance. What a great team performance overall. It was a very cagey match until they were just waiting for Bad Stu to make one single mistake, and you saw the mistake happen, and that's what ended up getting the ball rolling and what ended up ending the game there. And they knew exactly what their comp needed to do. They knew exactly how they had to play that match out, and they did it to a T. And now they're here, sitting high and mighty atop the throne as Fang Draft 3 winners.
Yes, Wangle, and we can surely say if you go to Neff's Ometa page now, we will see another championship on his page. Some people say that's one too many, but lo and behold, it's there. But we do have an MVP for this these set of games, and
drum roll,
is it
please.
Yes, the drum roll.
It is
It is
Conte in the jungle. Obviously, according to the name Useless Neff, can't be giving it to that guy. That guy, ADC players, no one cares about him. Conte, though, that is going to be your MVP for Fang Draft 3 finals. You can just see from the stats there. I mean, an 11.0 KDA. What more needs to be said? What a series he played today.
Especially for a jungler, that means he was everywhere and he was prominent. And that's the key thing here, is that especially a jungler that is where he needs to be and he's getting where he is, that's pertinent. And especially with a KDA that high, that is showing that. And I mean, if you watched, you saw it. That man was everywhere.
Even after they banned both of his characters, his 2-character champ pool, they banned them both. How can he play? You saw it. That's how he can play. He played the Kwang extremely well in that game 3.
Yes, and it definitely goes to show that even though, especially these higher ranked predecessor players, even though they get their heroes that they would rather play banned, doesn't mean that they're completely out of the game. And I think that shows versatility really well, especially Ana players. So being able to still come out on top and still have phenomenal stats like that really goes to show that you can't keep a good player down. Unless you are outplaying the player, you can't do it by hero pool. Not all the time.
Only sometimes.
Only some, but not all the time.
But not Conte. Not the MVP
Not Conte.
of your
Not
Fang
him.
Draft 3.
Yes. I think we have a final bracket, so we can take a look at that.
And here we have a little bit of a recap of the knockout stage and how today went. 2-0s all around the board. No shared games here and there. Just straight 2-0s for Useless Neft to take that finals. Thank you to Voidwalkers, Bad Stew, and Times Up for all playing and participating as well. Bad Stew getting second place. Congrats to them. Unfortunate they weren't able to get the crown, but gave us some good matches to enjoy.
Yes, nonetheless, I am okay with how this turned out. It was still a phenomenal set of games. I do think, unfortunately, the first game is very unfortunate. But, the second game was really fun. It was a lot longer, and I do think that is I just think that's really pertinent and what needs to be done.
Of course. And, it's always a sad thing when there's comp pred and then it's done. But comp pred is done today. This tournament is over, and that is going to pretty much be it from us, I believe. I don't know if there's any announcements that we have to make.
Have one announcement. Fang Draft 3 Day 1 VOD is going to be up on YouTube. Fang Booth VODs will also be going up. There won't be any events next month, but we will be back in July. Of course, the exact date will be to be decided, but it'll be for Fang Booth 10. And we will be back. But there's a lot of stuff going on in the meantime, so there will be plenty of predecessor tournaments coming up and a lot of things of that nature. But in the meantime, though, we will be kind of taking a short little...
I think, if this was NA, Fang Booth, it would be called Fang Booth X, but... Fang Booth 10 on the horizon. So keep your eyes out for that in July. Very, very exciting. I don't know if there's anything special they're doing for it. That's not up to me. That's up to TJ and Tang. They'll figure stuff out, and they will make some announcements in the Discord. So keep your eyes on, and make sure to go subscribe to the ForTheCore YouTube channel.
Follow the socials. They have Instagram. They have Twitter. They're very active on there. They post tons of clips. So make sure you're following them. And of course, with everybody that was here today, thank y'all so much for tuning in this past weekend. This has been such a fun time, and thank you everybody in the back end. Kashi, our observer, I'm not exactly who that was. I think it was at Bengal. I'm not exactly sure who our observer was. And of course, Kashi, thank you, Wangle, for being here. TJ, Tang, players, everybody, and thank y'all so much for being here. It's been phenomenal. And it's an honor to be here. And congratulations, Neft and the boys. This is phenomenal. So, any final words from you, Wangle, before we send it off to everybody?
And thank the Funko Pops. Yeah!
Y'all are all haters. But thank y'all again so much. And we will see y'all in July for Bang Booth 10.